a vaccine back then because of some not so nice things that were said, as far as I'm concerned, by our Prime Minister. But yeah.
Right, and I just want to make sure that I understand, basically what was pressuring you, because you clearly didn't want to be vaccinated. So basically there was social pressure from Canadians, and then there was
social pressure. When I went in and talked to the pharmacist and I told him, how things had went down, he didn't want to give me the second dose. So what he did was he had me tell him what my reaction was. And so I told him what my reaction was. And at that time, I didn't even tell him about the elevated heart rate or the ankle weakness, because I still hadn't put two and two together there. And so he decided that he didn't want to give it to me without a doctor's note from an immunologist. So I had taken that letter to my local hospital, thinking that, maybe there's an immunologist there and they can book me the appointment. We can find out if I'm allergic to anything in it. And instead, the nurse set up a consultation with an ER doctor. So the ER doctor came in, and the first thing he said to me is, I am not giving you an exemption if that's what you're here for. And I said, no, I just want to make sure.
Let me just stop you there. So you hadn't even explained to him why you were there, or,
No.
any reasons, for or against an exemption, and the doctor tells you before you guys have any conversation that he's not going to give you an exemption.
That's right.
What was kind of the demeanor and attitude of this doctor in how you were treated?
Oddly enough, he was really soft-spoken. And I think he was trying to come off as kind, but to me it was arrogant. That's all I can say about that. He right away just, I'm not giving you an exemption. I started to express concern, and he told me I should do my part, be a good citizen. And then he said to me, do you have any children or elderly people in your family? And I said, I have a new grandbaby. And he said, you don't want to be responsible for killing your grandbaby. And so obviously at that point, I think that was probably the only thing that could have been said to me to go back and get the second vaccine. And when I saw the pharmacist again, it was the same pharmacist. He said to me, are you sure you're okay with this? And I said, no, but I said, the doctor made it sound like I'm going to kill my grandbaby if I don't do it. And so he gave me the second vaccine, but I feel like he was uncomfortable with it and he didn't want to. I kind of wish he had stuck to his guns, but.
And so what happened?
I was fine for the 15 minutes that I sat with him. And then on the way home, I could taste metal in my mouth. My right arm felt really heavy. I kind of wondered if maybe I was having a heart attack. So I pulled over, I drank some water, and I thought, no, you know what? I'm just paranoid. I'm having a panic attack because, I was scared to have the second vaccine. Another thing the doctor had told me was to take a Benadryl and I'd be fine. I forgot about that. I bought Benadryl from the pharmacist. I came home. I started to get in that really, really deep feeling of tiredness again. I took the Benadryl and I went to bed. And I woke up at some point to use the washroom, and I knew I needed water. My head was pounding and I had lost the vision in my right eye. But I was so tired, I didn't even care. I just went back to bed. I want to say the migraine probably lasted another day. And then I woke up at one point and the headache was going away. My vision was restored. And I thought, thank God that's over and done with. But then I want to say within a week after that, I started dropping things. And it just progressed from there. My hands, when I started this, looked normal. So they went from normal to skeletal looking within a matter of, I want to say, 2 or 3 months. I started dropping things. My sense of perception was off, so I'd go to open a door and I'd completely miss the door. I continued to try to work. The cramps in my calf muscles got really, really bad. It felt like all the muscles over top of my kneecaps had bunched up and in my upper thighs. And I remember doing reports at work, and I'm holding a pen and I'm trying to like make numbers, and it's like my brain just wouldn't connect, and I just couldn't do it. At that time, I had a week off work, and I thought, okay, well, I have a week to get better, you know, and yeah, I just assumed that I would get better. Instead, things just progressively got worse. I started to be able to feel where I was losing the muscles in my body. To me, it felt like it went from my ankles up into my knees, my thighs, my trunk, my back, my neck, down my arms and into my hands. And so I went to my local hospital and I spoke with the doctor there, and he said to me, sometimes people are getting things called Guillain-Barré syndrome, and that he would test me for it. He did blood work, he came back, he told me I was fine. I later found out that's not even how you test for it. You have to do a spinal tap. So I feel like I was deceived just to get out of the hospital. I started having issues with swallowing.
Can I just stop you? When you're presenting at the hospital, and this is in St. Thomas, am I correct?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What you're telling them basically what you've just told us, all of these symptoms.
Yes.
And so they do a test for one thing, it's not that, and so they just send you home without anything further?
Yes. I told that doctor that I was losing my muscles, and that was it. He'll do blood work. And so, yeah, from there, like I said, things were starting to progress, and I started having issues swallowing. I started having issues with my thought process. I knew I was losing my muscles rapidly. And so my husband took me to London Health Science Center because we knew there were neurologists there. And I was seen by a neurologist in the ER, and he took a look at my hands and he said, yeah, something's going on here. And he admitted me. The next day, a neuromuscular doctor came in, and she basically argued with me and told me what I was experiencing wasn't happening. I couldn't walk a straight line. I had no balance. They saw that. I'm assuming my blood pressure was low because I had a nurse ask me twice if I was dizzy. And she had me do a genetic spit test. And let me see, she also told me that I should protect the muscles in my arms by wearing hockey equipment to bed. And I think at that point, I had asked to see a different doctor who was no longer at that hospital. And I mean, of course, you know, that took a little bit of time, but yeah, I was sent home like that in active muscle atrophy.
So did they do any follow-up with you? Because they basically told you that you're not experiencing what you're experiencing.
No, I was passed off to a different doctor who has done nerve conduction studies and has said, yeah, you know, you're getting weaker. I think, you know, like I've had several blood works done. I've had the genetics testing done. I've had an MRI, I've had CAT scans, and I feel like they just keep looking for autoimmune diseases that I don't have.
Are any of them considering that it's a vaccine injury?
I did have an appointment with a rheumatologist who said, I don't know what the big deal is. She believes it's a vaccine injury. I also saw a spine surgeon who looked at my MRIs, and she said there's nothing that she can see that's wrong with my spine except for, you know, the normal aging stuff. And as far as I think she had said that she agrees that it was a spine injury. I know she said that she can't think of anything that can make your muscles waste that quickly.
No, you said she thinks it's a spine injury. Did you misspeak there?
Oh, yes, I misspoke. No, she did not think it was a spine injury. Sorry.
Right. Now, you applied for long-term disability. What happened?
Yep. I have in the past reacted neurologically to nitrofurantoin. And I think once I got better, they just left it there. And so I also had issues back then, like not nearly this severe. But because of that, they say, pre-existing. And that's just what insurance companies are like. So even though they have the rheumatology report, that's just what they're like.
Right. So how's this affected you financially?
My husband also has, he was one of the unlucky people who got a specific batch number of AstraZeneca from the Baltimore plant. He has heart damage and now he's working 2 jobs. And it's impossible to get compensation from the vaccination injury support program. From what I understand, I had to, even to get my paperwork, I had to get my MP involved. I kept repeatedly sending, phoning them, sending emails. They didn't even send me the paperwork. And now I'm just hesitant to do it because I feel like they're going to, just be like the insurance company. Well, they're going to just try to disprove it. So there was absolutely, and I mean, it takes almost a year in Canada just to get an MRI, right? So how are people supposed to function like this? I was told I could apply for my CPP disability, but that takes up to 8 months. And I mean, quite often I've heard they deny you the first time. So yeah, there's nothing really set up for people who are injured instantly.
What's if you could share one thing with your fellow Canadians, what would your message be?
Don't get it, because there's nothing. It would be different, if they were doing studies or they cared. I was told by my MP I'm just somebody who happened to fall through the cracks. I mean, I've lost my job. I'm trying to gain back my health. Don't do it until this government is willing to step up and help people and stop trying to divide us. I'd stay the hell away from it. And I guess my big concern now is you have a whole bunch of people who have been injured by this vaccine. We're being censored online. If I put anything on, example, my Facebook, I get a warning for false and misleading information, even if it's pictures of my own vaccine injury. It's, we've been called liars by people who had it and had no issues with it. The people who were anti-vax or against it, telling us that we deserve what we got because we didn't listen to them. We can't get treatment by doctors, and this government isn't supporting us. So.
Okay. I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions of you.
Sure.
And the commissioners don't.
Okay.
Julie, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I truly thank you for sharing your story. It's so important that people like you let everyone know what's happened and what your experience is. And,
can I just say one more thing quickly?
You certainly can.
So my concern is, if this vaccination can do this to adults, I can't even begin to imagine what it can do to a child. You have children who are getting myocarditis, and I don't understand. You know, if given the choice between getting COVID or getting myocarditis, I'd take my chance with COVID. It doesn't make sense to give children this vaccine to keep an 80-year-old, say, off a ventilator. It makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's where I better leave it, because I get from upset to angry. So.
Thank you again, Julia, for sharing with us.
Great, thanks.
Commissioners, we're scheduled to take a 15-minute coffee break. Surprisingly, we're a little behind. I'm wondering if you'd agree to cut that down to 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so we'll adjourn for 10 minutes till about 13 after.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally. And I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness. I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Um, Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions. What do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid. I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled as time went by when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during the whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, he has.
So we are on a break here, folks.
His father won't speak to me.
I'm just gonna do that, and then I'll be back in just a moment. Just give me a second here while I get things sort of set up and arranged a little bit different. We've had some technical issues here this morning too that were blocking audio, I guess, for a while. But it's all reset and it's all working again, and I'll be right back.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Too late. Too late. Too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Had the both very strong individuals.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay. Just checking some stuff. Audio started to come back through. I think they're just about ready to get going again at the inquiry. And I have things set up here a little bit better. It was strange when the audio kind of cut out, and I don't know what to make of that, but it's all reset. So hang on here. We're just going to go back to the intermission feed for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Decisions were made without perhaps a lot of thought or research or data or evidence. Healing happens when people
Can we get your name, please?
say their story, when people admit that maybe they made mistakes,
And
when they
don't
ask for
forget, do you
forgiveness.
swear that the evidence you're going
And
to
I
give
think
will be the truth, the whole truth?
as a society, within families, with our government, if we can
You can hear that it's
just
starting,
be
but they've got
honest
their feed.
and have open hearts,
It isn't established properly. There's no
Ask
video
for
coming
truth.
through yet.
Sorry.
That's not
Ask
on
for
our end, though.
forgiveness.
That's at the source.
not being
so-
afraid of having a
the
fierce
pool feed.
conversation, asking hard questions.
But I'm sure they'll get that
And being open
established
to
in
whatever
just a
the
moment.
answers might be.
Just stick with us.
I think that's the road to healing, is honesty and truth and transparency.
There's,
Maybe some
do you
tears.
know how to, do you know how to, like,
They'll do
That's
that.
been really hard.
Yeah. Just-
It's still really hard.
Yeah, we've not been able to establish proper feeds on Facebook today either. Only a couple of the pages picking up the feed. They wouldn't let us link in this morning with our feed. So
Censorship before 2020.
I know a lot of people
kind
over
thought
on
it was to
Facebook
keep
not
everyone
picking up
safe
on this yet. It
and
might get
to,
reestablished later this afternoon. I'm going to try
sort
again
of have
in about half an
guidelines
hour
as to
do that.
for social media and for television and things like that, that people wouldn't become super offended by things. And I always thought that was okay, because I didn't think people should have been able to say nasty things to people. Now, I think that's changed a lot, because now censorship to me means you're only allowed to say what the government tells you you're allowed to
So
say.
hang on just a moment. I'm just going to
And
see if I can.
I
get
feel
that
like if you
Facebook
say the
feed
wrong
going.
thing, you're sort of put on this blacklist. And
We are Mavericks.
that if you say the wrong thing, that you're sort of guilty of this wrong speech.
We say no to the
so to
Trudeau
say.
and Biden New
And I
World
think it's
Order.
changed a lot now.
And to
I don't
bugs.
feel like it's to protect anyone. I feel like it's
Because bugs
to
are
keep
creepy
vital
and gross.
information from people.
And people should not eat bugs. Maverick News. The world is
The
watching.
government decisions about taking any response really impacted my family quite a bit. It affected my work, my mental health, the mental health of my children.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset.
This is so, Ms. Burgett, do you swear that the evidence you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am 51. I am a mother of 4, 3 girls and a boy, ranging in age from 21 to 13. My husband and I own a business in the hospitality industry. I am a retired healthcare professional. I retired to raise my children a long time ago. And during the pandemic, when they were short of PSWs, because of my background, we could quickly train, and I went to work in long-term care.
What is it that brings you here today?
Today, like everyone else, I just feel it's important that our stories get told. And I would like people who maybe aren't aware of the consequences, what some of us went through, to listen.
And so you mentioned about your children. What are the impacts of the last few years? What has that been on your children?
Well, all 4 of them have felt the impacts in very different ways. So early on, my husband is a retired scientist, and with my background in healthcare too, we questioned everything. We've always been like that anyway. So for the kids, so if I start with my oldest, who was in 3rd year of biology at Queen's University, we made her aware that the vaccine had no long-term safety data, and that we did not want her to take it. And we showed her the information, and we held our breaths, and we let her decide for herself what she wanted to do. There was very real threat that she'd be kicked out of school, and she was. We are grateful that she decided she wasn't going to take it, but it was very difficult.
What happened to her exactly?
So ironically, the January before she was dismissed from university, she got COVID and from a fully vaxxed friend, we tried to say, well, I mean, what difference does it make? This friend is allowed to return after the Christmas break. She is not. They've both had COVID. She's fully recovered now. Anyways, so no, there was none of that. She had to come home. She went through a very difficult time with maybe not depression, but feeling very low, being ostracized by friends who were afraid. Her roommates made her life very difficult. As somebody who'd always been popular, just couldn't believe that her friends would turn their backs, that these kids were ruled by fear, total fear.
Did your daughter know if she was going to be going back to school?
She had no idea if she would ever be able to go back, and she was devastated.
What ended up happening?
So she came home, she worked, and then the mandates were dropped, and she was allowed to return in September of this previous September. Of course, now she's a semester behind, so she's going to have to go back and finish to get her degree.
And your other children, what grades are they in?
So my middle 2 were in high school throughout, and then my youngest is now in grade 7.
What did you see in terms of the impacts on them?
Mentally, huge. So we've heard this morning about all the crazy school requirements and the cohorts and the not being able to socialize and the fear that was instilled in all of these children. And of course, they felt they had no social lives. It was depressing. They didn't leave their rooms. They had no sports. They had no outlet, no clubs, no nothing.
In your school district, was it mostly remote learning over the last 3 years?
Remote learning, yep. And luckily, a very good friend of mine is a retired high school teacher, so she was able to help my teens. And my son, I said, no, you're not logging in. We're going to homeschool for the time that you're meant to be online.
From your personal viewpoint, what did you see in terms of the effects of remote learning?
Well, I mean, if I focus on my youngest son, there's no socialization. There's nobody to play with. He had a diagnosed speech impediment, and luckily we were fortunate enough that his speech therapy could continue online. When he did return to work and they were meant to be masked, I said no. I mean, show me the data that a masked child with a speech impediment isn't going to be adversely affected, and it didn't exist. So we were given an exemption. He was the only one in the school of 250. He's got a spine of steel, who was unmasked. The following year, I was no longer able to just say as a parent, my child will not be masked all day. And that we had to use his speech impediment as the reason for them to tick that box.
I'm guessing that was a bit of a struggle to get that exemption.
I think they knew we weren't going to back down as parents, and they were happy to have the out. I felt for other parents who I'd heard from who didn't have that excuse, and I hated to use it as an excuse. No child should be masked 6 hours a day, never mind an hour a day. Yeah, I hated to use his disability as an excuse, but in the end I had to.
And tell us a little bit about the impacts of mandates and COVID policies generally on you.
Well, on me, because I was working in long-term care, we were being tested every day, and it came through the pipeline. Even though I had started, I had trained as a PSW through the pandemic because they needed us. It was coming through that you were going to have to be vaxxed, and by then, my husband and I were pretty sure. Well, we knew right away that we were not going to do that. And he's a retired scientist, and I've worked in healthcare, and it was just insane to me that a rushed product, for which we now know there was ample evidence that didn't even stop transmission and that carries huge risk, could be mandated for anyone. So I said I wasn't going to do that. And I tried to find ways around. I said, I will submit to testing before every shift. I said, there's evidence of really good prophylaxis coming out of South America. No, it was a non-starter. There was no way. It's the vaccine or you're out. And the irony is, all of my colleagues in long-term care are tested every single shift.
So you lost your job?
I lost my job.
When was that?
October of 2021.
Have you gone back?
No. Our county is a county-owned facility, and our county still has a COVID vaccine mandate.
And I understand you're a churchgoer?
Yes, I am a singer too, and I sing in a few different choirs, and I sing in our church choir. I also work very part-time in our church office, but through COVID, choirs were devastated. So we weren't allowed to sing as a group, and they asked for volunteers to maintain the music in ministry, which I did. Nobody else volunteered. Everyone was too afraid. I said I'd do it. And then when choirs were allowed to resume, there was a catch, and you had to be vaxxed. So the people I had stood beside for 10 years, twice a week, every week, said nothing. They watched me walk away.
So you couldn't sing either?
Nope.
Today?
Today it's okay. I can sing, but only in selective choirs, because some choirs require more protection, I guess. And so it's okay to sing in my church choir every Sunday, just like it is in, I assume, every church in the diocese. However, for some years, I had sung in a diocesan choir, which brought together people from all over, and we did sort of the big events. And in that particular choir, you must be vaxxed.
You mentioned about a business that you and your husband own?
Yep, we own a business, and we own a brewery. And so early on, my husband is a retired scientist. Early on, he actually happens to be a yeast specialist and RT-qPCR specialist. He's performed PCR tests hundreds of thousands of times in his postdoctoral research. But in the beginning of the pandemic, we thought, well, we have to do our bit. We're going to help. We have to do our bit. And he ended up making hand sanitizer when there was a huge shortage. We donated about $30,000 worth of materials, and he made the hand sanitizer and donated it all to local. There was a charity set up that was trying to get PPE and supplies to local hospitals, doctors' offices, and businesses.
So this was in the early days of the pandemic?
Yes, yes.
And was your business, did that remain open?
Well, because alcohol was essential, we were allowed to keep the bottle shop open so people could come in and they could buy, but we couldn't operate, the bar. You couldn't come in and sit and have a beer. You could come buy it and take it home. And the other thing is the pubs and restaurants are closed, so we had nobody to sell to. So our business suffered like everybody else, pretty much.
And from a social perspective in your community, how would you say you and your family have been impacted?
We've lost a lot of friends, but we've made so many more friends. We discovered at our lowest, in like many people, feeling so low, just like a cloud over your head constantly. We discovered an underground of people who were suffering in all sorts of ways. And we started to meet. I mean, this was during lockdown too. It was all secret. It's just crazy to think about it now. But I found a lifeline. And I still remember showing up to that first meeting, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I wasn't alone. And we all told our stories. We all had to park like far away so that neighbors wouldn't report you. And those people are some of my best friends now. Yeah, it's a really dark time, really dark time.
Do you feel like you're coming out of it now?
Yes. Yes, things are somewhat back to normal. But like many people, when I struggle with the idea of forgiveness, because forgiveness does not happen in a vacuum. It requires an apology. It requires a sense of what was done wrong, an acknowledgement of what was done, and reparations, whatever they may be, and a system put in place so that it won't happen again.
We talked in the education sector earlier with Mr. McCurdy about acknowledgements by officials, and doesn't seem like that's occurred. What have you seen, if anything?
Nothing. No one's apologized. No one, not on a personal level. Actually, that's not true. I've had one or two people on a personal level apologize. And I am so ready to forgive. On any other level, though, no one's apologized. No one. It needs to start from the top down. From the politicians, public health needs to be gutted, reprehensible. And they need to apologize. They need to pay for what they've done. But I'll take an apology any day.
I wonder if any of the commissioners have any questions. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So our next witness is Colleen Brantz. Colleen.
Oh no, they're really late.
Just wait, are we doing Eric? Okay, so Colleen was here earlier, so Genevieve, or I guess we're doing Eric.
Yes, morning, Dr. Payne.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we're seeing some of your slides coming up.
That's perfect.
Before we get to that, can I swear you in, which we've been doing with the various witnesses? So do you swear that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And you're joining us from Alberta, I believe, right?
That's correct. I'm in Calgary.
And tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've got a summary of my academic background up here on the right. I am a child neurologist, Canadian trained, worked in the States as well at Mayo Clinic for 6 years before being recruited back to the Children's Hospital to help build a neuroinflammatory program, as well as my epilepsy surgery and ICU-EEG. experience, we returned. We being my family, I have 3 small children as well, 8, 6, and 4. Moved back to Calgary from Rochester, Minnesota, a month before the pandemic started.
It says there that you were a pediatric neurologist at the Mayo Clinic for 6 years before you came back.
That's correct.
What did that involve?
Yeah, that was an outstanding experience. There's not a better healthcare delivery model system in the world, in my opinion, than Mayo Clinic. I had the ability to just focus almost entirely on epilepsy, both adult and pediatric, and I was very involved in helping to develop and run their ICU EEG monitoring program. So we hooked patients up who are critically ill in the ICU to EEG to look for seizures and prognosticate outcomes. And so, you know, my youngest 2 are actually born in the States. They're American. We had a really, really good experience, and really only decided to move home to Canada when University of Calgary and the Alberta Children's Hospital came soliciting once again, you know, about 6 months or a year before I came, to sort of say that they had an open job coming up, and they wanted to write that job based on my credentials, which they did. And as a result of, you know, a 3-year startup package that was very generous with funding, as well as, you know, protected research time, which was going to be 50% of my time, you know, we made the decision to move the family at that moment.
And that was in the spring of 2020?
That was in February 2020.
February. Okay. All right. So what happened next from your perspective?
Well, I mean, with respect to the COVID stuff, I guess, you know, I have a slide here on ethics, but really where I got involved with this was a letter that I wrote on September 15th, 2021, to the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Alberta, because they were openly contemplating whether or not to tie our medical licenses in the province to the COVID vaccination. And at that same time, Alberta Health Services, who was my employer, or one of them anyways, University of Calgary as well, had made the decision late August that they were going to implement a COVID-19 vaccine policy. And that if you were not going to capitulate, that you were going to get locked out and lose your job. So I wrote a letter, you know, 18 pages with about 80 references, every bullet point backed by a fact, a data point. And that letter ended up going viral, I guess. I put a copy of it, as you can see up here on the JCCF website, because people were manipulating versions of it when it first got out. So I housed it in one spot.
Apologies.
JCCF is the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Right.
So they were one of the only lawyers or law firms that were willing to talk to someone like myself, who was, you know, looking to fight back against these, what I felt to be very unconstitutional mandates. But more than that, the science at the time in the fall was incontrovertible. I mean, we knew that these things didn't stop transmission. We had all these long-term concerns. They failed to show us the biodistribution data about where this thing goes when it travels in the body. There are a lot of concerns, and we also knew who was at risk. And you know, as somebody who is a healthy 40-year-old, I was not in that high-risk category. So we wrote this letter, and these are the main bullet points that I argued in that letter. And then a few weeks later, I got onto a podcast, a Sean Newman podcast, mainly because, one, this version of the letter was never meant to be distributed. This was written specifically to 15, you know, physicians on the council of the college. And I felt that there was maybe, you know, it was a little bit too complicated for layman interpretation. So I got on the podcast to explain it. And I also wanted to explain to my colleagues where my head was at, why all of a sudden someone who they had gone to know for a very long time, because I trained here, right, for 8 years, they knew they were getting somebody who cared a lot about their patients and was going to work hard. So I tried to explain to them where I was coming from. But very quickly after this, things went sideways. I've still not received a response from the college. So that letter that I wrote to college has never received a response. I sent it to the CEO of Alberta Health Services at the time, Dr. Verna Yu. She forwarded it to Dr. Mark Joff. Dr. Joff is now the Chief Medical Officer of Health, appointed by Premier Smith. And he wrote back to me, thanking me for my letter and concerns that they were going to continue to go with the international community, and suggested that if I had concerns about the mRNA vaccines, that I consider taking one of the DNA vector vaccines like the AstraZeneca. And of course, the AstraZeneca got removed from the shelves a few months later because of an increased incidence of clots and bleeding. But after my letter sort of went around, there was another pediatrician at the Children's who wrote a letter as well. And so this article in the Calgary Herald was sort of slandering what we had talked about, misrepresenting, of course, what we talked about. And one of their go-to individuals for misinformation here in Canada is an individual by the name of Timothy Caulfield, who just won the Governor General's Award for fighting COVID misinformation. As a matter of fact, he's also a member of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation. And so he made this comment that, calling into question the safety and efficacy of the vaccine was like denying the pull of gravity. But since that time, experts such as Dr. Byron Bridle, as well as Dr. Stephen Pellick, have tried to sit down and just have a discussion about the science. And these articles here speak to to those efforts to try to have a debate and discussion. But Mr. Caulfield, who is apparently an expert on COVID misinformation, refuses to sit down, even 2 or 3 years out on this, which I think tells us quite a bit. And as a result, moving forward, AHS, moved to take immediate action. So these are the actual, cutouts from the letters. They took immediate action on December 13th at 12 o'clock. They let us know that that deadline got pushed back a few times, but I think at 11 p.m. that night, we got the email that we were officially being locked out the next morning. And then the very next morning at December 14th at 8 a.m., the college sent in 2 investigators to go through my records in front of my colleagues, looking for vaccine exemption letters. They had, I guess, received a complaint or had concern that I might be writing vaccine exemption letters. So as you can see here, they went through letters from September on. They went through 82 patient records. They found a handful of vaccine exemption letters that I had written for select patients. And they ended up concluding that that these were well documented and valid, and that there was, as they say, insufficient evidence found to suggest that I wasn't compliant. And at the time, what the college was telling physicians, I've got this on video, that if you write a vaccine exemption, the only exemption that you can write is if somebody has an allergic reaction or myocarditis after the first. There was no exemptions before the first. However, if you went to their website, there were exceptional circumstances. You had to document them properly. So that's what I did. But that's, that's why everybody had such hard times getting these letters. And the reality was, even once the letters were written, I had colleagues here who had 2 exemption letters from physicians, and they were still fired from AHS. On January 6th, the University of Calgary sent me a letter stating that they were not going to renew my contract. I had a signed 3-year letter of offer, including 3 years of startup funding for the 50%, 45% protected research time. And they specifically said in the letter, and you can see that in quotes, that removed from my education activities by the Cummings School of Medicine due to non-compliance with the university's Calgary vaccination directive. And so that was January 6th, and then February 28th, they dropped the policy. So I was officially non-compliant with the University of Calgary's policy for 2 months. And then Alberta Health Services dropped the mandate in July. But I was allowed back to the hospital, 6 weeks after they locked me out, because at that point, they finally decided that they were going to allow testing. And so before I went to the hospital every day, I had to go to the pharmacy, pay for a test so I could go into work. Fortunately, I was right guessing that was going to be very temporary, and that lasted just a few months, and I was back without testing. What's gone on since that time was, as a result of removing my quite lucrative my salaried contract, they've allowed me to continue on a fee-for-service basis in the hospital while continuing to diminish my clinical time. I've started to see patients in the community, but just before Christmas, I was made aware that they were advertising for the job that they had removed from me. And so I decided to put my name back in the application. And I just found out a couple of weeks ago that they're not going to consider my application to move forward with that application. They're going to interview 4 other individuals. They're all excellent. I know 3 of the 4 of them, 3 of them are still in fellowship training. So they're not even consultants. And the other one is a general neurologist. So, not the same skill level, or research background, or experience. And I still have 2 complaints against me outstanding with the college with respect to misinformation. One is related to the original letter itself, the one that I wrote to the council. I've never received a response for. They have informed me a year and a half out that they have hired an expert third opinion. So they can't find, I guess, anything scientifically wrong. So they've asked of her a third opinion. And then this, from what I understand, from other doctors in Alberta who have gone through this with the college already, first of all, getting an outside contractor to look into this is very abnormal for them. But there's a company that they've hired for a couple of physicians, and it's a group of ex-RCMP officers who are now investigating whether or not I spread scientific misinformation when I wrote a letter to my college seeking discussion and debate about something I was very concerned about safety-wise. The other complaint came from a colleague myself, a colleague at my hospital who I've known for a very long time, someone who showed the intestinal fortitude and the character of courage to just write the complaint behind my back and never actually approach me with any of these concerns. I just all of a sudden have a complaint from them. So that one's still open for misinformation as well.
So if I can just stop you there and
please
summarize where we're at. You were effectively recruited by the Alberta health officials because of your expertise, recruited away from a job you loved at the Mayo Clinic, and then were promptly let go because for a period of 6 to 8 weeks, you were not in compliance with the vaccine mandate. Is that it?
That is correct.
Okay, you can continue.
So I thought at this point, I would sort of focus on the 4 main points of my letter, just showing very briefly, and I got a lot of slides, but I'm going to go through them, not to explain everything, but people can take screenshots and it's going to be there for posterity. But, the first point was that September 1st, so 15 days before my letter, the CDC decided to change the definition of a vaccine because these genetic jabs were not vaccines. And so they had to change the definition. They weren't preventing disease. They weren't providing immunity. So they changed it to providing some temporary protection. We also knew at that time, if you looked at, this is CDC data here, I mean, age was an incredible predictor of who was going to get injured. So, here I am in the 20 to 49-year-old group, and I've got a 99.98% chance of survival. We knew this within 3 months before it even sort of arrived on our shores officially. And, if you look at the Canadian data, this is on the Canadian public available data. You can see down here, this is age, and this is the number of cases of COVID over time, deaths with or from COVID. So keep in mind that at least 50% of these are going to be with and not, they didn't actually die from COVID. This has been acknowledged by multiple public health officials many times. But as of May 13th, 2022, we had there were a total of 40,000 deaths in Canada in 3 years, and half of those are with and not from. So we've had 20,000 deaths in Canada in 3 years from COVID, and 97.1% of those have occurred in those over 50. If you look at the breakdown in Alberta, just focus here on the summary here. Albertans over 50-year-old have compromised 70% of all COVID-related hospitalizations, 70% of all COVID-related ICU admissions, and 96% of all COVID-related deaths. If you look at it divided by pediatric data, fortunately, this thing has not been affecting kids. We didn't have any deaths in Alberta until the fall of 2021. So this was a full year and a bit after the pandemic, just as the vaccines were starting to roll out. We have 5 cases of death. I know 3 of them died for sure with and not from COVID. I don't know all 5 of them, but this is the total number. This is the number of kids that got hospitalized out of all of this, total in the ICU, and 5 deaths. And one of those, the very first deaths, as a matter of fact, our former chief medical officer of health, Dr. Dina Hinshaw, got on and held a press conference to indicate to families that we had just lost the first child from COVID. And then promptly sort of encouraging families, because that was right at the time they were about to push the vaccines in the 5 to 11-year-olds, and then had to retract because a family member pointed out that the teenage boy had been suffering from stage 4 brain cancer and had died, with and not from COVID. So she apologized and retracted that. And this is not surprising. So we know this is October 26, 2021, right at the time that my letter went out. This was Pfizer's own modeling data that they submitted to the FDA. And they predicted that if you vaccinate 1 million children, so 2 shots, fully vaccinated, you're going to save maybe 1 life. But you're going to cause somewhere between 34 and 17 cases of excess myocarditis in the ICU. And we know that, probably 15 to 20, maybe up to 50%, depending on the study, of people who have ICU myocarditis die within 5 years. So based on this, their own modeling, before this thing rolled out in kids, before the Canadian government approved this table showed you that they were going to kill more children because of ICU myocarditis than save from the vaccine. And this doesn't include any of the other side effects. We were told, as you guys all remember,
We can't hear.
Oh, you guys can't hear that,
We
can you?
can't hear that clip from Ms. Walensky.
Okay, so that's so she in that clip.
The gist of it is that we were told that the vaccine would prevent you from getting COVID. Yes,
that's right. Yeah, that's right. I'll have to figure this out because I've got other short videos too. But she was telling us that you're not going to get it. If you get it, you're not going to spread it to other people. And then we had, and hopefully, let's see if you guys are, actually, if I just do this, you guys may be able to hear this now. No, that's not going to work. So this was Fauci saying the same thing, and these are all the people that said that. But the key to what was taking place here was that in the official trials that were done, and they came back and telling us that this was 95% effective or 100% effective in the teenagers. What they were providing was the relative risk, and they were not providing us with the absolute risk. And the absolute risk from these trials actually showed that, if you had a 100% chance of getting COVID, these things reduced it by 1%. So the number needed to vaccinate based on these numbers showed that you needed to vaccinate like 125 people or 200 people just to save one case, prevent one case. So there was no chance that vaccinating everybody was ever going to solve this endemic virus. And this is a quote from a document from the FDA itself saying that it is actually, unprofessional to just provide the relative risk and not provide the absolute risk. This is a document that was pushed around in Canada, including the Children's Hospital that I work at back in June in 2021, stating here, that the vaccine was 100% safe and effective based on the relative risk in those children. But they also suggested that we had, no concerns for long-term risks. And I was able to confirm via email with the pediatric infectious disease doctor who is helping push these things around, that at the time that they were sending this to families, that they only had 8 weeks long-term data in adults. They didn't even have 8 weeks in kids at that point. The major integrity issues with respect to the Pfizer original trials as well. There's a whistleblower who is currently suing them, and it's incredible what they were getting away with. Hopefully you guys are able to hear. You guys can't hear that, can you?
No, we can't.
Okay, so that's Bill telling us that these vaccines are not good at infection blocking and preventing the disease. So he, right after making this statement, sold off a whole bunch of his Moderna shares with a pretty good upside to them. Here is the Alberta public health data, and this is the kind of figure that I have in some of my expert opinions that are before the court with respect to COVID. But this is the Alberta data over time, COVID cases. 2 doses is in the green, 3 doses is in the red, 1 dose blue. And so what you can see, May 2021, September 21, here we are into Omicron, right during the truckers in Ottawa in January of 2022. And if you had 2 doses, you were twice as likely to get Omicron. And that is relative to 100,000. This is not the absolute numbers. This is relative numbers. This continued, and you can see here as of March 13th, the 3 doses were most likely to be getting COVID by the Alberta data. And it was at this time that Alberta took this number off the website. Now, certainly there is more uptake on the 3rd shot among elderly people. So that for sure is a part of this, but it does not account for all of it. Here's the Ontario data, same thing, fully vaccinated, absolute risk at right around the January 22, more likely to get COVID if you had 2 shots. Relative to vaccine status per 100,000, the double vax were more likely to get Omicron last Christmas. This is the US data looking specifically against Omicron coming out this fall. 0% effectiveness is here. And you can see that over time, across all age groups, this became negative effectiveness over time. This was a prospective study just done at the Cleveland Clinic in the fall where they looked at the bivalent effectiveness in 50,000 of their own healthcare workers. Note that they didn't even force their healthcare workers to all take the shot because they had some people with 0 doses to study. But what this showed very effectively was a dose response curve. The most likely person to get COVID Omicron this last fall was 4 doses. Then 3 doses, then 2 doses, then 1 dose, then 0 dose. This video, I think many people have seen this one as well, but an EU parliamentarian asking a Pfizer executive if they had any evidence that the vaccine stopped transmission before they rolled this out, which I think most people thought that of course they have evidence that this happened. She chuckles and said, no, we didn't have any evidence to show that this stopped transmission. We had to move at the speed of science, whatever that is. So right around that time, so then, the naysayers here will say, well, it still does something against serious illness and disease. But in March 2022, this was the data available publicly in the UK, and 9 out of 10 COVID deaths were in the fully vaccinated. So UK and Israel were 3 to 4 months ahead of us on this. So you could just look to see what was going on there to predict what was coming in Canada, which was why when I wrote my letter in the fall, I already had Israeli data that showed that 2 doses compromised 60% of the ICU admissions in September. So there was no way, even against serious illness and death, that this was going to do what they were saying it was going to do. Here's BC data showing the same thing. 93% of the COVID-related deaths in March were in the vaccinated. 85%, 82% of hospitalizations. And this is despite the fact that only 50% of people in BC had taken 3 shots. So proportionally speaking, the triple vax are more likely to die from COVID. That's in BC. This is the Alberta data, same thing. 3 doses, 50% likely, this is hospitalizations. So you can see 81% of the hospitalizations were in the vaccinated. And then in deaths, this is July 4th, 2022, we had 73% of the deaths in Alberta occurred in those who were with 2 or more shots. And this data is important, especially in the context that we only had 39% uptake on 3 shots. So this is right here at the Omicron when it came out at Christmas time in 2022. And right when everybody who had taken 2 and 3 shots got COVID anyways, a lot of them decided that they weren't going to take 3 shots. So we haven't gone past 40% uptake. It's plateaued since January of 2022. And in response to those numbers, AHS has taken, the Alberta government has taken the cases by vaccine outcome, death, hospitalization, and cases itself. You can no longer get that anywhere in Canada, basically. This is Paul Offit, and he's a member of the FDA that consistently, he's a pediatric infectious disease, consistently voted yes for the vaccines. And he's saying that he would have voted hell no if he could have said hell no instead of just no to the Omicron boosters because of the complete lack of data associated with that. And then, what we've seen here in the last, 6 months is that because of the efficacy data and lack thereof, multiple jurisdictions are taking this from their shelves. So, France just removed this. Denmark stopped recommending these back in March, a long time ago, September 2022. England, here's Florida, removing these from those under the age of 40. Here is the Danish health minister saying it was a mistake to recommend COVID-19 vaccines for children. Here is a health official from Quebec recently stating that they're not going to recommend boosters only for the vulnerable, specifically drawing attention to the fact that natural acquired immunity with respect to COVID actually exists. And those who have had it, given that about 95% probably of us, based on serology studies, have had it, there's no reason to boost everybody with it. And then just this week, the World Health Organization, of all people, is now no longer recommending this for those who are not at risk. This clip, if you haven't seen it, it's really too bad the voicing, but is not working here. But this is Anthony Fauci years and years ago being asked specifically on camera about a woman who just got influenza, just got the flu, and whether or not the person who just got the flu should also get vaccinated against the flu. And he says, if she has really had the flu, then she does not need to be vaccinated. The best vaccine is, in fact, being infected with the virus. So that was pre-COVID. That was the brain on pre-COVID. And then all of a sudden, right as these vaccines were coming in, we know by serology by the summer 2022 that summer 2021, that probably 50% of the population had been exposed to COVID. So the idea that you would expose 50% of your population to an experimental genetic jab if they had protection from already getting it didn't make any sense. So they had to tarnish that long-held medical established fact that, yeah, 2,000, 4,000, 6,000 years of human existence, and we're here because of our immune systems. Dr. Paul Alexander he put together 160 research studies over the last few years showing a superiority of natural acquired immunity post-COVID infection to the vaccine. And here is a recent paper just came out earlier in February, and I'm not going to go through it, but basically it was a meta-analysis of all the best data. And as a result, showing for sure that there is better, robust protection, even if you get reinfected, like with Omicron, if you got, say, the original virus or Alpha or something like that, you are protected against serious illness still with these numbers. And that led to actually the mainstream picking this up recently. So, what was actually interesting about this study was funded by the Gates Foundation. So they really have to acknowledge this now for that to come out that way. But nonetheless, here is 3 years late, the Lancet recognizes natural immunity. And this is one of the points that I'm apparently spreading misinformation for when I wrote that letter in September. And here's the New York Post stating the same thing. These are two short videos talking about vaccine-induced enhancement. The idea that being vaccinated against certain viruses, with subsequent exposure to that virus, you can get increased infection or you can get enhanced infection as a result of that. And it's well known. So I had written about this because we had, about a dozen papers where animal models had gotten respiratory viruses, and subsequent to getting the vaccine, subsequent exposures, the animals all died due to antibody-dependent enhancement. And this is Dr. Fauci explaining exactly that there is, this issue with vaccine-induced enhancement. The FDA knew that it was a risk with the COVID vaccines rather. And so they were watching for it apparently, but haven't really been documenting any of this. And we can get this through antibody-dependent enhancement, immune imprinting, where you sort of, your immune system gets biased towards the first version of what it sees, and then it can get exhausted by all these subsequent boosters. And Peter Hotez has been one of the most vocal pro-COVID vaccine people on CNN everywhere. But this is a testimony from him. This is really remarkable testimony, as a matter of fact, back in March 2020. And he himself had done vaccine research with the coronavirus and had found that vaccine-induced enhancement was an issue. And he specifically talks about an RSV vaccine where children died as a result of vaccine-induced enhancement. And so it is an absolute concern. It was a concern. Everybody knew that it was a concern. And if you look across here now, we've got clear evidence in the peer-reviewed literature that has taken place. The antibody-dependent enhancement has happened with Omicron, that the antibodies that are being generated are not neutralizing immunity, not canceling the virus itself. We knew this at the time I wrote my letter. This is the paper with respect to the Delta variant that was present in the fall 2021, again showing that there is infection-enhancing antibodies that's been detected. This is one of the things that this was quoted as well, but look at the date that this was submitted, November 2019. So pre this rolling into our shores, as far as we've been led to believe, although now it's been even recognized by the former CDC director and in peer-reviewed literature that the virus was in circulation in the fall for sure in Europe. But anyways, here is, and this is the woman here, Zhengli Shi, who's colloquially known as the Bat Lady. But in their lab, they actually they induced enhancement of coronaviruses. So before this thing got out, infected everybody, there were people playing with antibody-dependent enhancement of the coronavirus itself. And we know, now it's widely acknowledged, what was previously conspiracy theory with respect to this thing having been generated in the lab. Now I think everybody is, acknowledged that it was definitely created. The COVID genetic jabs and distribution it's a huge issue because there isn't a single drug that we get that I can't look up what happens to it in your body, how long it takes for that thing to get metabolized, where it gets metabolized. And for whatever reason, that was not present with these vaccines, these genetic jabs. And we knew that they were being housed in a fat ball, the mRNA ones were. And so, because of that, my thought was that this could get everywhere. We were specifically told that this produces a spike protein but that spike protein gets tethered to a cell membrane, and as a result can't circulate in the body, and then gets recognized, destroyed. You build up an immune response, and then it's gone. Now the Canadian government is recognizing on their website, that was a conspiracy to suggest it could circulate, in the fall when I wrote this. But now the Canadian website is now acknowledging that this can exist for days to weeks. It can actually exist for many, many months. There's evidence that it can even exist beyond a year. And this point about this does not get into the cell nucleus and whatever, that may not be totally true. We've got this paper by Alden et al. In a cell model of HUH7, which is a cancer, a liver cancer cell model, showing that it activated a reverse transcriptase, meaning the mRNA became DNA, and then they found the spike protein inside the cell nucleus. So, we need to know more about this, but this idea that this doesn't get in and it's been debunked, that's also nonsense. This is the only data that I had in September that was, really, this was obtained through access to information, and this was in rats. And we knew that very quickly, 0.25 hours, 1 hour, 48 hours, that this circulated everywhere. It was in brain, eyes, heart, kidneys, reproductive organs. So that was back Japanese Pfizer data. And we've also got the data that was submitted to Australian authorities from Pfizer, showing, once again, this also gets into the bone marrow. I mean, it goes all over the place, and the uptake in the reproductive organs, as well as the brain, it's very, very important. Now, it's also been found in the breast milk. So, whether that's meaningful or not, they fact check this and denigrate it. But the reality is they're finding it in people's breast milk. So, to suggest that this thing doesn't travel would be misinformation itself right now. Another study showing that it circulates for at least 15 days. Here's an adult who got the vaccine and then developed an encephalitis and status epilepticus, and they found the spike protein, not the virus and envelope protein, but just the spike protein in the cerebral spinal fluid. So it has the ability to get into the spinal fluid. And it can get in and affect myocarditis. So, here it is where, patients who have clinically evident myocarditis are more likely to have detected spike protein in their body. Here's an autopsy series where, patients who had undiagnosed myocarditis, all these patients dying in their sleep. It's apparently rude to ask if they were vaccinated. Having said that, we all know that myocarditis and one of the presenting symptoms for myocarditis can be death. This has been identified on pathology. They found spike protein in the heart. And, here's just the two studies I mentioned, one about the breast milk, but two, we also know that it can impair temporarily semen concentration in motile comment. And they say temporarily because they only look for a couple of months and they stop looking. So we don't know how long that actually affects things. And just sort of wrapping up here, but getting into the severe side effects and death. This was a tour by Dr. Hoff, Dr. Malthouse. These are all people who were injured by the vaccine who showed up to this tour. So these are not rare. The Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is a self-reporting system by physicians and patients in the US and internationally, it found it's now got over 2.5 million adverse events reported with respect to these vaccines, including 44,000 deaths. And this is likely an underrepresentation of at least a factor of 10 to 40. Here is all vaccine adverse event reporting system over decades. So here is all vaccines all put together, and this is the adverse events, and then here's the COVID vaccine. So the COVID vaccine in the first 18 months accumulated more vaccine adverse events in the reporting system than all vaccines put together in 40 years. And juxtapose that with, previously these things being removed from the market after just, 15 cases of a bowel obstruction. The European Union has got a database as well. They've documented 46,000 associated deaths and 4.6 million injuries. The World Health Organization has got a database as well. This also shows the same thing. So they've got, as of November 12, 2021, there were 2.5 million adverse events in the World Health Organization's VigiAccess database, compared to under 1 million adverse events for all vaccines put together in 40 years. This is an interesting safety database that's housed by the CDC, and for whatever reason, the CDC went to court to try to prevent its release. It's supposed to be publicly available data. They prospectively enroll patients getting vaccinated, and they're supposed to report what their symptoms are on a prospective basis over the next few days. And this system showed that 7.7% of everybody who took a shot. This is everybody. This is not just self-selection bias. Everybody who took the shot, regardless of symptoms, had to add this thing in. and almost 10% had to go get medical attention, and 1 out of 4 were missing work or school. And as I say, the CDC tried to hide this data. The FDA tried to hide Pfizer's data. This is 3-month data that we have now by Access to Information. In the first 3 months of the vaccine rollout, this is before it came to Canada, they had already documented 1,223 associated deaths. And the 6-month Pfizer data, which if you haven't looked at the Canadian COVID Care Alliance's video, More Harm Than Good, I highly recommend it because it's extremely well done. But this is probably our best, sorry about my dog, but our best data at 6 months. It's actually the trial data, so they're actively followed to find the side effects. And they tried to hide this for 6 months. And when we got access to it, we found that injuries, short-term were higher, and there were actually 6 more deaths in the vaccine arm at 6 months than there were in the placebo arm. And so there is absolutely never been any peer-reviewed, any quality phase 3 trial data showing that these things prevent serious illness and death. Even the original phase 3 trials were just looking at the presence of illness.
Dr. Payne, sorry, Dr. Payne, we're running out of time. I'm wondering if I can just stop you and turn things over to the commissioners and see if they have any questions, if you don't mind.
No problem. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Payne, for your very nice overview of the COVID vaccine science over the past 3 years. I'll have 2 questions. First question is, knowing that the vaccine is not sterilizing the propagation of the virus, and also knowing that coronavirus mutate, is it your expert opinion that the mass vaccination was contributing to the extension of the wave of new variant as we saw over the years? Also, given the fact that when you look at countries where vaccination rate is fairly low, it seems that the pandemic had subset much earlier than in other countries.
Yeah, thanks for the question. There's no doubt in my mind that that's the case, and it's not just my expert opinion on this. I was able to cite a paper from immunology and virology experts in the New England Journal of Medicine back in the fall of 2021, where in that that a well-respected journal, they were warning about aggressively vaccinating in the middle of a pandemic using a non-sterilizing vaccine, that you were going to put evolutionary pressure on the virus to mutate into something that we weren't going to be able to deal with. And so this was warned by some very smart people like a year and 2 prior, and the evidence as it came out showed this. And the antibody-dependent enhancement papers I showed you show specifically that there are facilitating or enhancing antibodies that are circulating with respect to the Delta and Omicron variants. So I don't think there's any doubt that that's happened.
My other question is relating to a sort of confirmation in real world that the vaccine does or does not prevent hospitalization or death. It seems that it's very challenging to get the data in any jurisdiction about the actual vaccine status of people that were hospitalized for COVID or died from COVID. Do you have any sort of hope that this will happen somewhere, sometime?
Yeah, so you're right, and given the limits, I thought I had a full hour to talk, so I'm sorry I went over. But the reality with respect to the death data is that they were playing with the numbers in different ways, using time denominators that reflected 1 year of acquisition when we didn't even have the vaccine for 6 months of those, putting all the deaths in the unvaxxed category. There were ways that they manipulated it. But as I pointed out, by the time we got to Christmas 2022, last year, every single provincial database, I only showed you a few, every single provincial database, and I only showed you a few of the studies, but multiple countries all point out the same thing, that you were more likely to get Omicron if you had more shots. And this has continued to be the case over the last 8 months, with more studies like I showed, to the point where, as you're suggesting, they've taken that data off. Right. because it's so terrible. And I think, frankly, with the evidence that they're sitting on, it's beyond terrible. There's a criminality to sort of hiding this data. You're not providing informed consent anymore. Do I have hope that we're going to see I think we have more than enough information already to pull these things off the shelves across the board. Any positive benefit from serious illness and death was temporary, and it was against the earlier variants. That is, completely flipped now. You're more likely to be sick with COVID if you've had more shots. That's already the case. And so I understand why they put that away. But I don't feel like we need more. But what we do absolutely need, with respect to the long-term data, is that we need to be counting the beans in terms of who's been vaccinated and gets ill and who doesn't. There recently, just 2 weeks ago, the German health minister who oversaw COVID acknowledged that there was at least a 1 in 10,000 risk of serious adverse illness and injury after the vaccine. He knew this even when he said that these things were safe and effective. He acknowledged that he lied about that in order to avoid vaccine hesitancy. But he also acknowledged that the injuries that they're seeing are not the same as those post-COVID. And I'm seeing these people in my clinic now as well. They've got, a lot of them have got like 25% it seems have got permanent injury from this, and it's a different injury. And by not talking about it, we're not looking at, acknowledging people that are suffering, people who went along with what they were told to do, but we're not looking for solutions to try to help the people that have been injured. I have colleagues who literally, even though the Canadian government has paid out for Guillain-Barré syndrome, still do not put the vaccine on their differential for Guillain-Barré syndrome. Despite that data. So we absolutely need to be following this prospectively to sort of figure out what's going on. In terms of my hope for it, I won't hold my breath.
Dr. Payne, thank you very much for your testimony. A lot of information you provided us with, and I sometimes find in these technical discussions that meaningful points are missed by folks like myself who aren't medically trained. But one item that you mentioned, and I wanted to ask you for a little clarification on, is you had one slide where you talked about the vaccines, and you said, I believe you said, that they had reported the efficacy in the 90, 95, 97, whatever it was, % range. And you called that relative efficacy. You also talked about, you compared it to another number, which I believe you called absolute efficacy. And I'm curious if you can explain to me or in the audience exactly what the difference between relative efficacy that was used in promoting it and the concept of absolute efficacy.
Yeah, sure. So, we're talking specifically about the relative risk reduction about an intervention versus the absolute risk reduction from an intervention. So the relative risk in the trials, if you just, I'll round the numbers in the original trials, but there were like 40,000 participants in the original trials. 20,000 received placebo, 20,000 received vaccine. In the Pfizer data, the numbers were something like, among those who received the shot, and keep in mind, you're not fully vaccinated until you're 2 weeks post your second shot. And I've got data showing they're actually increased risk of getting COVID before your 2 shots. But nonetheless, it's not saying that definition. They showed that there were about 183 patients in the placebo arm during that 40,000 patient trial who got COVID. Positive test, mild symptoms. There wasn't anybody in that 40,000 patient trial who ended up going to emerge even, let alone needing to be admitted to the hospital. So when they compared that to, like, say, there was about 3 or 5 patients in the vax group who got it, they compare relative to that. 183 in the vaccine arm, in the placebo arm got the virus, despite it got the virus, but only 5 in the vaccine arm did. So they compare those two, and the relative number to 183 versus 5, here you get that 95%. But if you actually look at it in terms of the trial itself, which was 40,000 people, and you look at it that way, well, then you get your absolute risk reduction, which is 1%, right? So And this is a very common way that pharmaceutical companies are known to play with the numbers when they're advertising to us. And it's because we know that this is misrepresenting the actual numbers and the risk that people like the FDA here put in manuals that it's, unprofessional to not provide the absolute risk reduction. Once you have the absolute risk reduction number, you can calculate something called the number needed to vaccinate, which is how many people do I need to vaccinate in order to avoid one case of COVID? And based on these absolute risk numbers, you were looking at somewhere between 100 and 200 people to prevent one case for something that had already affected 50% of the population in the summer. So there was no chance that this was ever going to stop. Lock things down, or we had somebody in under oath in our case against AHS. One of their experts suggested we could just get everybody vaccinated and we'll stop the pandemic. It's a complete lie. It's been shown to be completely not true as well, but it's because of these type of things.
So so that when they talked about then, and they gave a relative number, an ordinary person like myself who's reading that, who feels that then I've only got a 3% chance, or sorry, I've got a 97% protection, is really being misled, I believe is what you're telling me. You're being enormously misled. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding. So, while all these people here on the left told you that there's no way that you were going to get it, you were not going to spread it to anybody else. And then when that proved wrong, they told you, well, you're not going to get seriously ill. And when that proved wrong, they just took the data down. The reality is it was only lowering your risk of getting the disease by 1%. I'm an engineer, so I think of things in hard terms. And if I think of this in a hard term, and I'm trying to evaluate two cars driving down the road, and they're driving side by side at 300 kilometers an hour, their relative speed is 0. So that if I give you the relative speed of those two cars driving side by side at 300 kilometers an hour, you have no idea what risk they have and what speed they're actually driving. Is that correct? Yeah, that's a great analogy. That's exactly it. And they purposely pumped that. I mean, I showed you the one-page poster that was posted in the emergency department at our children's hospital and throughout Canada, where they were telling the 12 to 18-year-olds that there was 100% effectiveness with this shot, when we already knew it wasn't 100% effective in the adults. So, this has been misinformation from the start. And these absolute numbers, that was available. I wrote that in my letter. This was clear to people who wanted to pay attention to it at that time. Dr. Payne, we heard from another witness in Truro, Nova Scotia, and that witness talked about the vaccine itself and the technology of the vaccine, and they talked about many of the things you talked about the vaccine or the spike protein showing up in different things and penetrating the cells. But they also talked about a study with regard to the purity of the vaccines that were actually utilized, and they talked about the fact that the vaccines were supposed to be injected in such a way that they never went into the vascular system or the circulatory system. And what that other witness talked about was that they were supposed to aspirate on the injections, and they stopped doing that. So my question to you on that is, are you aware of those other issues, the manufacturing issues, the actual injection issues, and do you have any comments with regard to that? Yeah, I mean, that's one of the, I think one of the things that blows this like wide open, because if, right now the vaccine companies have got immunity. We're not even allowed to look at the contracts that they've signed with the countries. However, if there was fraud involved, then they don't get immunity. So with respect to what you're saying, the production, not only did they ramp this thing up fast, but they had to produce it in high quality, substances quickly, and that didn't happen. And there's a huge amount of literature to show that. But just to just give you the basics on this thing, the vaccine is supposed to carry the genetic information to produce the spike protein. And what they had to prove, the companies, is that it actually produced the spike protein, and it had to produce the spike protein at a certain length. And you can measure how long proteins are in something called a Western blot. And so you can see how these things
are actually being produced. And there were limits. You had to have at least 50% of what was being produced had to be like, normal size spike protein. But it looks, and I've looked into this pretty carefully, and I know, I used to do Western blots, when I was when I was actually back in high school, even I was doing Western blots, but it looks like they cut and paste the Western blots, Pfizer did. Meaning that there's not actually any proof that they're consistently able to produce reliable spike protein, and proof of that is in the vaccine adverse event reporting system that I suggested. So not only did people put in their adverse events, they also had to put in the drug identification number, what the actual batch number was of their vaccine. And there are studies right now out there in the peer-reviewed literature showing that there are some batches that were associated with much higher injury than others. You can go to a website called "How Bad Was My Batch?" Type in your batch and see. So some of those were much higher. Does it mean that they, some of them were maliciously formed? I mean, my impression from what I understand from the people who know this manufacturing stuff the best is that a lot of people got lucky and got vaccine that just wasn't potent as a result of the fact that they're not consistently generating enough spike protein. What you said about the injection part, and I'll leave it at that, is that I mean, if you give this as a subcutaneous or rather an intramuscular injection, it should hopefully most of it does stay. A large part of it stays in the arm. However, if by some chance you get this into a vein, you get this into a blood vessel by accident, you could be injecting this right into the venous system. And so that's why people pull back on the needle to make sure that they don't, to make sure that you're not blowing it into a vessel when you do that. Has that happened? Does that account for maybe why some people had really fast anaphylactic reactions or other things? Like maybe, most people would not have had that injected by mistake into their vein. But the bigger issue is the quality of reproduction generated from this genetic recipe for the spike protein, and that quality doesn't seem to be there. And there's pretty convincing evidence that there's some fraud involved in terms of producing Western blots that met the FDA standard to allow this to get into the U.S. as emergency use authorization, that were in fact copy and pasted.
Thank you, Doctor. I have 1,000 other questions for you, but I can't ask you 1,000 other questions. Is there
Dr. Payne, I know you didn't get to all of your slides. Is there anything in your slides that you didn't get to that is really important that you wanted to highlight, or did we cover off most of it?
Well, we got through everything almost. I guess what I was specifically asked to make some comments about masking. And if I can just say 2 words about masking, I would like to, sorry, as you go through all these here, but in November 2022, I wrote an article for Brownstone called "Time to Unmask the Truth" with Dr. Paul Alexander. And it's a short article, but there's like 60 references in it, all showing that there is not a single policy grade level data, randomized control trial meta-analysis, to show that masks actually do anything to prevent transmission of influenza or COVID. And so after I sent this copy of this letter November 25th to our chief medical officer and health authorities in Alberta at that time. I followed up with a letter in December because there was new evidence showing that, once again, these masks don't work. And now we've got a meta-analysis that was in the Cochrane review here, looking at all this, and they've tried to attack this. But nonetheless, the summary point that they can't state is misinformation is that there is zero policy grade data to support masking, especially our children. And here's Fauci talking about how masks don't work, might catch some big droplet if but that's not there. And then you've got someone like Dr. Kieran Moore in Ontario, who on video is telling parents that if their child, a 2-year-old, wakes up sick in the house, they should put a mask on them. And meanwhile, he's out partying on the top 50 most influential without masks at a time that he's telling everybody else. So the hypocrisy that we've seen has been difficult on the masking. It's been varied across the board about what these masking rules are from one jurisdiction to the other. And as a result of the pressure he got, I think, from being caught, he ended up changing his tune. And now he actually acknowledged that there can be negative effects of the masks themselves. And as a pediatric neurologist, what I want to say is, everybody, this is intrinsic. Kids need to look at your face when they're learning to speak. They have to be able, you can all see them mimicking that as they're forming words. There's lots of studies to show that that's the case. And the CDC, for the first time in over 20 years, decreased how many words a child should know at a certain age. You know, you're supposed to know so many words, you know, a couple of word sentences, a couple of words together by age 2, so on and so forth. Kids were falling behind, so much so as a result of what's gone on with the lockdowns and the masking that first year, that the CDC is now allowing for kids to know much less words, 6 months as a matter of fact. And so there's no doubt that these things can cause harm. You know, we know that these things get disgusting, and kids have got their hands on these things all the time. And now we've got, you know, many policy grade studies all showing minimal to no effective masking. So it's time to move on. And if ever we get another pandemic around, the idea that we should mask again is nonsense.
Dr.
That's
Payne,
all I want to say about masking.
thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next witness is Colleen Brantz. Colleen, can you start by stating your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Colleen Brandsey, COLLEEN
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, my understanding is that for 28 years, you worked as a registered nurse in the province of Ontario.
Yes.
And when the COVID-19 vaccines came along, you were hesitant. Am I right about that?
Yes, I was.
Can you share with us the steps you took because you were hesitant?
Well, I was diagnosed with T-cell lymphoma in February 2021. And I knew as a nurse that that's my immune system. And I knew enough, my gut had told me, and I knew enough that I didn't really feel comfortable taking something that wasn't tested and proven and that was new. So I thought, well, my GP had mentioned that I should take it, and I said I'd prefer to wait to talk to the oncologist. So I waited, and I spoke with her in June, and she said, I'm telling everybody to get it. And I said, so you don't think that I'm going to have any adverse reactions? That's my immune system. She said, no, you'll be fine. And she recommended I take them 3 weeks apart.
Okay, so armed with that information, what did you do?
I did what she said. I trusted her. So I took my first on June 7th, 2021, and 3 weeks exactly later, I took my second.
And what was the result of that?
Well, my first injection, I had some tingling in the face and weird sensations, but it went away. So I thought, okay, well, that's just anxiety. You're nervous. And it resolved within, a half hour or so. So I thought, okay, I'm fine. It's just anxiety. I'll get the second shot in 3 weeks. So I did. Initially, I was fine. And then 2 weeks exactly to the day, I started developing shooting pains in my feet, which eventually led to numbness and foot drop, numbness up my legs. Then a month or so later, I was still questioning. I had a CT of the spine to make sure that I didn't have any issues with my spine that was causing it. I had seen a foot clinic. They kind of didn't feel that it was related to my spine, and explained it, and I agreed. So my eyebrows were starting to get raised at that point. And then about 4 weeks, 5 weeks later, my vision went in my right eye. And I knew at that point, and then my cousin had the exact same thing. And I knew at that point, okay, this is definitely the vaccine. Then come December, I had a lot of different things. There's way too many to even list because every system has been affected. I ended up with mottled legs. They're still mottled. Pericarditis, increased shortness of breath, worsened vocal cord paralysis, where I almost had to have a trach done. I have double brain aneurysms that were unable to be surgically repaired that needed urgent surgery because I've been gaslit and nobody will help me. I guess that's probably what I found the most difficult about this whole experience is not only the physical, the isolation, loss of family, friends, people telling me I'm nuts, but to go to as a nurse, to go to a hospital after hospital or specialist and plead with them to help me so I can get my brain surgery done and have nobody help is just been, there's no words.
Can I just, and I don't mean to interrupt, but you worked in the hospital system for 28 years. Had you ever seen patients being turned away that needed surgery like you needed?
No, as a matter of fact, I've used that as an example. I've said, you know, people used to go to the ER for a bladder infection. And how is it? One thing that raised a red flag to me initially is when they were telling people, if you have symptoms, go home. Don't come back with your symptoms until you can't breathe. Well, by then you're dead almost. And that just didn't, I just couldn't understand. So, and I don't know, I think that the gaslighting and that the amount of lives that have been lost and that will be lost, mine possibly and pretty much will be, is absolutely devastating when a lot of them could have been helped.
Can I ask, you've used the term gaslighting a couple of times, and can you explain for us what exactly you're referring to? Give us some examples.
Yeah. Well, I've been to the ER a few times, and when I presented my neurological issues, symptoms of having TIAs, which is a warning to stroke, of course, they rushed me right to the back. They were going to do everything. When I showed them my mottled legs and voiced concern about blood clotting, as soon as the doctor asked me when it all started, and I mentioned the vaccine, I was done and out of there within a half hour.
So I just want to make sure I understand, and I've got two questions, but the first one is, can you explain for us what you mean when you say mottled legs?
Where typically before somebody passes away, within hours to maybe a day or two, you'll notice that their legs, quite often it starts in the knees, will get like a veiny look, but not just like a varicose vein, it's everywhere.
Okay, so you were seeing that on your legs. That's what you mean when you say you had
Yes.
mottled legs. Now, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you attended at the hospital, you were just telling of this time, and they're taking you very seriously. That you've indicated to them you may be having a stroke, you've gone to the back, there's this concern about mottled legs. But as soon as you mention that you think that it's connected to the vaccine, the treatment changed?
It absolutely did. I was sent home within a half an hour when a CT should have been done. They should have ran way more tests to find out if I had what was called antiphospholipid syndrome, because you're high risk with clot issues. Plus, I had had a pulmonary embolism when I was 29. So that should have automatically been a, whoa, let's check this girl.
Right. So you had the misfortune, actually, because of your career as a nurse, to actually understand that you were not being treated properly.
Absolutely. And I thought that might carry a little weight, but apparently it didn't.
Now, my understanding is also your family has been affected by the vaccine. Can you share that with us?
Sorry.
Oh, no, take your time, please.
So, excuse me. In July of 2021, my husband was diagnosed with bowel cancer. He had surgery. They said they got it all. They were pretty sure. So July 2022, he had his 1-year follow-up. They said he was clear, no cancer, blood work was good, CT was good. Around the same time, I get a call from my son that he's at the hospital and he's had chest pain. And that they told him that it was probably anxiety. I said, do not leave the hospital, Connor, without a CT and a D-dimer. So they did that. And it ended up he had a pulmonary embolism. He's 23. 2 weeks, around the same time, 2 weeks, give or take, I can't recall right now, I'm too nervous. My husband had the same with multiple blood clots. And that was the same month that he was roughly cleared of his cancer. It was give or take a few weeks either way. And then within 5 months, my husband at Christmas, December 20th, 2022, was told that he had stage 4 liver cancer that had metastasized from the colon.
And both your husband and your son are fully vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine?
Yeah, my husband had, my son has 2, and my husband had 3.
I'm sorry that this is so difficult, and we so appreciate you sharing with us. Can you tell us the impact that these vaccinations have had on you and your family?
There's not enough time. There really isn't. There's so much that I could go on and on about. I mean, I worry about getting a call that my son, who's 23, he thinks he's invincible. He's at that age, he's working out, he's playing hockey. I keep waiting for the phone call because he's not totally compliant with his meds. I am now, my husband's getting chemo, and he'll have to have chemo for the rest of his life, which by the looks of how he's doing right now, it's not looking good. I've got him on other stuff, and I'm doing what I can to try and reverse and have a miracle come, but I live in fear of what my future is going to be because I might lose my home. There's so much, but I am just devastated. I'm devastated how our government knew that there was issues and still allowed the people and to now even continue after they know what's come out. I could see if they, Pfizer or Moderna had produced a product that it was an emergency and they had to get it out and they weren't quite sure, but I mean, it has been known now for, well over a year that there is people dying in way higher numbers than are ever reported. I've reported myself, and I was told by the health unit nurse that they determined that all of my issues were pre-existing. I said, well, I figured that's what would come back. It's criminal. I mean, and I can't even get a doctor that can diagnose anything. I am still, I just got an appointment for an neurologist to do my EMG testing, which is your nerve testing, to diagnose me with small fiber neuropathy, and that's not for 2 years. I mean, I'll be dead by then. Or it could be. I shouldn't say that.
And thank you, Colleen. I don't have any further questions for you. I'll ask if the commissioners have any questions. And the commissioners don't have any questions. Colleen, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming and listening.
Commissioners, we're a little behind on our lunch break. It is, by my count, about 8 minutes to 1. I would suggest that we take a 35-minute lunch break if that's agreeable, and that would have us reconvening at roughly 1:25. Thank you. So we'll be adjourned then to 1:25.
I took the first vaccine as told to, recommended. The first time round, I was in the hospital in the ER within a few hours. I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest. Like if you've had a baby and you know that feeling when they're kicking, it was in my chest. I've never felt my heart like that before. I went there, they caught sinus tachycardia when I was standing. So it was like my heart rate was around 130 when I was just standing up. I've never felt that before. They walked me around the ER and my heart rate maintained high. The ER doctor sent me home with request to an emergency Holter. And the emergency Holter came back normal. Then they did an echo, that came back normal. Was sent to a second cardiologist who was going to do a POTS tilt test. So POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So it's where a person stands up, their heart rate will usually spike to 130 plus, and their blood pressure can either plummet or skyrocket. So the cardiologist at the Royal Alec thought that that might be what I had. At this point, I'd never passed out or fainted. I just had a slew of symptoms, like probably 20 plus at this point. My GI was a problem after coming back home from the hospital. My heart rate continued to rise. I was out of work for about 5 to 7 weeks before I was able to take on a client again. I was a massage therapist, professional for humans and horses prior to the first vaccine. I slowly started taking on one client at a time or so, 5 to 7 weeks after. And then it was months before I was able to get the tilt test, unfortunately, because COVID and the hospitals were busy and restrictions and everything. So I had the first vaccine in April, and it wasn't until November that I finally got my tilt test. The cardiologist at this point had told me not to get the second vaccine because he needed to do more, he wanted to do more research on me and needed to figure out why I had a reaction. At the same time, without the cardiologists acknowledging it, Alberta Health put on a whole set of doctors themselves to determine whether or not I had an adverse reaction in the first place. This was also my personal family doctor, who's been my doctor for, at that point, 5+ years, didn't know about Alberta Health putting on doctors on my case. He had no idea. So in addition to the tilt test, my cardiologist had said I did not have POTS at the time because I didn't pass out. That was what he had told me. In the same conversation, he told me that I had to have a personal responsibility to know, to get the second vaccine. And he left the room, and the resident cardiologist that was also watching stayed and continued to talk to me about getting the second vaccine alongside the nurse that was there to help me with the tilt test. So they lectured me for probably about together 15 minutes straight about me getting the second vaccine, and that this was just a coincidence, and that they were really worried for me because I had a past blood clot. So with COVID causing blood clots, the cardiologists were like, you need to get the second vaccine. I don't have POTS apparently because I didn't pass out. They dismissed everything else and told me to see a neurologist for my anxiety. So my family doctor was never on board with me getting the second vaccination. Immediately after the first one, he said, don't do it, that's a reaction. But Alberta Health called me and told me that based on everything that they've seen, all of my tests are normal, and this was after the tilt test. Alberta Health's doctors pushed forward and said that I need to get the second vaccination. There is no adverse reaction. So even though I was in the ER hours after and out of work for weeks and continued to have symptoms and never got back to my full work ethic, they told me that I needed to get the second vaccine. I ended up getting the second vaccine. I felt extremely pressured, and I was scared both ways around. I was afraid to get COVID. I was afraid to get the second vaccine, but I didn't understand what was going on with me. Around December, early January of 2022, 2021 into 2022, I did get a little better. I started taking on about 5 clients a day. I was doing a little bit more yoga. I used to teach yoga as well prior to all of this. But it was still not quite what it was, but I could tell I could stand up, I could do things a little bit more normally. That again, from April to December, that was the amount of time that had happened. So January, I took the second vaccine, January 8th, 2022. Within 24 hours, I was passing out. So yeah, the slew of symptoms that I had before not only came back, but they came back tenfold, and I had more symptoms. I was not able to communicate with anyone like I am right now. I'm on a lot of different medications right now to get past brain fog and the neurological symptoms that POTS causes. Yeah, my doctor was really, really upset. He didn't know what to do. I went to the ER at the U of A hospital is where I went. And the doctor there and the cardiologist there and the neurologist there, all of them basically had their hands in the air. My tests were coming back okay, but the sinus tachycardia was there. So I had to do my own research on POTS, and I found Standing Up for POTS organization on Facebook and dysautonomiainternational.org. So through them, I found Dr. Raj, he's a cardiologist, autonomic specialist in Calgary, who handles POTS. So after that, my doctor gave me the referral to him. It definitely felt like the doctors were being pushed between a rock and a hard wall with the government. In particular, mine, several times, like I said, he's been my family doctor now for over 6 years, and I had never seen him so distraught. I would come in over my symptoms and what to do, and he just would slump in his chair and just like, he didn't know what to do with me. He didn't know how to handle anything, and he just kept saying, the government shouldn't have pushed this so hard. And he actually didn't get his boosters because of me as well, because he doesn't trust what's going on quite yet. He wants more research to be done. But yeah, the doctors were pretty all clearly told to push the vaccine regardless of potential issues. And I'm now still taking constant medication throughout the day. I need all of this, and this is more than just like I need it in the morning, I need it in the afternoon, and in the evening. I started taking beta blockers at 32 years old for my heart. I'm on blood pressure medication, both because I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS this year. So hyperPOTS means I get tons of adrenaline dumps randomly. So basically your normal adrenaline times 6 is what I get randomly. And it happens when I'm sleeping, and my heart rate will spike to 170, 180. Me getting up without medication, doing like normal things, 200 for my heart rate. Like it's insane. So yeah. Like I said before, I was really, really active with the community, with my family, with my kids especially. Now mornings are not okay for me. Like I can't function normally in the morning. Getting up, again, my heart rate every morning, it's insane. So before I get out of bed, I have to take medication, but the medication takes half hour, 45 minutes to kick in. So I'm kind of idle in those moments. I'm really not able to be present at all with anyone in the morning. And honestly, for about 3 hours after I wake up, just my brain is, everything is slow. I don't understand things the right way. Sometimes my hearing will even be off. Like my digestive system, like eating is, I can't, my diet has changed insanely. I can't have anything I used to have. Having a meal with my family, I always have to have something different pretty much than what they have, unless it's like fresh meat and fresh everything. I can't do gluten or dairy. So, you know, going for ice cream with the kids, you know, it's getting them something, and I just don't. I can no longer, you know, walk my kids to school. I can no longer go to their school without having to plan days in advance, because I know it's going to take a lot of energy for me to be present with a bunch of other people, because my nervous system has to take that all in. So riding in the car, like anything you have to do that your nervous system has to do, mine is like a switch, and I don't get to decide who's pulling the switch. It just happens. So eye dilation, like pretty much everything you can think about with your body, it is no longer normal for me. On a good day, I need a cane, and sometimes I can walk a while without it, like around the house, as long as I'm medicated, as long as I'm doing all of my salt as well. So before, within 3 hours of being awake, I need to take in at least 3 liters of water. And in addition to 3 liters of water, I need about 10,000 to 12,000 milligrams of salt and sodium. So this is what, I just did a comparison. So this is what a normal person needs, about 1.9 grams. And this is what I need in a day now. So the reason I need so much salt is because my body gets rid of it and it constantly is dehydrated. Adding salt and water helps my blood volume try to go up to my brain and my heart. A part of people with POTS, when we stand up, our blood volume goes down. We're basically allergic to gravity. So when I stand, if I don't have a bunch of water, this is one of the reasons we can pass out. Like our blood volume does not get to our heart and head properly. So I have to wear these are not just normal like yoga leggings. These are medical grade compression garments, and I have to wear a full corset or medical grade abdominal binder as well, because the blood pools in my abdomen, it pools in my thighs. If you have POTS, compression socks are not enough. You need full compression above your hips and into your abdomen. So this is my daily attire. I often without it, I don't feel great. Exercise. So I've become extremely exercise intolerant. So going for walks with my family, that's not happening easily. It just doesn't. To get better with POTS right now, the cure is, there's no cure. It's a diagnosis for life, and you have to take care of yourself. So I have to do water, compression, salt, and then I attempt to exercise, but it is very hard. So recumbent bike, so things that are on like lower, things that I can, nothing standing, nothing elevated. But even then some, like as long as I can go the first 10 minutes, like rowing without passing out, I can usually make it through 45 minutes, which is, 45 minutes 5 times a week is what my goal is. But half the time I end up passing out, or I have to stop because I have to get sick. I physically get sick. Working out for me is an extreme challenge. On occasion, though, I can finish the workout and I actually do feel better after for a little bit, but it's like a massive wave. And now let's see, it's March, end of March. So I was diagnosed last April officially, or it was April or May that I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS, vasovagal syncope, and suspected MCAS, which is mast cell activation syndrome. And at this point, I'm living better than I was, but it's in part due to it's not because my condition is gone, it's because we've all had to change. My kids know that I'm not there in the morning. They know that they both can't come at me at the same time with something exciting or with something awful. Dealing with fights is awful. Yeah, there's so much that has changed. Nothing about our life is the same, like nothing. No, I am actually in the vaccine injury program. So it's a program that Canada has for people like myself who have injuries directly after the vaccinations. However, I will say that this program is insane. So I applied to it last June.
Okay, folks, I'm here. I've been busy doing a lot of other things around here today, so I'm sorry that I haven't been popping on as regularly as I normally would. But obviously, we're on a break here, a lunch break, so let's go to the phones. How about that? We'll do that for a few minutes. Hang on just a second while I get it set up.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Hang on just a second here. Phones are just about set up, and here's the number for you to call.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a maverick. Join us.
Maverick News. The world is watching. Fighting the Great Reset. By leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
Okay, I'm back, and you can join the conversation at 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3733 if you'd like to join the conversation this afternoon. Before we get to the phones, I did want to update that story from the other day, if I can find my notes on this here. There was initially a report of 6 people dying, 6 bodies found in a marsh on the St. Lawrence Seaway. And the indications are that those people were trying to make their way to the United States illegally, and that has now been revised, and they have now found 8 bodies. As a result of that. And Akwesasne Mohawk Police say they are working with Immigration Canada and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to confirm the identities of those 8 migrants. The bodies were pulled from the St. Lawrence River Thursday, which is where they were discovered. 5 adults, 1 child in a marshy area, and now 2 additional bodies found as well. Police have not made any direct connections between the deaths of the 8 migrants and a missing 30-year-old Akwesasne resident, Casey Oakes. Oakes was last seen Wednesday night operating a boat that was found Thursday next to the bodies of the migrants. You can draw your own conclusions from that, I suppose. I think you can see where that might lead in terms of conclusions. Akwesasne sits between the Canada-U.S. border with parts of the territory in Ontario, Quebec, and New York State. So authorities are saying that the territory's unique geography makes it a popular place for human smuggling. Police made 48 separate interceptions involving 80 people trying to enter the United States illegally since January. Most have been of either Indian or Iranian descent. So a lot going on over there. Again, hang on just a minute. And if you want to call in, it's 1-833-975-3733. An unusual afternoon today. We are providing full-up coverage on the National Citizens Inquiry into the government's response to the pandemic. Day 3, final day of testimony in Toronto with the NCI. We have been providing front-to-back coverage, and they are on a lunch break right now, so this is your opportunity to participate in the process yourself. You can express your views on what's been going on there today. Or other topics if you'd like to call in and talk about anything else. I do apologize for the audio issues earlier. Very strange. There was no audio feeding through. It was being blocked someplace along the chain, but it has been reestablished, and we reset everything, got it all working again. So happy to do that. Also, we are providing this on YouTube, Facebook, except on some of those pages where we were not able to connect this morning. Again, why? I'm not sure. We're firing on 2 Facebook pages, but beyond that, the main page is not working. Hopefully, we will get those reconnected so we can do our regular program tonight at 6 p.m. Although these hearings have been going later than expected. They're supposed to wrap up every day at 5 p.m. And we've been going sometimes past 6 p.m., which has cut into our regular broadcast time. So we'll see if that happens again this evening. Hang on, we're just going to take another quick break here while I check the phone system.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, so we're back again, and we're actually, seems like we're having some trouble connecting the phone system as well. So a lot of technical problems here today. Do apologize for that, but we are on the air, and we do have the feed established. Still on that lunch break with the NCI, but they will resume shortly, and we are live with them. So we've got the pool feed coming in. We'll be going back to Toronto momentarily. Hang on just a second here while I just bring up their intermission video while I get some things reset.
This. It is worse than any hell I could have ever imagined. Like, yeah. Imagine literally waking up one morning and you can no longer eat what you love. You can no longer do activities that you love. You can no longer visit with people that you love because you physically can't. You can no longer leave your house easily without consequence. I can't drive anymore. And I used to take my kids driving. Like I used to going out to all the range roads so that I could visit horses. Like everything's different. And the response from the government is not only wrong, it's inhumane. It's not okay to have citizens feeling and going through everything that I've gone through. I have solid diagnoses. Like I have a 5+ page paper from Dr. Raj, and it notes all of my reaction after the vaccinations. So I don't understand what there is to argue. I have specialists, I have doctors that are behind me now. So why is the government not? Doesn't make sense. I did exactly what they asked me to do. And they're just like, you could apply for the $600, refund for March. It's like, do you know what it's like to feed a family of 4 for a couple months? You think $600 extra for help is really gonna? No, no. So.
It changed a lot of things for me because obviously I had to switch to online school as a student. Student athlete, couldn't play basketball anymore for the school, and I couldn't even go to the gym and work out because everything was shut down, right? And as an engineering student, it was hard also because it's hard to do labs online. It just didn't make any sense because we had to go buy our own stuff, create our own space at home to be able to do the labs and do the projects that we were assigned. And it just would have been so much easier for me to be able to go on campus and, actually use the facility and everything they have there in the school. Well, again, like I wouldn't really know because we're all online, right? We're all basically on our own. So I wouldn't really know, but I'm sure there were students that struggled, more than I did, man. It's hard to, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I just did whatever I could at home pretty much. Because like I said, because I played basketball through the school, right? And I love playing basketball, and just because of the whole thing, I wasn't able to, like, we weren't able to play basketball for the school anymore. And on top of that, I couldn't go even get shots up at the gym, at the rec center, or even work out. So I had to manage at home. Like, I didn't have a basketball hoop at home, so I just, kind of did whatever I could, like push-ups and whatever, in the basement. And yeah, I just had to figure it out. But I just didn't have the access to everything I was accustomed to. For me personally, it wasn't that big of an issue because generally I don't have like a huge amount of friends personally, or people that I keep close contact with. I just have a few. Obviously, I have other friends, but I just don't keep as close contact as the closest ones I have, and they all go to our church, and and we were able to meet sometimes when the church would allow us, and we were able to even through FaceTime and things like that, just keep in touch, talk to each other. So it wasn't, that side of things wasn't really that big of a deal for me, at least. Yeah, there's a few people like because a lot of people at church, I knew a couple of people around my age, they have friends in the close friends in the schools and stuff, and at work even. But for me, just wasn't the case, like I said. So they wouldn't be able to see their friends or their close friends from school and work, and I think it impacted them because they would have the habit of going to like on trips and stuff like that with their friends. And again, like I said, for me, that wasn't really the case because that's not really what I do that much. So. They would have been in grade 11 actually when it kind of started, when the pandemic kind of started. So I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, they would have ended their season like halfway through or something in grade 11, and then wouldn't have been able to play the entire grade 12 year. So like just from the people I've talked to, they were obviously angry, and because yeah, like I said, like that's the time to get it. That's the shot to get a scholarship. It's your final year. Like if you want to go, unless you already have one from the previous years, but most of the athletes don't, right? So it's your final year, and you want to get a scholarship if you want to play post-secondary basketball, and just not even being able to show your ability to coaches and stuff, right? And then you have to, since you can't play your senior year, you have to try to find a school that will take you and offer you and give you a scholarship and during the summer. And if you want to go to school in the fall in September, it's just like there might not even be enough time for you to find a school that wants you to play on the basketball team and then apply and get accepted in your program at the school. So, I think a lot of them ended up actually taking the year off and then just trying to figure it out from there. It was hard. Like I feel them. It was hard. So, um, like I said, it's earlier. It's the Lord, and I just had to, trust. So there's like a beautiful scripture that says, it says, "Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in your way." So, and that kind of got me through that, and it basically just means like just look to, to Jesus, because obviously he has the high perspective. Like I don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on, but he is above all else, and he is looking down so he can see how it's going to play out. And through that, I was able to have clarity, and he was able to guide me, and just trusting him, because I like he at that point I'm like, he's brought me this far. Like all the things like my family has been through, like even just being able to come to Canada, he's like been with us. So why not just keep trusting and looking to him and for guidance, and as an example. So, and that's what got me through. It's just my faith. Yeah. Yeah, I think they probably would have they probably trusted in something or hoped in something, and I think we see the evidence, the results of that, you know. And I think for the most part, like, we see the consequences. Like, it didn't turn out good for a lot of people. Like, I think, like, you don't, if your hope isn't in the one, right, then like everything else is going to fail. So, and I think we see the evidence and the consequences of that. So. Again, obviously, just speaking from the perspective of a 21-year-old and 18, 19, 20-year-olds, again, for just speaking on the athletes again, I think they could have done a better job, perhaps, you know, just being more mindful of them and their opportunities, even not just the athletes, because even just regular students trying to get into, you know, post-secondary. Like, I know at that time it was hard for a couple of them, just even deciding whether they even wanted to go because of everything that was happening. So I think, yeah, just being just more mindful of them, like just giving the athletes opportunities to maybe even, I don't know, show what their talents and stuff, just to be able to get into these schools that they want to. And like maybe like individual sessions with, like, just contact, you know, coaches and stuff at the post-secondary level, and just have individual sessions with the kids, you know, because obviously, like, I think it would have helped them a lot if they felt like, you know, they were heard more, or if they felt like things are being done to help them, you know, get into these schools. Yeah. Actually, I know a lot of them, like, they're just done. Like, I don't even, a lot of them don't even play basketball anymore. For the ones that still do, like, you know, they fought, they waited, just waited for the opportunity, waited for the thing to go over. I know a couple of kids that did that and now are just getting back into the schools and playing. And I know a lot of them just also just, you know, just gave up. Like, they don't even play basketball anymore. You know, they just, I guess, lost hope, or felt like they weren't good enough because they weren't getting, you know, opportunities. So yeah. So obviously, what has been done has been done. It's in the past now, and I think we just um, need to move on and, like, forgive whoever needs to be forgiven, and just try to move together forward as one, and find ways to better ourselves and just grow, you know, as a nation.
It's been devastating. But fortunately, my family love each other very much. We're Christian, we have Christian beliefs. And we decided, with the division that we were seeing, because part of my family got vaccinated, part of them have not. We decided that we were going to hold hands, which we did in my living room, and say to each of us in the family, we will love and respect and honor each of your personal choices, which I don't feel the government has done. They mandated these vaccinations. I've been in the medical field all of my life. Most of my family have been in the medical field. Never, ever have I seen anything like what happened during COVID. I'm a concerned citizen. I have 5 children. I have 5 granddaughters, and the impact on them all could have been even worse. I've seen families torn apart. I've had grandparents who are friends of mine who have not been allowed to go see their newborn grandchildren unless they got the COVID shot, which they did not want. But they went and got it. But they did it for the family. We do lots of things to try and keep our families together. My children's mental health, I think, has been impacted. I have one son that he's become very withdrawn. He doesn't want to go out much anymore. I think because we have a strong bond with each other, that has helped. But I've seen other families totally destroyed, like gone in different directions, have no contact anymore, don't even spend, in the last 12 months, even in my family, they will not spend Christmas or New Year or holidays together because some are jabbed and some aren't. As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done. I have people that come in that are so distressed because they were mandated to get the shot in order to work, which was the same as some of my family. Some of them have been injured. They are very stressed over what they're seeing. They're frightened. They're frightened that they're going to get shut down again. They can't afford it economically. They're barely making they barely have the means to live each day. Like the impact has been horrific on all of them because some of them haven't earned income for 6 months, 12 months. They had the minimum 2,000 and then the company is shut down. They've got nothing. I have young people that have moved into the basements of their parents. They were university students. And the impact has been horrific. The parents are concerned about the teenagers. They're concerned about their university students, their kids that are in university, because they've lost this will, this drive that they had before. When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. That's Toronto University. These poor kids, I feel so sorry for them. The young kids are very emotional. I hear teachers coming in. They're not happy. Kids don't
I don't know what's going on here, folks. A lot of weird stuff. Let me reestablish this feed. Here we go. They cut the feed as they came back live to the inquiry. So let me get it back up here for you. They're doing a lot of crazy things today. A lot of glitches, blockages.
And an observation as I look at the rest of the schedule.
I think they're having trouble at the source.
We certainly listened to but I have not yet seen a single representative from any of those public institutions at these hearings. And I want to know what actions the commission has taken in order to compel or induce these people to come and testify before Canadians.
Still working on it.
Commissioner, as best I can answer that question for you, I am aware that
One moment, I'll find
the NCI has sent out summonses. So if you examine the rules, the council administrator, who is the Honorable Chess Crosby, has the right to issue summonses to witnesses. Now, because we are not a government inquiry, we're not a creature of statute, we cannot compel witnesses to attend. So a regular inquiry can issue summonses, and if witnesses don't attend, they can be arrested and brought. We don't have the ability to do that. So we've modified a regular summons, so it indicates that they're being summoned, but we have to be fair to the witnesses and indicate that there are no civil or criminal liabilities if they fail to attend. Now, my understanding is that both for the maritime ministers of health and public health officers and those for Ontario have been sent summonses. I believe the Nova Scotia or the Maritimes ones by registered mail and email, where we had emails. I believe also by registered mail for Ontario. I can't say for the rest of Canada, but we're not there yet. I can say that the summonses also are very flexible. So it's not like we're inviting them to attend for 3 days in Nova Scotia or these 3 days in Toronto. We make it very clear that we are going across the country for 2 months and that they're free to attend virtually at any of the hearings. And the summons also indicates that we could schedule just a time for them to have a virtual attendance in front of the commissioners virtually. To my understanding, we have not received a single response. Now, the NCI has tried to get the mainstream media to cover us, and we actually have had at least 2 mainstream media pieces attacking 2 of the 3 people that are identifiable as involved with the National Citizens Inquiry because they are named directors for the nonprofit that handles our funds. But there's no such thing as bad publicity, because that signals to the governments, both provincial governments and federal governments, that we exist. And we know that they know. I am aware that the council administrator has been in contact with several politicians federally and provincially to discuss us. I also know that slightly before the Truro hearings and since, we have exploded on social media, and we are being throttled on TikTok and, hampered on Facebook, and I think YouTube took us down. But my understanding is, and I could be corrected, I know that right after the Truro hearings, that for the 4 weeks prior to that, we had 1.18 million hits on Twitter. And I think in the last 10 to 14 days, we've had 1 million hits on Twitter. So surely to goodness, the governments are aware of us, the public health officers are aware of us, and the ministers of health are aware of us. And so, Commissioner, I sincerely apologize that we have failed to secure the attendance of a single public official, but it's not for want of trying. And we do intend on publishing on our website the summonses, or a list of who summonses have been sent to, so that the public can be aware that we are doing our best to be an open and fair inquiry where all sides can be heard, because our object is to get to the truth. And that's the only way I can answer that, Commissioners. I apologize.
I would like to request from the Commission to make those lists available and submitted of the people that we have approached and asked to attend, to make them available to the Commissioners and to be entered into the testimony.
So, I will ask those that would be tasked with that, which would be the council administrator, to ensure that that occurs. And perhaps maybe what we'll try to do is maybe on a 2-week or monthly basis update that list as part of the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley.
Thank you. And so our next witness again is going to be Mr. Jason Kurtz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kurtz. I will ask you to state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Jason Kurz, K-U-R-Z.
Do you swear to tell the truth today?
I do.
You're before the inquiry to tell us about your termination with Ontario Power Generation, OPG. Can you tell us first what your role was with them?
I began working in the nuclear industry back in around 2002. I was a certified Red Seal 309A construction maintenance electrician. I joined OPG through the building trade unions and performed work as an electrician under the BTU. After some time and achieving some radiation qualifications, I was more eligible to apply for some full-time postings, and I was hired in 2005 as a instrumentation and control technician at Darlington Nuclear Generation Station in Bowmanville, Ontario. I spent a number of years as a instrumentation and control technician, and my career saw me move through a few different areas inside the corporation. After a number of years working in the fuel handling department, I became what some people would call an expert in the fuel handling processes and systems and the maintenance involved in keeping the reactor fuel handling systems operational as a control technician. And then I moved into assessing, which was planning the work, making sure that the parts were ordered, making sure that the pertinent drawings were assembled into a package that was clear and comprehensible for the maintenance workers. After that, I moved into writing procedures for the organization as a fuel handling control technician. After some time, I felt that my career growth was being stunted, so I started to look for opportunities outside of the union I had belonged to at that time, which was the Power Workers Union. I began looking for opportunities to experience some personal growth and career development, and I started to apply for positions that were in a separate union in the House under OPG. That union was called the Society of United Professionals.
I'm going to interrupt you for a moment. Could you tell us what your most recent role was? I'm trying to zero in on that.
Understood. The position that I was terminated from, the title of the position is Work Control Team Leader. I was specifically under the Projects and Modifications Organization for Ontario Power Generation. And that was essentially a coordinator role for a team of between 50 to 80 project managers.
In my understanding from what you previously described to me is that you coordinated the installation and the safety of the installations made when the reactors are running. Is that correct?
The position that I held was referred to as IPG work control. So what that means is that the projects that I was helping monitor for milestone adherence were projects that were going to be installed as the reactor was still at power and still generating electricity.
It's fair to say that this role you had is quite specialized, is it not?
Extremely specialized, yes, that is correct.
So once the pandemic started, you were working remotely from home?
Yeah, that's correct. When I entered the role, I had just come out of a previous rotation in which I was with the radiation department in an oversight capacity. That rotation had ended. I went back to my home position, which was in nuclear refurbishment training. And I had applied previously for this position with the work control organization, with the projects and modifications team. And I was interviewed and placed, accepted into that role on a temporary basis, what they call a rotation. And the rotation was due to be 18 months, but they hired me before my rotation was up on a full-time basis because they were pleased with my efforts.
Okay. Ultimately, OPG, of course, like most government institutions, instituted a number of COVID mandates, correct?
Correct.
And you were required to both mask and be vaccinated, is that right?
Initially, what they did was they took the workforce that was able to work remotely, and they allowed, they actually accommodated and made every concession that they needed to in order to minimize the amount of people that they had working on site at the beginning. And so when I took the job, I actually started the position from home in my kitchen, and I learned the entire role from the comfort of my own home, and functioned that way accordingly until they started to call people back into the office. And when sorry, go ahead.
Please finish your answer.
When they decided it was time to start bringing the workforce back onto OPG site, what they did was they had written up a policy, a COVID policy, that, in my opinion, was overreaching and discriminatory. And they tried to force everybody into compliance with that. The policy included vaccination as an expectation. If you were not comfortable with getting vaccinated, then you were expected to, the COVID policy stated that their expectation was that all employees were vaccinated, and that the employees would reveal their vaccination status in the OPG database, which is private medical information. And if you were not willing to disclose your vaccination status, or if you did disclose your vaccination status but you were not vaccinated, then OPG's policy was then that you would have to be undergoing testing. And yes, that was a policy.
Again, to be clear, you were working from home, but once 50% of the staff was being called back, this is when the masking and the testing and, of course, the vaccination requirements were in place. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Now, you refused to be vaccinated, and ultimately you were terminated. When were you terminated?
December 20, I believe 29th of 2021.
So end of 2021. And can you comment on what was happening with the policies at the end of 2021? Were they still as strict at the time of your termination as when they were instituted?
Well, okay, so there's a lot to cover there, right? Like, I was placed on 6 weeks unpaid leave prior to my dismissal. They were attempting to force me to comply with the policy, and they put it in writing essentially that if I would just comply with the testing requirement, then all of this could go away. In my position is that Ontario Power Generation does not have the authority to mandate that I undergo any medical procedure of any kind as a condition of my employment if it's not part of my original work contract, which I agreed to when I agreed to work with Ontario Power Generation. And so during the course of the time where I was placed on 6 weeks unpaid leave, they started to back off on some of the policies and procedures. I wasn't on site anymore. They had deleted my corporate account. I had no access to any inside information with respect to what their timelines were, only through some friends and some coworkers who were keeping in touch with me. And they started to step back on the requirements for disclosing vaccination status and wearing masks. And In the end, I was terminated and lost my career, and now it's like nothing ever happened. Now it's like the pandemic never happened. People don't have to declare their vaccination status, to my knowledge. I don't think they wear masks anymore.
So let's back up a little bit. It's clear that you didn't want to be vaccinated. You were terminated because of your non-compliance. But the way you were treated was different than perhaps others. My understanding is that the company or OPG found out that you were involved in freedom efforts. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say that, yes.
And do you feel that you were singled out because of their knowledge?
I do feel singled out. When I started the role, I had one particular section manager whose name began with an L. He took me into the office. At this time, they were starting to integrate the workforce back onto site. We were working on site 50% of the time and 50% from home. And he took me into his office with a union representative and asked me he stated that I had been spotted on television at a freedom rally and that I was not social distancing and that I was a potential super spreader, and essentially directed me to no longer attend these types of events. I told my section manager at that time that while I was on site working in the industry and on the job, I would maintain the utmost professionalism as a nuclear professional. But when I was outside of work, I would conduct myself as I see fit. And I felt that the freedom movement was very important for our children because, I didn't want to place my children in a situation where an employer is allowed to dictate to them that they must undergo any type of medical procedure. So I was very involved in the freedom movement. I was spotted on the news. And then from that meeting, I was directed to work from home 100% of the time until further notice.
But despite your ability to work from home, your employer was still unwilling to make any COVID accommodations for you?
That is correct. Yeah, they refused to accommodate in any way. And even when there was a bit of a wave with the way that the corporation had treated the supposed pandemic, there was a time where they brought the workforce back, and then when Omicron came out, they started sending people home again. And at that time, there was one gentleman from the union, Joe, who had sent an email to the upper echelons of management stating that since OPG saw it fit to send remote workers back home to work remotely again, why don't we let Jason come back and continue performing the role that he had been providing previously? No response.
Let's discuss your termination letter. It's an unusual termination letter. I'm a criminal lawyer, but it still strikes me as unusual. Of course, you were terminated, and OPG, as you indicated, wasn't willing to have you back. But the letter also states that you're now ineligible to perform work either directly with OPG or indirectly through any contractor that carries out work for OPG. Tell us about the impact on your career given this paragraph.
It's hard to quantify the impact on my career. I've been in the workforce since I was 16 and worked very hard to get where I was, constantly seeking self-improvement and development. And I had finally landed the job that I truly felt I was built for. I was helping in a meaningful way. The projects that I was helping to navigate through the scheduling system that's in place in that nuclear station, people have to understand that every one of these projects was in response essentially to the disaster that happened in Fukushima. And they were all highly vetted, multi-million-dollar projects, extremely important for public safety, plant safety, equipment safety, and I felt like I was doing something that I was built for. And then the only thing, I was an award-winning employee, and then the only thing I refused to do was concede my medical autonomy over to the company. And so when I got fired and they put that letter out, they essentially stated in black and white, and they put it in writing that their intention is to sabotage my entire career in the nuclear industry. by stating that no longer would I be allowed to enter any OPG site or property, but they also said I would not be, as you read, eligible for employment by any vendor or subcontractor that provides work for Ontario Power Generation. And I wonder what gives them the authority to tell Black and McDonald or Can Adam or BWXT or Cameco or any of these other wonderful companies that I cannot be hired by them when I have almost 16 years of CANDU nuclear experience, and I've been single point of contact during outages as in the OCC. Sorry, I'm getting emotional.
That's okay. You'll have to get some legal advice on it. But another point in the termination letter is that you've also been given a notice, a trespass notice, and you can't even attend the building, can you?
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry. Do you know anyone else who was terminated in the same way from OPG?
To my knowledge, I'm the only person who was terminated by Ontario Power Generation under the circumstances of refusing to recognize the authority of their COVID policy.
Let's touch on the financial impacts on your family.
The thing that made the people concede and give up, like in the beginning, there was a fight. In the beginning, there was a lot of people. There were hundreds of people that belonged to a group, and we would discuss and share ideas and share our own legal research with each other. And in the end, the company has a pretty big carrot to dangle. The position that I held, just like almost any other position with Ontario Power Generation, was very well paying. It included, one of the best benefits packages that you could get in Canada. The pension was top notch. You know, it's basically a dream job, especially for somebody such as myself who came from blue collar construction trades and was just seeking a way to develop myself. And so because the people around who worked for that corporation saw what happened to me when I dug in my heels and I said that OPG does not have the authority to mandate a medical procedure as a condition of employment, a lot of people conceded, and some quickly and some not so quickly, but in the end, they've got that. You know, they'll take away your lifestyle. And so you asked me about the financial implications. I went from making a certain amount of money that my family had grown accustomed to and lived accordingly with. And I'm not going to cry the blues about that, but I will say that now here I am 2 weeks away from turning 50 years old. I am back on the tools as an electrician. I am making less than 1/3 of the money that I used to make. I have no vacation. Every penny that we spend is hard fought for, strictly counted, and impactful on our family's finances, and no pension and no benefits.
I understand that your children wanted to follow in your footsteps. How are they thinking of their future now with respect to employment?
Yeah. My kids were always inspired by the career that I had developed and the lifestyle that my wife and I were able to provide. And so they trusted me to direct them and help them navigate and make life choices that would set them up for success. So their intention was to essentially follow in my footsteps as intelligent young women. They were both considering entering the nuclear industry as nuclear instrumentation and control technicians. My oldest daughter actually started the first year of college for that course. And during that time, COVID was in full swing, and my children were not interested in learning the trade from the kitchen table. It's not something you can learn from a kitchen table. You know, they've been sending kids home and they're trying to teach them this stuff off of a computer. And it's sort of like learning how to be an automotive mechanic, you know, over the computer at your kitchen. So she had placed her college on hold until the restrictions had let up. And then shortly after that time, my children and my wife got to witness how OPG treats employees that failed to concede their medical autonomy over to the company.
And one final question. I understand that you've had some contact with former colleagues, and what did they report back to you about how your role or position has been filled?
When I was in that role as a work control team leader, I absolutely loved that job. I felt like I had meaning. The job had meaning, and it was a lot, and I took on more than I should have. In addition to the responsibilities that I was doing, I also was asked to speak at senior work management meetings to present the status of the projects that were on the plan. This is a nuclear station. I mean, these things are planned out 52 weeks in advance. Every penny is accounted for. Every document has to be signed on time. Every single one of these milestones, it was my job to make sure that they were all being met. And when they weren't being met, we had to make sure that they were going to be met and that there were reforms to go along with that. It was a lot to keep track of. It was very high pressure. It was very, very stressful for some people, but I was built for it, and I loved it. And since I've left, I've heard that they've not recovered, but I can't say that that's a fact. I've heard that things are certainly worse off than they were when I was doing all of the things that were expected from me, plus the extra things I was doing that were asked of me.
Thank you. I'll see if the commissioners have any questions. No questions from the commissioners. Thank you so much on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Commissioners, before we start with the next witness, I've been advised that the question that you asked me prior to this witness, because we had this power outage, was not being recorded properly. And so I've been requested, just so that we have a record of your question and answer, and that the people that are viewing online understand that a question and answer was asked. I'd ask if you could re-ask the question, and I will attempt to answer it in a similar fashion.
The commissioners and I have had a number of concerns, and we just wanted to recap what that was, and that is that the NCI, the National Citizens Inquiry, have scheduled to hold 9 hearings across Canada, which are located from coast to coast. And in each one of those hearings, as it has been this week in Toronto, there's 3 days of testimony. We've completed the initial hearing in Truro, Nova Scotia a few weeks ago, and now we're in Toronto on the 3rd day of the hearings. And we've heard extraordinary Canadians telling us their incredible stories. And we've heard from a wide variety of Canadians from across the spectrum, from doctors, lawyers, working people, working fathers, mothers, grandmothers, nurses. But the one group that we have not heard anything.
Sorry. That was, I was turning that off, by the way.
As I said, you know, there's one group that we have not yet heard from, and that is a group of people who actually planned, formulated, carried out these directives and mandates that have affected every single aspect of Canadian society. And my question is, Mr. Buckley, what efforts have the National Citizens Inquiry taken in order to bring these people here and testify in front of Canadians?
And commissioners, I'll do my best to answer that question. My understanding is, first of all, the National Citizens Inquiry has done its utmost to try and become visible to Canadians and to the government and to basically all of the political parties by holding press conferences and the like. We modeled the rules of this commission. We hired a lawyer, an independent lawyer, to draft the rules, which were modeled on the rules of other commissions that are statutory-based commissions, so where the government basically creates a commission, and those commissions have the power to force witnesses to attend, and there can be criminal and civil sanctions if witnesses don't attend. So by law, they have to. We are not a government inquiry. We are a citizens initiative, and we lack the ability to compel witnesses to attend. So we have amended our summons so that it's clear that there is no civil or criminal liability to the person who we send a summons to attend. My understanding is that for the maritime provinces, for the Truro hearings, that we sent summonses out to the public health officers and the ministers of health for the maritime provinces by way of registered mail. And I believe where we have email contacts, we try to do that, and that the same has occurred for Ontario. I cannot speak for the rest of Canada because this commission is marching across. I can say that there had been an internal discussion that there was a concern that if we sent a summons, let's say, to a health official to attend in Truro or Toronto, and we only have 3 days of hearings, that they might not attend and say that we did not give them enough notice, that they have busy schedules. So our summons is specifically drafted to inform every recipient that we are marching across the country until the end of May, and that they're free to attend virtually at any of our hearings, and also that we would make accommodation just to basically set up a virtual time for them to attend in front of you if that was necessary. So those efforts have been undertaken. My understanding is that there have been discussions with various volunteers within the NCI and different politicians, or political parties. My understanding is that a major federal political party has basically unofficially told their members not to have anything to do with us, which tells us that we are at the attention of elected officials. And although the mainstream media is not favorably covering at all things like our press conferences or these hearings, which I'll just editorially add is quite fantastic, because I don't know of any other time in any other country where citizens got together, banded together to have such a comprehensive inquiry, or an inquiry at all, anything like this. Even the fact that this is happening should be a major story, let alone the witnesses that are being called. But the mainstream media has run 2 hit pieces on 2 of the 3 individuals that are publicly identifiable as involved with the NCI, because they're directors of the nonprofit company that handles finances for the NCI. So, and from a social media perspective, we've been really hurt with Facebook censoring us, and YouTube, and throttled on TikTok and the like, but Twitter isn't censoring groups like this right now. I know after the Truro hearings on the Monday following, there was an internal meeting, and it was reported back to us by our social media team that in the 30 days prior, we had 1.18 million interactions on Twitter. My understanding is in the last, I think it is 14 days, we've had 1 million interactions on Twitter. We are doing absolutely everything we can to be, in the government's awareness, and we're doing that because we don't want this to be a biased inquiry. We want to hear both sides. We want them to attend, and I apologize that we've not been successful in getting any public officials to attend.
But just so that I'm clear, we're holding 27 days of hearings in Canada from coast to coast, and we've offered these officials that we've invited to attend an opportunity to attend on any one of those 27 days. Is that correct? In any one of the locations across Canada, virtually or in person?
Well, it's Yes, definitely. The summons is part of the rules. Anyone can go online. Our rules are public. So my memory is that we make it clear that we're marching across the country, that they can attend virtually at any of the hearings, but in addition, that we would be open to scheduling a time available to them where we don't have a scheduled hearing, where you would also be attending virtually. So the object is to make it as easy as possible for a public official to attend, because we recognize the importance to the commissioners.
The commissioners would like to request that the list of those folks who have been invited to attend be entered into the public record.
And what I can do, because although I am a volunteer at the NCI, I can't say they do this or do that, but I will make efforts to try and have a list of people whom summonses have been sent to, entered as part of the record, perhaps every 2 weeks, if that would be agreeable to the commissioners. And then my understanding also is for the public, first of all, everything that's entered as an exhibit, unless it is confidential. So for example, if a witness is going to submit an autopsy report for a child, they might not want public reading that, so it would be listed that we have it as an exhibit, but that would be for the commissioners only to see. But providing something isn't marked in camera, the public is free to access all of the exhibits we refer to. And so that would form part of the exhibits. And our intention in any event was to publish on the website the names of people to whom we have sent summonses.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley.
And just to carry on then, if I have permission to call the next witness. So the next witness is Scarlett Martin, and I will indicate that Scarlett is a person that has done some volunteering at the NCI, and I just bring that up because we don't want anyone indicating bias, and so we want that out in the open that she has done some volunteering. What she's going to testify about today, she has testified in the past, which is videoed and available online before the NCI even existed, so I'm not concerned about her not being truthful in any way, and she's testifying about her personal experience, and we're confident that the commissioners will find this to be helpful. Now, Scarlett, before we begin, can I ask you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, it's Scarlett Martin, ScarlettMartyn.
And Scarlett, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, you had, and I'm using the past tense, but up till the COVID adventure, you had worked for 24 years as a paramedic.
That's correct.
And for part of that time, you worked as an advanced care paramedic, which enables you to deal with more critical procedures than a regular paramedic.
Yes.
And in fact, advanced care paramedics are rare. I mean, a generous figure would be 10% of the paramedics.
Yes.
And so if there's a 911 call involving something like a cardiac arrest, something very serious, they will try and have somebody like you attend instead of a regular paramedic.
That's correct.
And you were also on a special roster for dealing with disasters in the Greater Toronto area. So, if a big building collapsed or something like that, you were on a list to be called in.
Yes, I was on a heavy urban search and rescue team.
And then when COVID hit, Orange asked if some advanced care paramedics would be willing to join their critical care paramedics to do high-level transfers, including COVID patient transfers.
Yes, as part of their surge capacity.
And you volunteered for that.
Yes.
And then there was a volunteer program where frontline responders were asked to participate in what was called CORE-SIP, where your blood is taken on regular intervals to basically test for exposure to COVID.
Yes, I entered that study.
And through that, you learned that you had natural immunity to COVID.
Correct.
So which meant that you had caught COVID and you had recovered from COVID and you had antibodies to COVID.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going to stop leading you in a second. So can you tell us, you eventually got suspended for 8 weeks, and then that was extended to 10 weeks, and then a termination came. And I want, if you can share with the commission the reasons for your termination and also the process of your termination.
Sure. The reason for my termination was willful misconduct and for jeopardizing workplace health and safety. Previous to that, I had wrote a letter expressing my concerns to my commander, the city manager, and the mayor, just expressing my reluctance to be vaccinated when I had concerns. Those concerns were met just with a very couple sentence reply, follow the policy. And I was suspended and then terminated. Just the termination was just done through the mail. My suspension was in person, and the process was quite humiliating. At 1 minute, you're a valued resource, volunteering and volunteering to step up into a role. And the next minute, you're being terminated. And the letter was quite vicious. I didn't understand how it was insubordination and misconduct to ask questions, and I just wanted an accommodation. I offered to do testing or whatever it was to satisfy the safety needs. And this was at a time that we understood that COVID, vaccinated or unvaccinated, could carry COVID, and I expressed my concerns. In that meeting, I was suspended. My ambulance keys that I had drove to the meeting with were taken. My ID, my Ministry of Health ID, it was taken, and I was drove back to the station by a supervisor to collect my belongings.
And I just want to make sure that I understand, because I expect that you would have shared with them that their own testing of you showed that you had natural immunity to COVID.
Well, it wasn't their testing. It was paramedics were offered a lot of enter medical studies or this or that. So it wasn't their own, but yes, I had expressed that it wasn't unsafe for me to work and it wasn't protective to me with natural immunity.
So notwithstanding that you had natural immunity, you were terminated for not taking a vaccine for which you already were immune.
Correct.
Now, I'm wondering if you can share with us what the culture was within the healthcare system at the beginning of the pandemic. So we would be talking about early 2020 and onwards.
At the very beginning of the pandemic, and I feel that I can really speak to this because paramedics don't just go to one hospital. We go to many. And then I was on a team that was going to hospitals kind of all over Southern Ontario. At the very beginning of the pandemic, when it was announced, the hospitals were empty. Nobody was going to the hospital. They were all too scared. That's how people had time to do TikTok videos and such because we weren't working. I was doing call after call of sudden death, which is normal for my profession, but the stories were heart-wrenching because they were people that had chest pain or stroke-like symptoms or something serious for days, but they were too afraid to go to the hospital for treatment because of the pandemic. So they were, I really feel if these patients had have went for treatment that they might be alive today. The public was so scared, they did not want to call an ambulance.
Right. What was the attitude within the healthcare system to, you know, at the beginning, so before the vaccine is out, about whether or not it was necessary to take the vaccine? Because we all heard it was coming.
Yeah, it was really socially acceptable at that time in my profession to say, oh, I don't think I'm going to take anything that's rushed to market. Because we see a lot of medication recalls that were once safe, then pulled, once safe, then pulled. So yeah, it was completely within our culture accepted to say, oh, I don't think I'll take it. I don't think I need it. I'm low risk. I'm not in an age bracket.
Now, once the vaccine was rolled out, did that culture within the healthcare system change?
Yes. it was like a switch. And it wasn't gradual, it was just like somebody flipped a switch, and all of a sudden, people were jockeying in line to get vaccinated. It wasn't acceptable anymore to say, well, I think I'll wait. I don't think this is a good idea. As healthcare workers, we could get it before everybody else, especially those working in the front lines, and people flooded to do so. It was hard to find people that were still reluctant to get vaccinated.
And did you observe any change within the healthcare system after the vaccines were rolled out towards patients?
The changes I saw were so profound that it's disturbing to talk to about, but I think people need to understand. I saw colleagues that I respected and are brilliant turn into bullies. I worked up in the ICU transferring patients, and I would hear the chatter about, get this one out of here. I heard they were at a rally, so look at them now. I guess it serves them right. Maybe they'll die. And I heard these things day in and day out. I heard them talk about, if I went into, we're in every area of the hospital, right? So there's, the acute setting and all the different settings. I would know who in those 10 beds wasn't vaccinated because they would be sitting talking about it. And the care they received, the part that just is most disturbing is it's not tangible. When you care about somebody, the way you interact with them, you put your hand on their shoulder, you move them gently. When you have hostility towards them, your chart still looks fine. You've still given them all the things you were supposed to do, but the way they were handled was different. It was rougher. You could feel the aggression, and it was completely acceptable for them to sit around and talk about the anti-vaxxers that should just all die. I don't want anti-vaxxers getting health care. Why would the anti-vaxxers come up to the ICU? If the anti-vaxxers don't want to take the vaccine, maybe we shouldn't give them morphine for their broken leg if they're that, it went on and on. I witnessed my own colleagues on 911 calls badgering elderly patients that weren't vaccinated. It had nothing to do with why we were there. We're called on people's worst moments in their life. So we have to be mindful of that, but I seen them standing there instead of treating what was needed to be treated, and not always life-threatening, they just needed something. They would say, well, what do you mean you're not vaccinated? It's been available. What would your reason be for not being vaccinated? And if we can picture a towering person in a uniform, in a position of authority, talking this way to an 86-year-old lady lying on her couch with her stomach hurting, badgering her, it was absolutely appalling.
You had given me an example when we were talking about a call that seemed to you to be a vaccine adverse reaction, where a lady had a shot and then she developed tachycardia and chest pain. Can you tell us about that call? Because I think it speaks to the change in culture.
Absolutely. I don't know if I remember that specific one, but there's many. So in the field, our job is to report what you tell us and then ask you more questions if we need to know them, take a medical history. So it's not our job to judge what we really think you're telling the truth on, or we just report it. When we would take these patients to the hospital, and I would talk to the triage nurse for intake, and I'd say, this patient had chest pain after the vaccination. They're quite worried that it's a reaction. They're tachycardic, which is high heart rate. And I'm meaning high as in 140 beats a minute, like not just a little elevated with chest pain. And the nurses would roll their eyes and huff and puff and go, oh, great, we got another one, great, yeah, add that to the list. And I can watch them because I stand behind where they're reporting. It never gets typed in. What we say never got typed in for those patients. I never saw a single one say following vaccination. It was just, and these patients were wrote off many times with anxiety. Sadly, as paramedics, because of the health protection laws, we don't have an ability to follow patients beyond the emerge. So if they get admitted up to a medicine floor, we can't call them up and go up and see them. So I don't know the long-term outcome of these patients.
Now, you were telling us earlier that when the pandemic started, that it was slower. Can you give us some more details about that?
Yeah, so I've worked in a busy city, so we don't get a lot of downtime. It's rare to have a lunch break. We do a lot of end of shift overtime, so it's really, really rare for us to spend time in our stations socializing or, cooking. But at the pandemic, that was right at the beginning. It was just like everything got shut off. We were in the stations, we were watching movies, we were hardly doing any calls. And sadly, when we did get called out, it was usually a person that really should have called much earlier. I remember feeling embarrassed when you'd get a knock on the ambulance door and it would be a restaurant owner delivering food to the healthcare heroes. And at 7 o'clock at night in Toronto, people would come out and bang pots and pans. And we're not heroes, right? We signed up to do a job, and pandemics are always part of healthcare. We're all trained in it, right? We have PPE.
Right, and you're describing to us in any event at the beginning, it was slower than usual.
So much slower.
Right.
Like I was watching movies at work, series of movies.
And had that ever happened before?
It had happened once before with SARS. That was the only other time, and that only lasted, the call volume drop didn't last long.
Now, I want to switch to a different topic, because my understanding is at the beginning of the pandemic, when we're all for the first time seeing all these numbers on TV of how many cases we have, that actually these cases at the beginning were not being based on things like PCR tests, in large part because they just weren't available yet. The system was having to gear up and get testing kits to the hospital. So can you share with us basically how would they classify somebody as a COVID case at the beginning?
Yeah, at the very beginning, there wasn't the ability to do a swab, send it, have it back. There was no rapid tests readily available. So we would do a screening on a patient. It was just a sheet with 10 or 15 check boxes. And those would be the inclusion criteria for suspected COVID. So just suspected. And these things would be like abdominal pain, recent travel, and they changed almost every day. So you would have a checkbox: have they traveled recently? Do they have vomiting, diarrhea, fever? Do they feel more tired than usual? Do they have pink eye? Many. And the list kept getting longer. So it's hard to find a patient that isn't more tired than usual, doesn't have any of this long list, so they would fail. So that the fail would put them in a suspected COVID positive category. One patient I had been in an assault, and he had been whacked over the head with, I think, a bottle. Well, he had a headache, naturally. So we brought him in for assessment for a headache, and the nurse was filling it out. And once they screen positive, they have to try to find isolation. And I said, well, we don't need isolation for this. This guy's headache started from the hit on the head. Well, I know, but we can't override it. There's no professional opinion, so they couldn't override. So you had massive amounts of patients being categorized as probable COVID patients.
And those patients then would also end up in COVID wards, which would be reported as full.
And some of them were just in and out emerge patients. And we lack the ability to really follow where they went.
So just so I understand, so let's say somebody's at the bar and they get in a fight and they get hit in the head. and they go to the hospital and say their head hurts, the screening nurse or person would have no discretion. That person would be listed as a suspected COVID case.
Yeah, because it's not on a pen and paper anymore. It's an input into a computer. And I argued with her, not rudely, but I said, this is silly. Like, this is, how could we possibly, like, he didn't have a headache before. The headache started now. He's well. He has no other symptoms. No, I know, but it won't let me check. It won't, and there's no field to add in professional opinion. So they just got all filtered. I mean, it was really hard to find a patient that called an ambulance that would pass a screening.
So are you saying that early on in the pandemic then, before they had rapid testing, that almost every single patient brought in by ambulance likely would be screened as a potential positive?
Oh yeah, it was a joke that maybe you could stub your toe and pass. If you only called for a stub toe, you could maybe pass the screening.
Now you had a troubling experience where an inmate was admitted because of a headache. Can you share with us that story?
Yeah, all of these new procedures caused massive delays in patient care, and sometimes these delays cost people their life. Every hospital had a slightly different procedure for screening, and I remember transferring a young gentleman, and he had an arterial brain bleed. So time is never as valuable as it is when you're bleeding inside your brain from an artery, and we were rushing him to one of the neurosurge centers. His condition started to deteriorate before we arrived, so the eMERGE had sedated him and intubated him for transport. This was a gentleman that walked into the hospital with a severe headache. He passed the screening at the hospital, which that would have been before a headache was added. So these screenings changed constantly, right? They would add in. So he passed the hospital screening, and at the receiving hospital where he was to get treatment, he didn't pass the screening anymore because he couldn't answer questions.
So I'm just going to stop you so people aren't confused. So he goes to hospital number 1 with a headache. He's admitted at hospital number 1. They determine that he's bleeding in his brain. And that's a life and death emergency surgery situation.
Yes.
But that hospital doesn't do that emergency surgery, so it's arranged for you guys to transport him quickly to hospital number 2.
Yes.
But because time is so sensitive, hospital number 1 sedates him and intubates him so that the second hospital doesn't have to waste time doing that. It's an emergency.
Yeah, it is that. It's more, it's hard for us to do in the field. We can, but he was deteriorating, so it was for airway protection if he deteriorates. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So now he's sedated by hospital number 1 and can't answer questions, and he arrives at hospital number 2. And tell me now again, or tell us again what happened at hospital number 2.
So we have his screening from hospital number 1 in the charts. We have the, all the information we need. And they stop us because, well, he fails the screening, and they're not really sure what to do now because they had him as a pass screening and now he fails. And you know how things work. Nobody knows. Calls are made. Calls go up the chain, down the chain. We need another room. We need this. We need that. And the clock is running. And we're desperately trying to advocate for this patient to just go in. Let's just get the show on the road. And that delay continued on for a half an hour, if not 40 minutes.
And in your experience, what is the likely prognosis following a delay at screening for up to 40 minutes when somebody's brain is bleeding?
It's a very poor prognosis. It's not likely survivable with any quality of life.
And do you think it's possible that that could have then also been classed as a COVID death?
We did witness in the field strange things with classifications of COVID death, so it absolutely would not surprise me.
Can you share with us some types of things that you saw being classed as COVID deaths?
Yes, I'll try to keep it. We were doing shift change one morning, so the night crew goes off, the day crew comes on. We take a report from the night crew. They had just come from a jumper, and we said, well, we'll help you clean things up. And it was just around the corner. It was from an 8-story building, and they had told us about the call. There really wasn't anything left to transport. Later that day, my partner and I received a call from public health that the patient early that morning from that address had been swabbed for COVID and tested positive. And I said, well, we looked back and I said, oh, that was the night crew that had the jumper. And I said, I don't understand how what would you swab? Like did you bring a spatula? This doesn't make any sense. That patient wasn't in a condition to swab, but they assured me that that was a COVID positive case. You certainly don't have to have medical training to understand the cause of death from jumping out an 8-story building.
Now, switching the gears again, is after your experience of being terminated, you helped form a group called the United Healthcare Workers of Ontario?
Yes.
And my understanding is that group has over 3,000 healthcare workers as members?
Yes, just in Ontario.
Right, so some from well, I guess it is the United Healthcare. Share with us why you guys sent that and what happened in response to that?
We had concerns on the front lines with many, many things. One of our biggest concerns were around informed consent. And we believed that the public wasn't getting informed consent. They weren't getting informed consent about the risk of the COVID virus. We think that there was misrepresented data. We believe that there was a lot of fear, which led to people rushing out to get vaccinated and not understanding the new platform, the mRNA platform. We don't believe that anybody sat down and talked about the risk benefits. And every medical procedure given is always 100% of the time based on risk benefit. And this was just a very one-size-all approach. We approached them in our letter and we had several questions, specific questions that we wanted answered. And we even petitioned them in a letter. We had some of the top scientists across Canada help us form a vaccine safety risk statement. So just like with any new pharmaceutical, a risk statement might cause this, might cause that. We don't know about mutagenicity because there's nothing like that currently on the COVID vaccination. And we felt that that was important, not just for healthcare, but for all Canadians to understand.
And is it fair to say that you thought that such a letter and a safety risk statement written by professionals and backed by 3,000 healthcare providers would warrant a response from the Federal Minister of Health and Ms. Tam?
Absolutely. And we also got signatories of other public interest groups so that we could present it. This isn't a small group of Canadians that want these answers. This isn't just healthcare. This is Canadians.
And did you get a response?
No.
And Commissioners, I'll advise you that that letter will be entered as an exhibit and available to you for your consideration. And Ms. Martin, I'll just ask the Commissioners now if they have any questions for you. No questions. Scarlett, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to thank you sincerely for testifying today.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Can we get your full name, please?
Dan Hartman, DANHARTMAN.
And you swear that the evidence you will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I can't hear you very well.
Do you swear that the evidence you'll be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
My son Sean played hockey his whole life. It was his love. It was his passion. It was his favorite thing in the world. And to continue to play hockey in 2021, he had to be vaccinated. Sean's biggest fear in the world was needles. He was terrified of them. It was his biggest fear. But he wanted to play the game he loved, so he took the vaccine. 4 days after that, he went to the hospital, to emergency. He had brown circles around his eyes. He was vomiting. He had a rash and an extremely sore shoulder opposite to his injection shoulder. The doctor failed to do any blood work. He didn't do a D-dimer. He didn't do a troponin test. He gave him Advil and sent him home. On September 26, 2021, Sean went to play hockey that night, and everything seemed okay. He came home and went to bed. And on the morning of September 27th, Sean was found dead on the floor beside his bed.
How old was he?
He was 17.
Tell us a little bit about your son.
The most beautiful boy I ever met, not just because he was my son. He was very polite. He was very respectable. He never backtalked me once. I never heard him swear once. He never had a drop of alcohol in his life, never had a cigarette. He loved watching movies. He loved music. He used to love wrestling so much when he was a little kid. He was just such a great kid, almost like an angel. That's how special he was.
Did he have some idea as to what he wanted to do?
Well, he wanted to make the NHL, hopefully someday, but he also knew that's a long shot. So he actually considered being an NHL referee, just so he could be around the game.
So what happened after he passed away?
I had to wait 3 long months for autopsy results. They did a complete autopsy with genetic testing and toxicology, and the cause of death is unascertained. They can't tell me why he died. They have no explanation why he died.
And what did you do next?
What's that, sorry?
What did you do next after that in that regard?
What did I do next?
Yeah, insofar as that conclusion was concerned.
I started a Twitter page to get support because I was completely lost and didn't know where to turn. And I've met some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life who support me and help me get through this. And it's really hard, though. Every day is so hard. The hardest part for me is sleeping. I wake up every hour. I cry multiple times a day. I'm a truck driver, and so I'm alone with my thoughts all day, and I think about Sean so much. I can't listen to songs on the radio anymore. There's a whole list of songs I can't hear. And I'm taking antidepressants, and I'm in grief counseling now with other parents who have lost their children. I will never do Christmas ever again. Christmas means nothing to me now. I will never see Sean get married. I will never meet what would have been his beautiful wife. I won't have any grandkids ever. I can't live with the cause of death being unascertained because, in my opinion, the vaccine killed my son. There's no other logical explanation. He was a perfectly healthy boy with no underlying conditions. And now I have to live without the most important person of my life. And every day is pure hell. Every hour. The only time I'm not in pain is when I go to sleep.
Tell us a little bit about the community of other parents that you have joined up with.
I speak with 5 other sets of parents around the world who all lost their child after this vaccine, and all have cause of death unascertained, the same as me. And some people think we're lying and they don't believe us and they think it can't be the vaccine. Well, Dr. Ryan Cole from America has agreed to help me. He has Sean's tissue samples, and he's one of only a handful of pathologists in this world who can prove vaccine death. And he's going to prove it for me. And I can't wait to tell all the people who doubted me that I was right. My gut feeling about Sean is right. I know it is.
And how did you get introduced to Dr. Cole?
Through my Twitter page, that's what led me to him. And I was watching so many videos of him explaining. It's very strange that Canadian pathologists aren't doing tests to determine vaccine death. And to do that, you have to stain slides and you have to look for spike protein. And Dr. Cole has even told me he's offered to teach our pathologists how to do it. They just have to get in touch with him. It's a complex procedure, but he knows how to do it. And I am quite confident that he's going to tell me that Sean died from the vaccine.
And you're awaiting his results as we sit here today.
Sorry, what was that?
You're awaiting his results as we sit here today.
Yes. He said it won't be too long because he's already done some initial testing. I can't discuss what has been found yet, but when the time comes, I will.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Just to wrap up, is there anything else you want to tell us about your son and your situation?
He was the reason I woke up every morning. He was the reason I went to work. I've been a truck driver for 18 years, and I used to love my job. And now I hate going. I don't even care anymore. Sean was so special. It's so hard to describe. He wasn't like other kids. He was a shy boy, but such a good heart. He wouldn't have hurt anybody. And he was my only son. And he was my reason, my love. And now he's gone. I believe they took him from me. I believe my son was murdered.
We're very sorry for your loss.
Sorry.
We're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Can we get your full name, please?
Irvin Student.
How do you spell that?
IRVIN,
And do you swear that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Tell us a little bit about your work and educational background.
Thank you for having me, first of all, and it's difficult to go after such powerful testimony. I've been following that story very carefully. My sincere condolences to the family. I'm Irvin Student. I chair the Worldwide Commission to Educate All Kids Post-Pandemic, which was created in January of 2021 to address what I think is the major catastrophe of the pandemic period, amongst many catastrophes, and that's what happened to the young people, in particularly in respect of education, the collapse of education across Canada in general, in particular in Ontario. I also preside the Institute for 21st Century Questions, which is a major think tank in Canada, and edit a magazine called Global Brief.
And before you got involved with that, give us some examples of the type of work you were doing?
I'd call myself a policy expert across a variety of fields, domestic and international alike. I worked for many years at the Privy Council Office, the Prime Minister's Department in Ottawa. I was on secondment in the Prime Minister's Department in Canberra in Australia at the start of my career. I was a professor, multiple universities, U of T, York, Singapore, Eastern Europe. So I have a variety of hats.
And your educational background, just what was the highest level of education that you had?
I have a PhD in constitutional law at Osgoode Hall. Graduated in 2014. I have 2 degrees from the UK, one from Oxford, one from the London School of Economics. I was a Rhodes Scholar, and before that my undergraduate was at the Schulich School of Business at York University.
In terms of the subject matter that brings you here today, how did you get interested in that?
I began to see children out of school from the late summer or early fall of 2020. And it took me several months to understand what I was seeing. And then on inspection of a larger hypothesis, to really be able to appreciate the extent of the catastrophe at our feet, because I'm going to quote from some 19th century writers that had a felt appreciation of this catastrophe, but this was completely foreign to our Canadian understanding. That is, in a very advanced country, that degree of collapse for children and childhoods and education is completely foreign. So I began to see them at my feet. There were 3 or 4 instances where it was very personal in my own networks. Then I began to inspect it across the country, and then we brought about 60 countries together. And we discovered a phenomenon that I'll explain when I get into the guts of my testimony, called what we came to call third bucket kids. That is, kids who were neither in physical school, classical school, the one all of us appreciated growing up. They were not in virtual online school. They were in no school at all. I'm talking about zero school. I'm not talking about homeschooling, pod schooling, none of these fetishes. I'm talking about the Dickensian's condition of no school. And I might surprise people by saying that before the pandemic, 500 million children who were, after the school closed, out of school were normal children enjoying regular schooling. After the pandemic, after the school closed, there were at least 500 million children around the world, the size of the European Union, ejected from schooling, and a lot in our own country. And then I'll go into that as we proceed, I'm sure.
All right, so you've talked about the buckets. What is the first bucket?
Well, the reason I talk about buckets, colleagues, you might imagine 3 glasses like this. The first glass is physical school, the one that we all appreciated as common school, largely public school, but some private school, across the country until March of 2020. Physical school. Second bucket is virtual school, the one we imagined everyone pivoted to as soon as we shuttered the schools physically. The second bucket. And there's a third bucket, which we didn't see, didn't appreciate, and still don't feel. And that is, I repeat, zero school. And this can happen at any age. It can happen at age 7, and it certainly happens at older ages. And this is a phenomenon I'll explain, but these children are in no education or in deep undereducation, and they never return. They have not returned when the schools reopened or renormalized for reasons I'll explain. But the reason we talk about the buckets is because if I say no school to a Canadian mentality, to our Canadian mentality, it's lost. What do you mean no school? You must be a critic of the education system. You must be talking about homeschooling, or the child is taking a break. I repeat, colleagues, fellow Canadians, fellow Ontarians, fellow humans, no school. The kids were ejected from the first bucket to the third bucket, or from the second to the third bucket, through all sorts of very paradoxical phenomena that I'll explain. It took us a while to study this. So when we brought the 60 countries together, we realized that this is a phenomenon that is as common in India as it is in the United States and Canada and Britain. And so we had to divine this terminology to get it through our heads. Third bucket, no school. First bucket, school. Second bucket, virtual school. But the transition from the first bucket to the third bucket is very, very rapid. And third bucket is misery. Third bucket is misery. Because nobody's going to want, no matter what we tell ourselves online, no matter what the delusions we recount to ourselves, no one is going to speak to a child who has a grade 7, 8, 9, 10 education 5 years from now when he or she is an adult, undereducated or not educated at all, in a post-pandemic world that is much more fastidious, much more cruel. And we've done this to these children.
So tell us, how did the children land up in the third bucket?
Yeah, let me just quote quickly, I don't have the right glasses on, Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. Charles Dickens was, as you'll know, a famous 19th century writer who serialized books on the misery of children in Victorian England. And in Great Expectations, Pip, a miserable child, talks to Joe. He says, well, why didn't you ever go to school, Joe, when you were as little as me? Well, Pip, said Joe, taking up the poker and settling himself to his usual occupation when he was thoughtful of slowly raking the fire between the lower bars. I'll tell you, my father, Pip, he was given to drink. And when we were overtook with drink, he hammered away at my mother most merciful. It were almost the only hammering he did, indeed, excepting at himself, and he hammered at me with a vigor only to be equaled by the vigor with which he didn't hammer at his anvil. You're listening and understanding, Pip? Yes, Joe. Consequence, my mother and me ran away from my father several times. Then my mother, she'd go out to work and she'd say, Joe, she'd say, now please God, you shall have some schooling, child. And she'd put me to school. But my father were that good in his heart, and he couldn't bear to be without us. So he'd come at his tempestuous crowd and make us such a roar that the doors of the houses where we was, that there was there used to be obligated to have no more to do with us and give us to him. And then he took me to home and hammered us, which you see, Pip, said Joe, pausing in his meditative raking of the fire, and look at me, were a drawback on my learning. So what happens as soon as we shuttered the schools in March of 2020? Let me just tell you the extent to which we shuttered the schools. Ontario was the most catastrophic. March 17, 2020 to June 30th, 2020. January 7th, 2021 to February 10th, 2021. April 19th, 2021 to June 30th, 2021. And the first 2 weeks of 2022. And in between, hundreds of ad hoc bespoke school closures, mostly dictated by public health. These were general school closures that I recounted, dictated by the Premier and the Minister of Education. The longest in North America. As soon as we closed the schools, we said we're going online. But immediately you have a contingent of children and families who have no internet access, and no mobile access. They're between 1% and 6% of the population on Statistics Canada numbers. Very well. That's your baseline ouster to the third bucket. That may grow over time as resources become more scarce. But what happens within the home when we imagine a child to be remote learning? What if you're in an abusive home, like Joe recounts? You were a star mathematics pupil, and that was your saving grace. You went to school. Now you're at home in an abusive home, and very well, you may be heroic for 2 weeks, but on the periods I described that are catastrophically long, you're in the third bucket before long, and you're abused for 2 years in your home while everyone imagines that you're virtual learning. Very well. You don't speak English or French. You're from a new immigrant home, 2 years online, you're in the third bucket. You have a physical or intellectual learning disability, you're in the third bucket. Your family has no resources. You run out of money during the pandemic, or someone's got sick. You're off to work at 13, 14 years old. You're in the third bucket. The most catastrophic category, colleagues, friends, fellow Canadians, Ontarians, is that of teenagers, middle schoolers, and high schoolers who were in the second bucket for a while, that is online learning, but realized that school began to lose its meaning. There were no walls, there were no boyfriends, no girlfriends, no sports, no spirit, no standards, nothing for which to compete, nothing physical, everything was virtual. And I'm a teenager, the cost of exiting the second bucket and going to the catastrophic third bucket is a matter of clicking off the Zoom call, and I'm out. Nobody's aware that I'm out. Few people are taking attendance, and they're not taking attendance fastidiously. And nobody's looking for me. At the very moment when my juvenile narcissism requires you to look for me. Because you recall when you and I, when we were all in school, we knew of some kids who wanted to drop out. They'd announce it a month beforehand, I'm dropping out. And you get 5 people crowding that person saying, don't leave, don't leave. Then the teacher would come, the boyfriend, the girlfriend would come, the friends. You'd get a hug at the door, the family would be notified, and someone would come and bring you back. Most of the times. This never happened. The costs of leaving the second bucket to the third bucket were 0. And the time period in which you're in the third bucket, very, very long, especially in the teenage mind, when a month is infinitely long. Now, I wish to say clearly, and I'm going to be undiplomatic, but in my world, it's diplomatic, that if I can forgive the initial school closures because the entire world was improvising from March 30th, from March 2020 till about the spring, the northern spring, let's say even summer of 2020. We can forgive those policy mistakes, and they were policy mistakes. After that became policy crimes. Because we closed when I and colleagues already were articulating and then shouting from the skies and then making personal calls and emails and interventions and media interventions. Do not close the schools. This third bucket is catastrophically large. I put it to you that at the nadir of the closures, it was 200,000 kids across the country on a global student population of 5 million. Tens of thousands across Ontario because, again, in a very degenerate way, and I repeat, I'm being diplomatic, intellectually degenerate way, we closed the schools and we closed them and we closed them and we closed them. In April of 2021, I'll never forget, the Premier said that the schools will be closed indefinitely. And my stomach plummeted. Because indefinite to us is understandable, but for the teenager I describe that has a zero cost proposition to exit to the third bucket, indefinite means forever. There is no return proposition. Premier never said, hold your horses, everyone's coming back in a couple of weeks and we want to educate you. We said no education in Ontario.
There was no hope.
There was no hope, there was no message, and nobody was aware of the scale and the catastrophe, by the way, that awaited us and that now is befalling us. Because let me just put you to two signals, 2 key signals that any intelligent society would have understood to not go down that path of deep school closures. 1, The third bucket kids will live miserably. As a rule, there will be some exceptions. They will live miserably because they're undereducated or uneducated in a world that is far more cruel and that needs, in many cases, over-preparation. We've underprepared them, and then we feed them to the wolves in the society that is post-pandemic. That is our fault. That is a crime of policy. What have we done? And now, as a collective, what have we done to the country? What kind of society and country, an intelligent country, one in which I'm proud to be a citizen, which I adored my childhood, and one that I thought was the best place to inhabit as a child. I have a family of 3 children. What awaits is huge destabilization because these third bucket kids will become adults 5, 10 years from now. And how will we live? We'll have a huge contingent of people who are uneducated, undereducated, and will hit us upside the head and we'll say, oh my God, what have we done? And they will in turn ask, why did you do that? And I do not accept that these are bad kids or marginalized kids or they're from certain minorities, not at all. I repeat, the child in Mumbai in India who could have been a physics star when the schools closed could have gone and been married off. And that happened in huge numbers in India. But the same child here who was a soccer star or a bright light in English or mathematics that went home to an abusive home and then lost all, for whom school lost all meaning, and there are plenty such stories, is also a third bucket child. And they will look back and say, I was on my way and you collapsed my childhood. And then you collapsed your future. So I'm here to deliver the message to say, this is what happened. It happened in huge quanta. It happened in one of the most civilized countries in the world. We owe a debt to these young people to find them and bring them back to school. And I repeat, find them and bring them back to school and educate them properly. And the second is to never again, for the rest of the century, repeat that degenerate mistake of public policy. Never. Those are the key to-dos, imperatives that I wish to impart on this distinguished inquiry, and I thank you for putting it together.
And thank you for coming. Let me ask you, in terms of collection of the data for this third bucket, explain to us how you go about that.
Well, there are 2 ways, and the data are completely unofficial because they're not collected, and if they were collected, it would redound to the huge embarrassment of government, naturally. What do you mean we failed to educate? Ontario had no education in particular. Come to Ontario, we promise not to educate your child. The number is based on, first of all, an indigenous, that is not Aboriginal indigenous, an indigenous calculation for Canada on the number of possibly ousted children as soon as schools go online. Add to that different coefficients on abusive homes, on disabilities, on houses without English or French. And then we quickly get across the global student population of Canada, where Ontario has 2 million of the 5 million total student body of the country, to a number of 200,000 in about January of 2021. It would have reduced as the schools began to open, but I maintain it's still in the tens of thousands because our American colleagues had it in the millions. And on a 10-to-1 ratio, we then could triangulate. The UK had very similar numbers to us in terms of basic ouster, but their school closures were not as long. So they're slightly smaller than us. And in other countries without internet access, as soon as you went into the second bucket, had huge numbers. I'm talking South Asia, parts of Africa, parts of Latin America. But I wish to say, colleagues, I have first world colleagues on this commission who look at us in Canada as if we're Martian. What do you mean you have failed to educate your children during the pandemic? I say, how many kids have you got in the third bucket? They say 0. How about you guys? Well, we have tens of thousands. How did this happen? Well, first of all, we closed the schools for catastrophically long periods. Secondly, the norm of compulsory schooling and attendance collapsed. As soon as we went online, all those norms went out the window. And by the way, they're out the window in many cases still, because within the second bucket, and I wish to address that quickly as well, within the virtual schooling and world, the attendance norms were very, very variable. And the final thing is that intelligent decision makers understood that as soon as they closed the schools, there would be leakage from the school system. And you got to plug that leakage quickly. And we didn't understand that. We were tweeting. And the school closers, particularly the medical officers who were closing schools like it was going out of style, became online sensations. They were apparently saving our children, and they were saving us. And when we go back in time, when we go back and look on it, I wish for us to look at school closers as a shameful category of decision maker. You're a school closer. You send children to misery. The schools should remain open always, unless there's a foreign army at the gates. It's that central, and we now understand it's that central, not just to the well-being of the child, but to the functioning and survival of the society. There are other countries that continue to educate their children or even over-educate their children during the pandemic. Their children will meet our children in life 10 years from now. And who will do better? And who will deserve to do better? The second bucket. Huge undereducation for everyone else who stayed in the schooling system, who didn't collapse to the third bucket. Collapse of ambition, collapse of spirit, collapse of social interaction, socialization. You could be a child of wealth or of poverty in Ontario and Canada and go to any school, and by and large, the final product is predictable. Undereducation, then you open the schools, and the undereducation continues because we open the schools with low energy. My final to-do is that within the schooling system that we've reopened, outside of the third bucket, for everyone who's remained, energy. We must over-educate the kids for all the learning that was lost on our watch. Because again, we're preparing them for something, or we're not, or we're failing to prepare them. We're in a low energy state right now. The schools are low energy. The standards are low. We need to overcompensate. So that's the third to do, and that's a leadership question at the principal level, at the board level, at the level of the minister and deputy minister. Go. That's how a smart society behaves in reaction to the regress of the last 2 or 3 years.
You said that you and some of your colleagues were sounding the alarm. Tell us a little bit about that, and what does it say that wasn't front and center in media and public discussion during that time period?
Can I be blunt? It means that the Canada that loved its children in my childhood is not such under pressure. Canada does not love its children under pressure. A captain of a ship, well, my wife gave me this example during the pandemic, when to my horror I started appreciating the scale of this catastrophe. You said, a captain, a leader, in the context of a catastrophe, puts his passengers and the young people to safety. He doesn't allow them to wallow in misery or allow them to feel his or her tension. We did the opposite. We immersed the children in misery, in our own fears and our anxieties. We didn't save them. And in failing to save them, we haven't secured our future. So the message is, if we really want to be a country that loves its children, as I do, I love young people, I work with young people, not just my own children. We have to take the lessons of this period to heart for the rest of the century, if we make it that long. And we have to do right by those we've harmed in the last 2 or 3 years. So I don't accept that this is a lost generation at all. That's Twitter speak. If we're a serious country, we say we made a mistake. The answer to a mistake in my world is remedy. Immediate remedy. Find these kids. They're easily findable. They're on the attendance rosters across the schools and all the boards across the country. Find them, get them back to school, educate them, get them caught up, and some of them will be Nobel Prize winners. Failing which, we only have ourselves to blame. Many of them will end miserably, and their misery will redound to the collective misery. So, in terms of the leadership class, unfortunately, the pandemic proved that we have, by and large, an accidental leadership class. Canada operates at all levels, across all parties, in all jurisdictions, with a transactional leadership class that presides over a system that's been built over a century and a half. A beautiful system. And when it collapsed, we didn't have the talent and the energy to resuscitate it. That leadership class is still in place. Nothing has happened. No one's resigned. No one's got to jail. There's no mea culpa. I've heard not a single speech by any leader across Canada say, here are the major lessons of the pandemic, including in education. There is some revolutionary work happening in Alberta, but that's a separate point. Yes.
Have you heard any acknowledgement from any public official that acknowledges the consequences that you talk about?
There's been no public articulation of this tragedy, because renormalization was a matter of simply opening the schools. We just opened the schools, so everything's back to normal. Imagine that every child with his or her lunch bag is back to school. They were just watching Netflix, I guess, for 2 years. But remember, our childhood is a limited period. So what you and I appreciate as 2 years of difficulty, for the child is an irreversible passage of time. You're either educated in that period or you're not. And if your education collapses and life passes you by, you can't get caught up. That's the other thing we don't realize. So a child, I'll put a very concrete example to you. We get a call from British Columbia on the commission in the earliest days. A grandmother says, I have 2 brilliant children. They're stuck in the basement playing video games because the parents are in a COVID panic. They don't want them to leave. Everyone's going to die. And for 2 years, they were in the basement, not being educated. And let's say, I don't know the age of the children. Let's say the child was 13 years old. And the world opens up, and he or she is 15 or 16 years old, but with a 13-year-old education. And now scale that across the thousands, tens of thousands. How does the system react to that? It's not reacting at all. We just said the schools are open with low energy. Everybody wear a mask, be safe, be vaccinated, zombie about. Not, let's go, we got a national mission to catch up. Not that. We're in defensive posture. So the child either never gets caught up, doesn't go back to school, or the misery, the general misery continues. And those stories are legion. Those stories are legion.
You obviously have a very high profile. You've been in government, highly educated. What was the reaction from policymakers when you were bringing this to their attention when all this was going on?
I'm not going to impart educational lessons from my own story. I will impart sports stories, because I was a good student, but I was a very good athlete too, notwithstanding my present composition. I was a good soccer player. And I always said, in elite sport, there are nice people, and then there are people you want to have on your team when the going gets tough. I think everyone understands that analogy. Right? There are nice people when the going is generally good. Not on a rainy day. And Canada's full of them. And in leadership class, we're full of them. But too many were pretenders when the proverbial thing hit the fan. And I got to understand that personally because I was speaking to many of them. I said, where's the reaction? The only responsible reaction from anyone overseeing any decision-making part of the education system or the children's welfare system or the childhoods of our young people, the only responsible reaction would have been, oh my God, reverse this mistake, don't repeat it. Ours were the exact opposite. I got stories from top decision makers saying, Irvin, I can't do this. I'm too busy with my own family. I gotta help my kids. These are top decision makers. Irvin, we have to close the schools. Full stop. There are other things at play. They're more important. Symbolic, medical issues, Twitter fame is a big one. And the third category was complete intellectual incomprehension. We just could not go there. We couldn't imagine what happens to our own children when we close the schools. We still cannot go there. We cannot accept that this has happened or we've done this. It's foreign. That's why I say of the 60 countries or so on the commission I chair, countries like India, Argentina, Jamaica, they get it. They live more at the coalface of life and death, even their children. But more advanced countries, UK, Canada in particular, we can't go there. What I described in Dickens in the discussion between Pip and Joe is foreign. But we've consigned many of our kids to the Dickensian condition. We've done it. These are acts of omission or commission. Repeated at length.
I have to say the failure of leadership that you're describing is extremely discouraging.
I think that's diplomatic. I think we'll look back and say there were policy crimes that were committed, and that's a category that this is not on the criminal law. These are policy crimes because first they were problems of understanding, then problems of competence, and in the end, conspicuous acts that redounded to the harm of our children. And in all catastrophes, usually in wars, over the centuries, you go back and say, well, what are the major lessons learned? So the conventions, the Geneva Conventions, would have been born in the late 19th, 20th century, responding to things like chemical weapons and civil population rights. Those are lessons learned over the catastrophe of war. Well, what's the lesson of the pandemic? The number one lesson, never close the bloody schools, ever. Never. I'm against closing them now on a snow day. Do not close them. People die as soon as you don't believe it. They die. We must stop looking at our children as little munchkins, cute munchkins with lunch boxes that we're babying and worshiping in their cutest years. We owe them a duty of preparation. Beyond that worship of their beauty, we owe them a duty of preparation for tomorrow. I had that. I profited from that in Canada. I'm educated in the public schools of Canada proudly. And I look back and say, how could this have happened? We destroyed something in an instant that was a huge achievement. A huge achievement. We regularized beautiful childhoods across Canada over many decades, with many exceptions, granted, but that was the regular system. And now we've regularized misery.
I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. I know that many of the school boards in Ontario have said, or at least suggested, that the reason that they've abdicated their responsibility to the students is because they were dictated to by the health orders that came down from their particularly local health officers, and then by default, the Minister and Ministry of Education, and then further Doug Ford. What would you say to that?
Yes and no. I think I have a trilogy of calls for resignation in a number of articles publicly. My first one was for the resignation of all of the Office of Medical Health across Ontario for the reason of the school closures. There were other reasons, but that's for other testimony. But who was resisting? There were many protests. There were many attempts at public interventions. And I'm not talking about social media, I'm talking about physical protests, calling en masse. I cannot think of a single school board that heroically went against this, what I call mania, this mania of closures. It was a mania in the end. It wasn't conscious wisdom or anything like conscientious wisdom. Name me one school board where there was a strong voice say, we keep our schools open. Everyone fell into line or colluded with the mania. A mania, by the way, which was completely foreign. It was a mania. This was a period of mania that was not foreign. It's not foreign to other societies. Ours was had a different look, but it was very much a mania. So all of them fell into line with that energy. So the school boards are, just as guilty of failure of leadership or duty vis-a-vis the children as are the medical officers of health, for sure. The only reason I would say that the school boards have a conspicuous responsibility is that they know something about the education system, whereas all of the medical officers of health, I've spoken with many of them, I've lambasted many of them, I spoke with many of them on the phone, I corresponded, were people of average intellect who were completely accidental, who knew nothing about the education systems they were closing at all, and wanted to know nothing about the consequences, because it was complete abstraction. This was a matter of a button. We close the schools. Tens of thousands of applause, and I'm closing my schools here, and I'm closing my schools in Peel, and I'm closing my schools in York. Who's next? And I'm just looking at the horror because I'm counting, first of all, the number of third buckets that result from that, the general education, right, and the ease with which we put kids in a position of conspicuous misery.
Thank you. My second question is about the move by school boards to go to the standardized tests that are post-COVID and use that as their standard for going forward in education. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I have no view on the standardized testing. I don't think it will get us anywhere one way or the other. My brief is for high energy. You imagine that Canada was here before the pandemic across the systems, in education, in business, in the social sector, national unity, internationally, and then we collapsed to here, okay? And when we reopened, we stayed here. We're here. We imagine intellectually we're here, but the reality is we're here. The only way we can get back up here is energy, energy, energy. That's the gap. And you feel it around. People are driving more slowly, thinking more slowly. The news is more somber. The politicians are less energetic. And of course, with the kids are less sharp. They're more depressed. They're less knowledgeable by far than we were in our generation, by far. I deal with them all the time, some of the bright ones. The only way to get back is not through one standardized test. It's energy, energy, energy. Educate them to the nines for the next several years. The only small brief I've added is that we should, where possible, add an additional year of schooling because they haven't had enough time to incubate before they go to post-secondary or the work world or vocational school. So the grade 13 would have been an obvious thing. It's something they did in Jamaica. We could easily do that, but we don't think that way. We just open it up and it's status quo, but it's status quo at a low energy. So we're graduating low energy people to a world that requires that much more. The gap is a gap of misery. So energy, energy, energy. That's my only brief.
Have you sent any of this information to or contacted them with your concerns, either the Education Minister Lecce or the school boards independently in this province?
Yes.
And have you received a response from anyone?
In deeds, no. In deeds, no. In explicit terms, no. But implicitly, there's an appreciation. It's just the gap between the appreciation and the action is huge because it's a mammoth task. We would have to go out and find these kids, and then we'd have to educate everyone energetically. That's much more difficult than throwing 200 million, well, I don't know, 20 million to $100 million and saying that's our catch-up budget. It was very modest. I don't remember, a few $100 per family for tutoring, right? So that is the failure again in adult responsibility. Let me just also refine a point. In January of 2022 was one of the darkest professional periods of my life, where I was at a protest against school closures. The schools were closed once again, January 2022. They were closed again, and we were at Queen's Park, and 5 people showed up. And I swear at that point, the Premier could have said, Ontario doesn't do education, we're just canceling that. And no one would have blinked. There was no resistance because we were in a manic mode. It's a completely foreign intellectual condition, psychological condition. I don't believe that the right to education is enough. We have a duty. There's an adult duty. And why do I say that? I believe in rights first and foremost, but the rights are of the child. The child has a right to education. But if you take it away, is it for the child to litigate his or her rights? Who takes away the right to educate? The adult. Well, what's the role of the adult? The adult has a duty. So the duty to educate is first and foremost, it's primary. And it falls on the adults. The right is for the child. Those two things live side by side, but the duty is primary because we're adults. We failed our adult duty. So we failed. Very well. The adult responsibility, the adult reaction, a non-pretender reaction is, oh my God, mistake, let's fix it. And that's the only way I think we can acceptably move on as a society that's not lying to itself. I'm for that path.
And my final question is about individual assessments for students. When students are declared special needs, they're given an IEP. And I'm just wondering, going back into the system now, do you see an increasing number of children, students at whatever age group it is, that will be labeled as special needs as a consequence of the 2 years of education they've lost?
I don't have that data.
It's good data to look up.
I don't have that data. What I want to say is this. I presume on the logic that there are all sorts of conditions that would have obtained and occurred over the course of those 2 or 3 years of second bucket, third bucket, and under education or no education. Huge. And I imagine mental health is an important part of the inquiry. But as I said, with duty being prior to rights, education is prior to mental health. Do not give a child who has no education or under education mental health services or therapy. Give him or her an education. The mental health will come with an education. But a child who has no education is not looking for mental health services. Let us stop fetishizing that. He or she is looking for an education. The mental health part comes with an advanced society's services. But we're not here to poo-poo our children and say, are you feeling okay as you come back to school? Educate, educate, educate. They're resilient with an education, but they're not resilient without an education. So let's get that logic right as well.
I agree. Thank you.
Are there any final thoughts that you want to leave us with?
I still love this country. I still love this province. And I'm very grateful for having been raised here. Canada gave me a beautiful childhood. And I really struggled in accepting, starting with my own children, for other children, that we could have devastated beautiful childhoods with such levity. And my last 2 or 3 years, with many other colleagues, have been spent fighting for what I think is the best look of Canada and a proper childhood in Canada. Not wealthy, not poor, just a proper childhood that prepares you. I want to reinstate that. Canada is a beautiful place in which to be a child, in which to have a childhood, in which to move if you're from out of Canada, to raise children. But that requires work. We cannot tell ourselves stories. So we have a huge burden, but I want to say that if we put that work in, and it is work, we can bring light again to the children of the country. Because right now the picture can be very dark. And it offends me. I mean, that's part of I'm not very sentimental, but it offended me that we could have brought such darkness to otherwise regular children so quickly. And again, to open up the darkness is work, work, work. Work on the back of honesty. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I would propose that we take a 10-minute break. So we'll stand down for 10 minutes.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, And it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally. And I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions. What do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not, but it's certainly on hold, and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said, I'm not a racist, I'm not a woman hater, and I'm not one of those people. But that's the narrative that was presented, and sadly, some of the people dearest to me believe that. And seemingly they still do. That's very painful and continues to be painful.
Just wait.
I have two kids. They're currently 20 and 22. And
thank you for...
They're doing okay. It was hard and confusing. Neither of them had a school graduation, which was really...
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry. Our next witness is going to be Dr. Trozzi, who's joining us virtually. And Dr. Trozzi, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I'd like to start by asking if you could state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Sure, my full name is Mark Raymond Trozzi, M-A-R-K and T-R-O-Z-Z-I.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Now, can you just briefly share for the commissioners your background? So I just explain your credentials and who you are.
Yes, certainly. So I'm Canadian born, and I've lived in Ontario my entire life. I graduated from the University of Western Ontario Medical School in 1990. I've been practicing predominantly emergency medicine since that time. I've also taught at several Ontario universities. I have a special interest in critical resuscitation, and I've taught various forms of critical resuscitation and trauma medicine. That was my career up until the era of COVID. I was, of course, a frontline emergency doctor when COVID was launched. And I continued working in the emergency department in multiple, including one which was designated as a specific COVID site. And I continued that till the end of 2020. I maintained my oaths and my ethics throughout the entire time. I have never participated in nor promoted the injections. I continued to be very open and honest with my colleagues and as well as my patients. By the end of 2020, it became very obvious that the penetration of our medical system was so profound that I would have to actually do what I did, which is I resigned all my working positions, forfeited my income, sold our family home, and committed myself to what I would describe as continuing to be a real doctor, like I know others have, and have just committed myself to making sure that Canadians had access to the truth and everything, doing everything I can to help right what is wrong and return basic ethics, human rights, and the rule of law to Canada and other places around the world, which that has been failing, in my opinion, since COVID began.
Well, thank you. Now, my understanding is that you're here today to help explain to us your thoughts on the mRNA vaccines, that you've spent some time analyzing the Pfizer data, and you have some thoughts on that. And I'm wondering if you can share with us your thoughts on the COVID-19 I'll call them vaccines, but my understanding is you wouldn't necessarily call them that.
No, I wouldn't. If I could share my screen, I've prepared a significant amount of material, and I want to go through it fairly quickly,
please
so
do.
that I can get everything in. And I'm going to start on some other issues before I lead up to putting the bulk of my time into the discussion of these injections. So if I may share my screen.
It should be set up now so that you can share screen.
There,
And
can everyone see
we
my
are
screen now?
seeing your screen now.
Okay, great. So again, thanks for having me. So I want to go a little bit into some of the foundational material, because in my opinion, and I think just for the safety, because we know that truth tellers are trolled and persecuted in the country. So everything I'm going to say is in my opinion. However, my opinion is very well founded. I'm studying this for 2 years. I've become a steering committee of a global organization. I've worked with scientists and doctors from all continents. And I've been the lead now of a health and science committee of the World Council for Health. So I have done my homework. So first of all, the question of pandemic, because that's how this all started. We were told there was a pandemic. So, what is a pandemic? I think that all of us in our lay knowledge, and this is a thing where I think we're all learning to use common sense again. I think we all know that a pandemic is supposed to mean a disease that spreads far and wide and kills a lot of people. Everyone catching a cold does not qualify, for instance, as a pandemic. Now, we need to look a little bit at the organization, the World Health Organization, which is really the conduit of control that has been used by really the perpetrators of the COVID crimes to impose this global agenda throughout the world, which, no surprise, we see the same agenda in almost every country. Now, back in 2009, the WHO declared a swine flu H1N1 pandemic. One of the results of this was that there was massive pre-orders of new vaccines for swine flu across many countries, with governments accepting liability for the damages, of course, because there was a pandemic. However, when the pandemic officially ended in August of 2020 or 2010, it had caused only 18,500 deaths globally. Now, if you look at the definition, this is the definition of pandemic, and the WHO also recognized the real meaning of words up until 2010. And as you can see, a pandemic, for something to be a pandemic, it requires that it has heavy mortality with orders of magnitude more death than a bad seasonal influenza. A bad seasonal influenza involves about 250,000 deaths. So orders of magnitude, meaning generally orders of 10, would be 2.5 million. However, when they declared the end of that swine flu, quote, end quote, pandemic, there was only 18,500 deaths. So by no means did it qualify as a pandemic. At that time, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe launched an investigation into the undue influence of Big Pharma and the WHO for falsifying a pandemic to create a lucrative vaccine market for their partners in Big Pharma. The WHO's response to this was to change its definition. They did not change my definition. I recommend people don't accept people just changing the definition of words like pandemic or vaccine, but they changed the definition and just eliminated the part where it required that it was highly fatal and took many lives. And this basically paved the way for a new lucrative power grab enterprise like the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we saw modeling that millions of people were set to die, and we had Neil Ferguson was the main author they used for these models. Neil Ferguson was used previously to do a similar sort of thing, which was to create models that weren't true. One moment, just switching slides. And then that brings us to the issue of PCR in cases. Of course, millions of people were swabbed and told they had COVID, even though they felt fine. Now, I'm going to be very brief on this, but the PCR test or PCR procedure involves taking a sample, which may have, like many things would, including some scraps off the floor, would have a bit of genetic material in it. And that genetic material is multiplied in orders of 2. So when you run one cycle of a PCR, If you had one fragment, you would end up with 2. And if you run a second cycle, you would end up with 4. And then you would go to 8 and 16 and 32 and 64, 128, etc. Anyone who knows what that curve looks like, every time you do another cycle, you double the sample. And so it becomes actually quite ridiculous at some point. Now, the PCR was never meant as a test. The inventor of the test himself stood up quite strongly back in 2020 in this regard. But even if it were to be used as an augmenting device for diagnosing or suspecting a particular condition, be that, for instance, a coronavirus infection, 25 cycles is about the limit. Countries like Canada were using 40 to 45 cycles. And what that means is, for instance, one of the African leaders, he took one of the swabs and swabbed a papaya, a goat, and a quail, all of which came back as having COVID. So when we were told that there were tons of cases, and when many people were sent home to destroy their businesses, while Amazon and likes did very well, this was a deception in my very strong opinion. And that led to the concept of asymptomatic spreaders, that people were walking around, and though they felt completely fine, they could actually spread this deadly disease and kill you. And we were all convinced of that. But when you look at death statistics, Canada was like really the rest of the world. If you looked at total death, what you saw that in 2020, the same amount of people were dying approximately that had always been dying. There's no spike there in total deaths. And yet we were told many people were dying of COVID. And I would call that the death diagnosis deception program. And what that meant was, let's say someone died of a heart attack or advanced cancer, or maybe even crashed a motorcycle in some cases, and their nose was swabbed in the course of events. And 45 cycles later, oh my goodness, they had COVID. And there again, you had someone who died with COVID. So it wasn't that we cured every other disease and that people only died of COVID. What happened was people dying from all sorts of causes were categorized as dying from COVID, and that kept the agenda going. Before we get to the injections, I want to touch on a few more things. The mask simply made no sense. First of all, the virus was much smaller than the pores in the mask, and it would be like using chicken wire to catch sand. Secondly, having a moist, essentially cloth matter over your face as a facial barrier for long periods and rebreathing your own air and moisture, rebreathing your own microbes, is clearly something that should be suspected as not being good for us. We know, for instance, Chris Schaefer, one of the really good Canadians who stood up early, a max expert, did tests, and it was very easy to see that people were ending up with lower oxygen levels and higher carbon dioxide levels, meaning that gas exchange in the body was compromised. Dental disease was on the rise. In fact, the American Dental Association recognized that and made a statement of that when they first started seeing people again, when people were allowed to go back to them. Of course, this is what all of us in the emergency department had, was these chronic facial rashes from wearing these facial barriers on a daily basis for long periods. And we must keep in mind that the severe disruption of human social interaction, which I would say was an intentional thing, because our facial expressions are a big part of how we communicate. For instance, looking at these people is a lot different when you can see their facial expression. And this was especially terrible for children. And that brings us to what I would more appropriately like to call antisocial distancing and lockdowns. Lockdowns is not a medical term. Lockdowns is a PRISM term. And antisocial distancing and lockdowns were very destructive socially. They were destructive economically, and they were terrible immunologically, both for individuals and in terms of herd immunity. And this was clearly demonstrated when you look at a study in Wuhan that looked at more than 10 million people 3 months after they ended their brief lockdown. And what they found essentially that there was almost zero COVID disease. In the 10 million or so people, there were 300 people that tested as positive for COVID on a nucleic acid screening program. And there was zero indication that any of their contacts had been contracted the disease from them. In particular, children were at zero risk. Now, I'd love to go into this in some detail, but I'll show the heading of an article that's on my site that people can go to. But there are many physiologic reasons that children had zero significant risk of serious disease or death. And in reality, they needed to encounter this infection for their own health, for the development of their own immune system. And not only for COVID, but for many things. And this is one of the reasons why we saw last year a 700% increase in RSV hospitalizations of children in the countries that were heavily injected. So when you look at the dynamics of herd immunity, which is how is it that a cold goes around and then it's gone away and not everyone caught it, the key really is you want healthy people to carry on with their life. That includes children. Of course, they will contract the infection. They may show no symptoms or have a very mild disease. They develop immunity. And when enough of the healthy people are immune, the people who were at risk, who you did protect, who you did I wouldn't lock them up as we did to our grandparents, but that you do protect, they're then safe. So really the way for children to protect Granny wasn't to stop hugging her. Their way to protect Granny was to go out, play, continue their life, have a healthy immune system, help our society develop herd immunity, and then get on with things like you could see they clearly were able to do in Wuhan 3 months after the lockdown ended. And this is why my good friend, Dr. Paul Alexander, and myself published this back in 2021, why children should be free and never COVID injected. And I'd recommend people interested in this subject to have a look at that. And you can find that on my website, drtrozy.org. I want to skip through a few other quick things before we get to the injections themselves. So suppression, one of the reasons is we were all being herded towards these injections. And have a safe and effective treatment for a disease, it's really no longer a great emergency. And one of my friends, someone I had the honor of getting to know, Dr. Zev Zelenko, was one of the first people in North America to be treating it. His use of hydroxychloroquine and zinc along with the azithromycin was by no means random. He was a smart man. He did his research, he did his homework, and you can find details on my website of why hydroxychloroquine and zinc work together to suppress the replicase enzyme that a coronavirus relies on in order to infect our cells and make us sick. Of course, as it would turn out, and we would learn, in terms of the antiviral part of treating COVID, ivermectin was even better. It's very safe, it's cheap, and we had pre-existing laboratory evidence of its profound action against many messenger RNA category viruses, which includes coronaviruses. And the studies were very extensive, and so much studies have been done since this time. And in addition to that, many clinicians around the world in countries where the government did not impose this violation of patients' rights and doctors' rights to do their job, I've spoken with many of them, and the description of how well ivermectin works early in the treatment of coronavirus and how people can just start feeling better quickly. I've experienced it myself, rather than spiraling downward until eventually they're admitted to hospital and still denied proper treatment. There were so many cases around the world. One classic one was in Uttar Pradesh, one of the regions in India. And in Uttar Pradesh, when they liberated the use of ivermectin, the hospitals went from full to empty in about 2 days. As well, this was no secret, and we have many examples of government communications recognizing ivermectin as a great antiviral for coronavirus infections. This one in particular, this one in particular comes from Major Murphy of DARPA, and you can see that he is recognizing how effective, in this case, hydroxychloroquine, but it was the same with ivermectin. And people that want to look deep into that can look into the work of, for instance, Project Veritas, James O'Keefe, Dr. David Martin, and others. So ivermectin was really a great drug. It is a great drug. It's very safe. It's very effective. It doesn't have a patent. It's an old drug. And I think that's one of the reasons that it has been suppressed. And that's generally been the case. And we've seen over the last few years, suppression of good science and the promotion of fraudulent science, and particularly anything that promoted safe, effective, cheap treatment of COVID infection with multi-sequential drug therapies was suppressed. Case in point, a large group of us, I was honored to be one of the co-authors, working with Dr. Peter McCullough, published a detailed paper on early treatment of COVID in children. We did this not so much because we thought children needed it, because really they generally don't, but we were trying to provide a path for parents to know, hey, if your kid were to get really sick, we could help, or here's a medical treatment to help. And believe it or not, though Peter McCullough pre-COVID was the most published scientist in the history of his field, that paper was ultimately rejected with no explanation. And meanwhile, we had such ridiculous papers, as one paper was published in a major journal that said that the cause of heart attacks in people who had been injected with the so-called vaccines was because people that were against the vaccines made them afraid, and that made their arteries spasm. So we've just seen a plethora of garbage science in what used to be considered legitimate scientific foundations. And so in the context of all this, people were deceived and coerced, or in my opinion, forced, whether to keep their homes or whether thinking they were doing the right thing, into these injections, which were misrepresented as safe, effective vaccines. And as I will show you, all three of those words are a lie. They are not safe, they are not effective, and they're not vaccines, in my well-founded opinion. So regarding coronavirus infections, here's some important pre-knowledge that we had. There's a phenomenon called antibody-dependent enhancement. And when you look at prior study in attempts to make even actual coronavirus vaccines, not genetic injections being misrepresented, but even efforts to make vaccines against coronaviruses, because of the coronavirus's ability to modify its spike protein and evolve at a fairly rapid pace, you end up with a situation where you look at many different animals were studied. And you could get to the point, phase 3, where you could test the animal's blood and say, oh, excellent, they have produced antibodies to the virus. But when you went to phase 4 and you actually exposed them to the infection, what you found was a dramatically increased rate of death. In other words, the antibodies produced in response to vaccines against coronaviruses do not protect the person, they enhance the disease. And another very important thing that we knew is a basic golden rule. This is a picture of Geert Vandenbosch, PhD. As he pointed out at the beginning, what on earth are you doing? You never vaccinate your way out of the pandemic. And the reason this golden rule of vaccinology exists, and even in the case where we didn't, in my opinion, have a true pandemic, even just an active infection, when you vaccinate into an active circulating infection, what you do is drive the evolution of the virus. So you create many variants, and that is exactly what we have seen. So what is a real vaccine? So let's talk about that. So a vaccine involves taking the virus or pathogen that you're trying to vaccinate against. You generally weaken it or fragment it, and you inject a small amount, somewhere in the order of 100 or a few hundred particles of that into a person's muscle. And then that is carried to the local lymph nodes, where B cells of the immune system produce antibodies and prepare the body so in the future, were that to present again, they can produce the antibodies in a rapid fashion. Now, that's the science of it. How well it works is a bigger question. I think there's actually a lot of debate about pre-existing actual vaccines. But what are these injections? And as I said, these are not vaccines. Now, again, just like the WHO changed their definition of pandemic, the perpetrators of the COVID crimes against humanity think they have the authority to change the definitions of things. I think that's very dishonest, especially when you're in the middle of something. So these injections, you could look at them in a variety of ways. Genetic experiments. If you studied them enough and looked at the background enough, I think you would call them bioweapons. We know some of the ingredients because we could read the ingredients, for instance, on the authorization applications to the FDA, et cetera. But we've also come to learn that some of the ingredients, they didn't just tell us because they say it's a trade secret and they have a right to inject us with something that we don't even know all of what's in it, which I personally think that is criminal. So what these injections are essentially two different main forms of Trojan horses. And by say Trojan horse, I mean something that can get into human cells, but deliver a payload. And in this case, the payload is artificial coronavirus genetic material. So when you look at the two different forms, of course, Pfizer and Moderna, which most people have been injected with, what you see is something like this. These are tiny little pegylated nanoparticles. So PEG means polyethylene glycol. That's those little curly tails you see all around it. And then you see that outer kind of orange membrane with its inward tail. Those are lipid particles. And then within it is a payload of a patented messenger RNA, which has been modified in a variety of ways, which make it hyperpersistent and hypertoxic, creating a hypertoxic version of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein as it was in the original man-made virus that we know as SARS-CoV-2. Now, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, these guys took a slightly different approach. They also delivered a genetic payload into human cells, but they used a virus to deliver it. They used a modified monkey adenovirus, and in it they put a payload of DNA, which is very unusual because what happens in this case is the DNA hijacks the cellular machinery which our cells use to make our messenger RNA and makes messenger RNA, which then uses our cellular mechanisms to produce, instead of the parts of our cell that they should produce, instead to produce this hypertoxic version of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. And that's that thing you see in all the pictures of the SARS virus with the spikes sticking out. And that's a toxin, and it's also how the virus adheres to human cells to gain entry and begin an infective process. So when you look at this, you can understand why I laid down my income, my home, and I refused to take a role in the COVID crimes against humanity, and chose, as have many others, rather to fight against it. And you can see why this was the first thing I published in January 2021. This is not a vaccine.
Dr.
Now, I would learn.
Dr. Trosi, can I just interject for a second? So you were also going to later on speak about what you called basically a cover-up in Canada. And we've got a limited amount of time today, so I'm just alerting you to focus.
Sure, I
on
prepared for 40 minutes, and we're getting pretty quick. That's why I'm speeding through. How much time do I have left?
Well, we're a little flexible, but we're showing about 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
So far or left?
No, but we can go beyond that. But
okay, I'm pretty quick. I'm gonna. Thanks for making me aware. Okay, so just give me a moment to. Okay, so why do we know this wouldn't work? As I said, antibody-dependent enhancement. Attempts to vaccinate against coronaviruses results in antibodies that help the virus, not the person. And as I mentioned earlier, antibody-mediated selection. That's the process where doing something stupid like this results in the injection victims being a place where coronavirus variants evolve, and that's what we've seen. And those variants are particularly dangerous to the injection victims. There's more reasons we knew this would be harmful. And the first is that the spike protein is a poison. That's not a secret. That was well known. There's studies that go back. Just exposing a hamster to a little inhaled bit of spike protein will give them lung disease. I mentioned ACE2 receptors. That's where the virus adheres. And when the spike protein is produced through cells throughout the body, and by the way, when I say throughout the body, I mean very much throughout the body. We were deceived and told they thought it would just stay in the arm and the local lymph nodes. That's a complete lie. And the reason is that is my opinion, is that pegylated nanoparticles by design are meant to penetrate all tissue. They've been used experimentally in the past for treatments for brain cancer and things like that to deliver chemotherapeutic drugs. So they used a delivery system that penetrates everything. By everything, I mean the blood-brain barrier, I mean the placental barrier, I mean the ovarian and testicular barrier, I mean into the unborn child and even into the unborn child's brain. And after the spike protein has poisoned the tissue, whether by being produced there or whether traveling there in the bloodstream and adhering to many tissues that have a lot of ACE2 receptors, like the hearts of young people, etc., then the immune system attacks it. So now a person's immune system spends a lot of its energy attacking their own tissue. And that's what we see when we look at autopsies from around the world. where they're done. And by the way, in Canada, no one is doing proper autopsies, which involve immunofluorescent staining for spike protein, which reveals the harm. Now, there's so much we could go into. I've made long documentaries on this, but just quickly, there are other pathophysiologic pathways. Here's a few of them. Prion diseases, that's how these spike proteins can result in misfolding of proteins and lead to degenerative diseases similar to mad cow disease and Jacob-Creutzfeldt. So a long, low neurologic deterioration. We also knew there were specific reproductive proteins that resembled the spike, so that the antibody that was generated against the spike could be generated against reproductive tissue. And this is probably one of the reasons we see such a dramatic fall in fertility 9 months after the injections are rolled out in so many abortions, although there are other reasons. Reverse transcriptase is a very serious concern. The body has capacity, and we now know from studies on human cells that this happens, that some of this messenger RNA can actually be transcribed backwards into DNA and incorporated in the human genome, which makes us concerned about how hard it's going to be to get this out of some people, particularly who this is a predominant factor. And then we have vaccine-induced AIDS, vaccine-induced acquired immune deficiency syndrome. This is not HIV AIDS, that's caused by the HIV virus. This is caused by these injections. So very quickly, I want to explain this. So in response to the massive production of spike protein by the cells of the victim throughout their entire body, the immune system produces massive quantities of adaptive antibodies against it, as it existed in the original virus. These antibodies fail to prevent COVID and rather enhance infection. They place evolutionary stress on the virus so that the variants evolve that are literally dangerous for the people. And they cause this quasi-autoimmune attack that I described. But this mass production of bad antibodies and the quasi-autoimmune disease diverts so much energy of the immune system from being available to do other things that it's supposed to do. And that weakens the immune system for fighting all kinds of infections and cancer. In particular, certain T cells called CD4 cells, their levels plummet post-injection. And these are essential to preventing and fighting cancer. And that's why we see the massive rise in cancer. That's why we see people who may have been 10 years in remission suddenly come back with cancer. And it's severe and very hard to fight. And people are often dead quite quickly. We've got a new term in this era called turbo cancers, and I've spoken with surgeons from around the world who've described some very bizarre tumors that they'd never seen before, including breast tumors in young women and all sorts of things. So these misrepresented injections increase the risk of COVID disease, they enhance COVID infection, they drive the evolution of endless variants, they disrupt immune function leading to cancers and all sorts of other infections. They poison tissues with spike protein, and they trigger a quasi-autoimmune disease process, which causes a plethora of different death and disease presentations, from heart attacks to blood clots, myocarditis in young people, abortions, infertility, organ failures, and much more. And unfortunately, even an emergency doctor looking at the science back in 2020, this was really predictable. And that is why in June 2021, I published this detailed analysis of the dangers we're facing. At that point, the injections in the US data had already caused or had already been associated with more death than the previous 13 years of all vaccines for all diseases, all combined and all years combined.
So Dr. Trosi, if I can get you to move on to the cover-up issue, because we're particularly interested in that.
Sure. Okay, and we're really at that point. Pfizer's three-month clinical trial results were available at the end of February 2021, and they showed high death rate. They showed massive abortions in pregnant women. Canadian COVID Care Alliance did a great job analyzing this. So all officials in this country, especially people running medical regulators, health boards, they had a responsibility to know that. And you would think, like 1976, that they would have, when 12 people died of heart attacks in the US, and that 76 swine flu vaccine was immediately halted. The US data shows 45,000 deaths so far, and we know it's much higher than that. And yet, we're still being told safe and effective vaccines. And there's that VAERS data showing just a massive spike, like more death from these vaccines, multiples more death than with all vaccines for all diseases for 30 years. And you see the same in other countries. Canada is no exception. Here's Germany. As soon as they roll out the injection, deaths double 2 to 3 times and retain like that. So what about Canada and its organized cover-up? So there's elements to this organized government. One of them is defining people as, quote, unvaccinated until 2 weeks after their second shot. So think about that. We know that COVID infection spikes in the first week after injection. We know that one of the high times for bad vaccine adverse events is very shortly following the injections, although people continue to get sick and die well past a year based on German autopsies. So when someone goes into a hospital in Canada and they were said, oh, what's your vaccine status? If they said, yeah, I had my second shot 10 days ago, they were marked off as unvaccinated, and that skewed the statistics. Something else was shocking was, yes, in Canada, in theory, we have an adverse event reporting system for vaccines, but it's been completely suppressed. And on that note, I bring you to the example of really one of the finest physicians in our country, Dr. Patrick Phillips, who just stayed on the job and did everything right, including when people came in a few days after one of these injections, he attempted to file an adverse event report. What happened? His reports were rejected universally. Patients were sometimes called by the public health officer and told, no, you didn't have an adverse event. That doctor was wrong. And the College of Physician Surgeons, who are deeply embedded in this crime, they launched an investigation for every single time that Dr. Phillips reported an adverse event. So you can imagine the result of that and other things is that ethical doctors have been excluded from healthcare in Canada.
Can I just...
And the doctors who are... Yes?
Dr. Josie, can I just slow you down, because you're really hitting some important things. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands. So your first point is, so somebody could get their first shot, and how much time typically between the first and second shot would?
Several months.
Okay, so somebody could get their first shot, and you're telling us that there's a window after a shot where they could get COVID, but that's that's going to be counted as unvaccinated until a full 14 days after their second shot.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and then we actually had Dr. Phillips attend at the Truro hearings and share with what you're saying. It's just interesting that he's a maritime doctor and you are familiar with him as an Ontario doctor. Did that story kind of resonate widely among medical circles?
Yes, and one of the things that people need to understand about Dr. Phillips is Dr. Phillips was very scientifically astute as well as ethically astute. And so doctors around the country who were on the ball were following his work and were learning from him. So, him being the main sort of whipping boy for the colleges, or the College of Physician Surgeons of Ontario, is a very perverse thing. He's actually an excellent doctor, and a lot of us admire him, and he's admired around the world too.
But it served as an example to other doctors that they would be punished if they submitted adverse reaction reports.
Yes.
Now, isn't it
and
the
so
case?
No one reports it who's still in the system. Anyone who has too much ethical backbone to go along with that is no longer in the system. They've been suspended, license revoked, investigated. And there's lots of us. There's got to be 1,000 plus across the country. It's not a normal situation.
But isn't it the law that doctors are supposed to submit adverse reaction reports concerning vaccines?
Yes. This is the crimes involved in what's going on are extensive, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Ontario and else places are guilty of multiple crimes, and not the least is of violating even their own rules.
Okay, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll let you continue. It's just those were such valuable points you were making. I just wanted to emphasize them.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. So there you have a little bit about why nobody reports adverse events, and Canada can generate some, statistics that there haven't been much deaths associated with these injections. Now, Alberta, really became famous for this one. This, province, of course, keeps statistics of death. People die. That's part of life. And in 2021, the #1 cause of death in Alberta, according to the ministry, which I can't blame on anyone particularly in the current administration of the government, but was ill-defined and unknown cause. Now, if you look in the books Alberta, that popped up as a new, strange, minor cause of death in 2019. So suddenly the #1 cause of death in Alberta is, we don't know, and that's when the injections are rolled out. This got attention of comedians around the world as well. And I came to realize that we were living in the age of the sudden invented syndrome, where anything but the shots is the cause of death.
And can I just ask,
Yeah.
did you
Yes,
say
please.
that what is, became the leading cause of death in Alberta, Alberta didn't even have that classification until 2019?
Yeah, 2019, it showed up as the cause of death of a few hundred. And then by 2021, new leading cause of death is mystery disease.
So the leading cause of death in 2021, it was a new category basically invented in 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Still defined and unknown. Oh, it's a pleasure. Thanks for
That's
asking.
quite interesting.
Yeah. So I'm getting really near the end of everything. So, but in addition to covering up the death and harms from the COVID injections, which at this point, I mean, it's very hard for us to calculate how many exactly. But estimates are definitely, I think we're into millions dead around the world. 20 million is a pretty reasonable estimate. I don't have time to go into how that calculation and estimate was made. And more than 2 billion adverse events on the planet so far. Those are good guesses, calculations. But what else is interesting is covering up the fact that, as I said, you're more likely to get sick with COVID if you've had these injections. And this is data from February to May of 2022. And if you look on the left, there's your case rate for people who've had none of the injections, 2.5 times higher case rate for people who've had 2 injections, and more than 3 times the case rate for people who've been boosted as well. Now, again, what would the natural response to that to be? Should have been emergency call for the halt of these injections. Instead, Canada stopped reporting vaccination status along with the statistics. So when they saw this going on, they said, no more reporting vaccination status. We'll just report the cases. Now that is extremely perverse, because what that could mean is that these cases could be used to deceive more people into going and getting the injections and not realizing that you're way more likely to get sick with COVID if you've had the injections. So if I could take another minute and a half, I'd just like to make a few somewhat closing statements.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So mistakes were not made. This was all by design. And I refer you that question that, as you should. I refer you to a few things. First of all, revelations that come from thousands of pages of Pfizer's submission to the FDA for emergency use authorization. And though they were approved in 108 days, Pfizer stood against a FOIA request and did not want to release those in total for 75 years. Now, luckily, that didn't happen. And there's an excellent organization called Daily Clout, spelled Daily and then CLOUT.io. And there's thousands of volunteers analyzing this mountain of documents, which are very deceptive, but do reveal a lot of what I'm saying. Also, people should look at the work of the global intellectual property expert and researcher, Dr. David Martin, and he's exposed nearly, for instance, 100 patents on SARS-CoV-2 products that were produced over more than a decade prior to the launch of the COVID agenda, as well as revelations by James O'Keefe, Project Veritas, Karen Kingstones, and others regarding communication and contracts within the DoD, the NIH, Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, EcoHealth, World Economic Forum, the notorious WHO director Tedros. And interesting, you'll find that two Canadian names that come up an awful lot are Justin Trudeau and Christy Freeland. So for that, again, I refer you to those other sources. Last thing I want to mention is an imminent crisis we face right now. The World Health Organization functions as a conduit for WF, Bill Gates, pharma. And the details of how that works, people are welcome to come to my site and spend some time on it. But the WHO functions to manipulate and harm us on their behalf. And I cannot emphasize enough the need to defund, exit, investigate, and prosecute the WHO. They currently have 2 fast developing programs which will super enhance their economic and political power. These are the International Health Regulations Amendment and the Pandemic Preparedness Treaty. So if anyone thinks the last 3 years have been awful, that's what they did with the sort of preparation I showed, like redefining pandemic. But if they pass these amendments, then they put themselves in a position to do far worse to us. So that's everything I have to present today. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'm completely open to questions.
Great. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions, and they do have questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trozzi, for your excellent presentation. There's a lot of information there, but I would like to ask you, in your best estimate, you've done a lot of research, in your best estimate, how many doctors and scientists in Canada would be in agreement with what you're proposing to ban these vaccines moving forward?
Well, when I think of my colleagues in medicine in Canada, I can divide them into a few groups. So I think a lot of doctors were brainwashed, and people have to remember, you know, even smart sheep are sheep. There are quite a few of us who did our own study, and you're probably familiar and have probably heard from quite a few of them, and who made it an active role to stand against this and to make the sacrifices against them. You have doctors that quietly tried to work under the radar and eventually left their work. You have thousands who left their hospitals when they were eventually mandated to take the injections. So I am certain that there are thousands of doctors that would agree with me. Unfortunately, a lot of doctors in our country need to realize what's at stake. And they need to realize that protecting your career, I valued my career too. I valued my income. I valued my home. I had a good life. But when you look at where this goes, when you look at the agenda and recognize what it's part of, you know, Agenda 2030, et cetera, everyone will lose everything in terms of freedom, human rights, and property. So I think a lot of doctors who, you know, their patients, I've heard this story so often, people go to the doctor and say, hey, what do you think about the injections? And the kind of honest ones say, oh, I can't talk about it. I can't tell you, which is of course a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, which is to use your own judgment. So the violations of the Hippocratic Oath have been massive. Knowing what doctors really think is a little bit tricky because doctors have been given the carrot and the stick. If you went along with this, you made a lot of money. There were great billing codes. These injections paid phenomenally. And if you stood against it, you basically kissed your income and your old style career goodbye. So that's the best I can give you to share insights in that. But I mean, for instance, the Canada COVID Care Alliance has over 600 doctor members. So, I mean, there's thousands of us for sure.
And worldwide, would you say that the number of doctors and scientists that would support a ban for the vaccine, it's much larger proportionally than what we find in Canada? In other words, do we have movement outside Canada that seems to be more active in that space?
Oh yes, there's like, for instance, there's petitions. One I'm involved in, 17,000 PhDs and MDs signed that. A group of us are being invited to speak to the European Parliament. This wave is cresting big time, but unfortunately, the perpetrators are very well embedded in government. Governments, for me, have pretty much lost their legitimacy for continuing with this because the science is very clear. You know, there's a reason, you know, Paul Alexander and others, including myself, have invited on multiple occasions, have invited these ministers of health to sit down and have a public debate with us. They will not show up. There is no debate. There's just an agenda that they're pushing. And I really think there needs to be arrests made on this.
Thank you.
There's some more questions, Dr. Trozzi, and then when the commissioners are done, I've got a question for you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trozzi, for giving us your testimony today. I just have a few clarification questions on some of the information you presented. I believe just one of the last few slides you showed us was some data from Canada Health, from the Canada Health website in February of 2022, showing, I think, number of cases broken out by vax status, with 3 classifications, one being unvaccinated, I think the second one being 2 shots and the third one being 3 shots. And I'm just wondering whether those numbers, were those absolute numbers of cases by vax status, or were those by 1,000 people?
So those were case rates. Those were case rates. So it it was the rate of infection per number in the group. So it really did reflect the relationship between your risk and the injections.
So it's not just the case that the lower number for unvaccinated is because there are a lower number of unvaccinated people. It's averaged out by 1,000.
No, it was per 1,000. It was a rate.
Thank you. And then the other question I had to do with, I've heard this before from others and yourself about this definition of unvaccinated people as being people who are 2 weeks post their second injection. And I'm just wondering where that came from.
That came from, for me, the source was checking with multiple nurses involved in triaging patients. So that became standard triaging procedure, as I understand it, when people came into hospital. So people go into hospital, they see a triage nurse, she takes some notes and fills some things. One of the things she fills out is vaccinated versus unvaccinated. And people who were less than 2 weeks from their second injection were, quote, unvaccinated. And so at least in some of the databases counted as such.
So sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough in the way I asked the question, and I'm sure that's entirely on me. Where would this definition have come from? Like, who has come up with this notion that that is what is unvaccinated, that it's 2 weeks past the second shot?
Well, that program was carried out in most Western injected nations. So I don't have the exact answer. I think that ultimately you would find that probably came from the WHO, but I can't confirm that at this point. But that practice has been reported in many countries from other scientists and doctors I've been working with.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
There's further questions.
I have a question. Just wondering for the parents who are outside watching this or online, just wondering if you have any suggestions or counter recommendations that you could give to them for preventing or countering the the potential respiratory repercussions from masking. Maybe that didn't make sense, but my brain's not working yet. But anyway, do you have any recommendations that would possibly help parents?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you're asking specifically with regard to the mask. So I think that, as you can see, my thoughts are that there's no significant advantage to having a piece of cloth burying your face all the time. It makes no sense. So I wouldn't mask my children. I consider it child abuse. In terms of keeping kids healthy, well, first of all, I would avoid letting them be injected with any of this stuff whatsoever. It should be pulled from the market. And then in general, keeping a healthy immune system. A healthy immune system is built, and it's funny, if we had a legitimate healthcare institution at the beginning of this, this is the sort of advice we would have got, which is to stay physically active, to get lots of fresh air, to get exposure to sunshine or take vitamin D, to eat a healthy diet, which involves lots of produce, organic produce, fruits, vegetables. And then in the case of children, and I'd really love people to look at that, I presented that why children should be free and never COVID injected. And also I've written articles and videos on the immune system and talked about what's called original antigenic sin. So children need to be exposed to microbes. Microbes are evolving and humans are evolving, and we evolve together. And when a child interacts with their environment, sticking dirt in their mouth and kissing the other kids and all the stuff they do, that actually allows their immune system to initialize itself at the point in history where it exists and to become compatible with the existing microbes. And then following that, the immune system, as we grow, can do a pretty good job of keeping up. As the microbes evolve, we evolve. So removing kids from the environment, removing kids from each other, doing this sort of state-mandated germophobic behavior is very dangerous. And I think most of us are aware of the old stories where the kid whose mom bleached all the counters and wouldn't let him touch anything and washed his hands 400 times a day. That was the kid with all kinds of allergies and all kinds of sicknesses, where the kids that rolled around in the dirt are healthy. And that's just the way the immune system works. I mean, we live in a world swarming with microbes. and we're meant to, and we need to do that in a natural way.
Thank you.
Dr. Trossi, I had one final question for you. Is my understanding is that the vaccination uptake now in Canada is dropped significantly, and so we wouldn't anticipate seeing adverse reactions that follow quickly from vaccination. So going forward, what do you think the prognosis is for Canada and Canadians that have been vaccinated? Or would you anticipate that they would be getting better or worse, or is it just unknown at this time because of the nature of the vaccines?
Well, it's a good question. So there's a few caveats to that. We've looked at variations in adverse event rates with different lots and different injections. And, this is a clinical trial that we're excluded from a lot of the knowledge. So some people, we believe, got a shot of saline. Some people didn't get injected with the stuff. We've also learned that one of the things that causes certain lots to have much higher adverse events and death is the quality of manufacturing. If those little pegylated those little polyethylene glycol chains around the sphere, if they're very equal in size, that stabilizes the nanoparticle. It makes the nanoparticle more effective at delivering its payload. And therefore, if the higher quality injection you get, the worse off you are. As well, these injections were delicate and had to be handled properly. I mean, stirring, temperature, all these things. And if you got lucky, yours wasn't handled well. And instead of getting a full functioning, as I think appropriately called bioweapon injection, you might have got just some sludge that had fallen apart. So those are some of the perks that can happen. When you get beyond that, when you look at, for instance, Dr. Arne Burkhardt, Dr. Ryan Cole, and others in the few pathologists in the world doing the right thing. Unfortunately, for instance, in Dr. Burkhardt's case, more than a year ago, he had 15 families come to him and say, listen, we had a family member who died. They were healthy before. We think the injection killed them. But we had an autopsy done by the government, the public health autopsy, and it said there was no relationship. Now, those autopsies did not include immunofluorescence staining for spike protein. So, if you don't look for something, you won't see it. Dr. Burkhardt took those 15 cases as an initial case. His team analyzed their tissue, and what they found that there was clear evidence that cause of death in 14 out of the 15 was the injections. And that included people that died as much as a year after the injection. So for instance, when you look at the prion disease, that's a very slow developing thing. Now, the other thing though, on people's side is, the scientists and doctors who stood against this, while we may not have the resources that we had before, we're no longer running the university labs, we're no longer running the hospitals for the time being. But we're working very hard on developing solutions. So for instance, if one goes to the FLCCC, you can look at their protocols and advice for detoxifying from the spike protein and the injections. At the World Council for Health, we've also generated a spike protein detox guide. Now, those guides are working very well. Interestingly, two of the most important things you can do. One is intermittent fasting. That increases the rate of what's called autophagy, or getting rid of bad old cell debris. So the sooner we can get this poison cells out of the body, the better off we are. Ivermectin, the same drug that works for treating COVID infections, also happens to sequester this poisonous spike protein, which makes it less likely to interact with our tissue. So ivermectin also stands quite high on the list. But there's a lot of things that can be done. There's more that is being looked into. I've been talking with an excellent Dr. Goodenow using a nutrient called plasmalogens. And I know others are working on this. So I would recommend people, if you've had the injection, to think about getting one of those protocols rather than waiting until you have a problem. The other thing we're working on, we have it now available in a couple of countries in Europe, but we will try to get it available elsewhere, which is a simple test, for instance, a urine test, where you can test your urine and see if you're producing spike protein and see how much of that spike protein you're producing. So the doctors who stood against this, we're still in the game. And so how bad it's going to be is partly going to depend on how successful we are and how much people take advantage of that. And as well, the sooner that we see the system turned into something legitimate again, and we see, rather than agenda promoters running the College of Physicians and Surgeons in my opinion, a very criminal fashion. I'd like to see someone like Patrick Phillips or Dr. Killian or Dr. Luchke or any of the doctors who stood up and did the right thing. These are the ones who should be running our healthcare. And then we'll do a very good job of treating the injuries from these injections.
Thank you. I think those are all the questions we have for you, Dr. Trozzi. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we thank you. We're very grateful for you taking the time and sharing your insights with us.
Well, thank you very much for doing this. I feel that this is the first sign of legitimate government in a long time in Canada, is the people coming together for the people. So I'm really grateful that you're doing this to all of you, and I hope it continues to go well. We'll continue to support it.
Thank you. Our next witness today is Vincent Gerses. And Vincent, I'd like to start by having you state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Vincent Gerses, Gircys.
And Mr. Gerses, do you promise to tell the whole truth, or the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Thank you. Now, could you explain for the commissioners basically the experience you have as a police officer?
Certainly. I am a retired member, a former member of the Ontario Provincial Police. I started my career with that organization in 1982, and I served this province in policing for a total of 32 years. I have 32 years of experience in policing, and that's different than some people who have 1 year of experience repeated 32 times. I have submitted my curriculum vitae here. I believe it's with the group, and it's 5 pages long of courses that I've taken over the entirety of my career. I started my career in Toronto, and eventually I became a member of the emergency response team for the OPP, one of many. And at some point, I became involved in forensic investigations and forensic reconstruction. I did that for a number of years. And throughout the course of my career, there were a number of things that I had taken on. I never turned down any opportunities for training, and I received a number of commendations throughout the course of my 32-year career, and retired with the Police Exemplary Service Medal for my conduct. I just want to say that there are many men and women in law enforcement, and the men and women of law enforcement are ordinary men and ordinary women, just doing extraordinary things. And I'm extremely proud and happy to know that the men and women that I worked with within the service were what I believe to be the best of the best within policing services. And I've met many, many wonderful police officers over the course of my career that put themselves in harm's way and behaved very courageously. So I'm very proud of the profession, but I see that a number of mistakes have been made over the last 3 years. Tremendous mistakes have been made. So I'm going to start off with a little bit more of an introduction into my background, and then I'm going to tell my story, and then I'm going to get into the mistakes that were made.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. This is the first sentence in the Canadian Charter of Rights that was written and established in 1982, the same year that I started my career in policing. I was very familiar with the Canadian Charter of Rights, and I was issued upon my probationary period when I first started with the organization, a Bible. I was issued a King James Bible, and the question needs to be asked, why? Why was I issued a Bible? And that is something that I carried with me during my service. And every time I testified, and I have testified hundreds of times, actually thousands of times in various courts, I became an expert witness in forensic reconstruction, and every time I testified, I did it by placing my hand on the Bible to swear an oath. I'm very familiar with the police oath that I've taken, and it is the same oath that all police officers in the province of Ontario take. The oath varies from province to province depending on the police services involved, but in Ontario, it's the same oath. And my oath is to the Constitution in Ontario. I'm very familiar with it, and I would hope that other police officers would be familiar with the oaths that they had taken. It's very important, the first opening sentence of the Canadian Charter of Rights.
And I know you mean section 1 or the part you just read, which is often
the part
omitted.
that I just read, because it is the foundational component. And that foundational component, people need to understand that our Constitution and our Charter is not a federal law. It is not a provincial law. It is national. It is agreed upon by the entire nation of this country, and it is our primary law. It is the most important law of the land. So my story started at the beginning of the pandemic when I was present when a restaurant in Toronto serving brisket barbecue, known as Adamson's Barbecue, had been shuttered and shut down by 200 police officers and a team of horses that have come in to push back people and prevented that restaurant from staying open. I had already been following the science. I am very familiar and done my research regarding mask issues, regarding transmissibility and other issues, and I just could not comprehend what I was seeing with the amount of police deployment at that location. I since became very active in speaking out against these types of measures that were taken against Canadians. Things continued to ramp up and get worse very, very quickly, as you well know, so I won't bother to get into those details, but I will say that over the last 3 years, I had 2 arrest warrants issued for me because I was in a park outdoors speaking to a group of people on 2 different occasions about the importance of our Constitution and the Canadian Charter of Rights and how they were being abused. These arrest warrants came just prior to and just after my attendance in Ottawa during the Trucker Freedom Convoy that had arrived in Ottawa. I attended there just to see what was going on. There seemed to be quite a bit of discussion about trucks arriving in Ottawa, and it sounded exciting, so I attended. And when I got there, I can see the level of deployment there that was taking place, and I wanted to reach out and help in any way I could. So I took on various roles, one of them being a police liaison. I had received through the Ontario Provincial Police the Police Liaison Officer of the Year Award. I guess I did a pretty good job at it. And so I was also liaising with police services in Ottawa during the trucker convoy. I did not go there by truck. I don't own a truck. I don't know how to drive a truck, but I was there strictly helping, acting in any helpful capacity that I could. The temperatures were very cold. Things were very disorganized, so I tried to offer some form of organization there. As a result, my bank accounts were frozen, and I eventually left at the end when things were dismantled. I was issued a fine for attending a church service and received a $10,000 fine for doing so.
$10,000?
Yes, the prosecutor was asking for a $10,000 fine for my involvement in attending a church service in Elmer, Ontario. And that was issued by the Elmer Police Service. That matter has since been resolved, but that was the fine that the prosecutor was requesting. I must say I'm very proud of a number of members of the Elmer Police Service, at least 6 of them. I'm very proud that they have made the decision to quit within a 1-year period, and that is approximately 50% of the number of officers that are employed by that police service. The amount of tyranny I saw come out of that police service towards the Church of God in that town was deplorable and in complete violation of our Constitution and the Charter. Many criminal offenses have taken place by the police against the church because it is a criminal offense to interfere with church service. That essentially is my story, and I'm going to now get into the other aspects. I had been asked in April of 2021 by an international organization known as Police for Freedom if I would join that organization, and I did so under the condition that I would not be silenced. I had belonged to another organization of police officers in this province, and I felt that I wasn't able to speak freely, so I've since moved on, and I wasn't about to be silenced in discussing what I felt was very important to discuss. So I am now the Canadian representative of Police for Freedom International, and there are quite a few police officers that I am in contact with. I would say over the course of the last 3 years, I've been in contact with hundreds, if not 1,000 or more police officers across this province and internationally that think in the same purview that I do. We share the same conclusions, and I'm going to go through those. Now, when I would conduct a forensic investigation, and it doesn't matter if it's a forensic investigation or just an everyday investigation within policing services, there is protocol that we follow, there's procedure that we follow, and it's very, very simple. It's not rocket science. In conducting investigations, we look at other people's perspectives, other people's statements. We want to know what happened in any investigation. And in order to find out the truth, and the truth is a hard thing to describe. If you ask somebody like Jordan Peterson, he'll probably give you a 1-hour explanation of what truth is. Basically, the truth is what happened. That's it. In policing, we want to know what happened. And we need to know what happened so that we can decide whether criminal offenses have been committed and by who and how and why. So we need to answer a lot of questions. And when we conduct an investigation, the best way to come up with the truth is to acquire as many statements, and I'll call them perspectives, as many perspectives as possible. Anybody standing in front of me, looking at me, has a view of what I look like. If somebody's standing behind me and they're looking at me, they have a different perspective. So ultimately, the more perspectives you can get on anything or person or issue, the better equipped you'll be to understand what is really going on. It's also about collecting information. It's about collecting physical evidence, documentary evidence, testimonial evidence, and then we come up with our conclusions. Ultimately, the more information that is available, the more accurate of a decision we could make, and the better understanding we have of what is real, what is really true, and what really happened. So it is my understanding that there's nobody here present from mainstream media. Is there anybody? If you are, can you put up your hand? CBC, CTV, Global? No, I didn't think so. So evidence is also the absence of something. So when mainstream media is not here, that is evidence of something. Now, I've done a Google search recently, yesterday as a matter of fact, on the National Citizens Inquiry, and I've done it through a number of browsers. And if I search the National Citizens Inquiry, it will come up. But if you click on the news tab associated to these browsers and search over the last 90 days, nothing comes up. That's evidence of something. That's very telling. So the media not present brings me to the issue of COVID-19 and other issues that are in the media that have what I would call a single perspective. Some call it a narrative. That's just a flowing individual path. I call it a single perspective. So on the issue of lockdowns that we faced, there was only one perspective that had ever been in the media. On the issue of mask wearing, one perspective. On the solutions to this problem and the way out, one perspective. Vaccine acceptance, one perspective. Vaccine hesitancy, one perspective. Vaccine safety, one perspective. Vaccine efficacy, one perspective. Vaccine injury, no perspective, no comment, no discussion. Vaccine death, no perspective, no comment. Died suddenly, no perspective, no discussion. So we see a lot of contradictions. There's certainly available data, data that I was able to find. And if I'm able to find it, I think just about anybody's able to find it. And it's not about what people knew. It's about what people should have known. And I've seen this numerous times in the Ontario Provincial Police when it came to officers' disciplinary measures of somebody should have done something, somebody didn't do something. And it really comes down to if you didn't know, you should have known. It would have been your responsibility to know. And in this case, in the medical profession, in the healthcare profession, it's incumbent upon those individuals within the profession to do their research and to know and to look at other perspectives, because they are available, and they were available to probably just about everybody here in this room. Those perspectives were very readily available. The information that was coming out was very readily available if you just chose to look. And of course, there's a much higher threshold and level of responsibility that comes with your position within health services. The term that was used as safe and effective probably should have been used at own risk, would have been more accurate to describe this product that had come out. This product with no known long-term data, not knowing what the content within the product is, yet being pushed as safe and effective. My own personal physician was trying to shove safe and effective down my throat when I spoke with him. Certainly he was not aware of the information that I was aware of, but unfortunately he was not interested in being aware of that information. The one thing that we did agree upon was that our trust in healthcare services in this province was paramount. It was very important that we trust healthcare services, and that there was nothing worse than forcing a jab in someone's arm to lose that trust. So I had mentioned that that I'm a representative of Police for Freedom, which is this international organization and consists of many police officers in Canada as well. I can tell you that we have incredible concern about the unfolding of these incidents. I fully concur with the comments made by Dr. Trozzi in his last testimony that he had just given. We are very much aware of the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, the CDC, working in conjunction with many other similar type organizations. And it appears that Publicis and McKinsey are companies that are advertising PR firms and consulting firms that seem to be integrated with those organizations. The Brighton collaboration is often mentioned in healthcare services in Canada as a reference to the Brighton collaboration, but the Brighton group has, I believe, is no longer exists and is now formed and known as the Task Force on Global Health. Task Force on Global Health seems to be working in conjunction with and reporting to and having discussions with CEPI, the Consortium of Epidemic Preparedness Initiative. People listening to this testimony I'm giving might want to look up those organizations and see who they are, see how they are actually comprised of the pharmaceutical industry, the World Bank, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, so on and so forth. Some names that keep coming up. And, you know, there's a very incestuous relationship that ties those organizations to the government of Canada, with certain members specifically that have already been mentioned. The World Economic Forum Canadian leadership members is of concern. We know that Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum, had made a comment that we have penetrated over half of the cabinet, and he said that rather casually, and he seemed quite happy about that. The comment had come up once in Parliament asking the question relative to this connection, and immediately there seemed to be what appeared to be a comment or an excuse to some microphone-related problem. That question has never since come up by any party in Canada. It is very concerning because it appears that there are members possibly in other political parties as well relative to the World Economic Forum and those things that go on in the World Economic Forum. I'm not going to comment specifically on what things go on, but I will say that criminal conspiracies do happen. You are not a nut for calling something a criminal conspiracies. I've investigated criminal conspiracies and they're real and they really happen. Organized crime is not some old Italian guy in a wife beater shirt talking about the mafia or somebody in a leather jacket riding a motorcycle. Organized crime now is very sophisticated, and generally those people that are very, very wealthy with incredible power and access are positioned very well to be very effective criminally. Is there any evidence to suspect reasonable suspicion of the need to investigate potential criminal conspiracy? Yes, we believe that there is, absolutely. So I'll say that, what gives me grounds to say that? Well, just relative to the vaccination rollout only, I'll say that there was the promotion of safe and effective with no known long-term data. The contents were unknown. There's also injury and mortality rate data that was available early on in this that either you should have known, you could have known, you should have known, and if you're in the healthcare system, the onus would have been on you. At some point, the death and injury rate became unusually high, and that flag should have been aware, everybody in the healthcare system should have been aware of it, whether they say they were or not. There appears to be cognitive dissonance on that issue. People are sticking their head in the ground like ostriches and not wanting to know. But unfortunately, the data can't be hidden. The truth is there. Then there's the continuous use of the rollout of the vaccine when the available data is still known. Health agencies fail to notify the public. Infant mortality is increasing. Fertility rates are dropping. Menstrual cycles were affected. The media remains silent. And the media and the government relationship appears very suspicious. During the Emergency Measures Act hearing that took place several months ago, the Emergency Measures Act hearing in Ottawa, Superintendent Pat Morris of the Ontario Provincial Police, who is in charge of intelligence for the province of Ontario, made a very, very interesting comment, one that I found resonates well with me because I had made the same comment as well. He said, I know what the government is saying. I see what the government is saying. Essentially, these were his words roughly. I know what the government was saying and I know what the media was saying. But the intel that was coming back to me, this would be coming back to him from various sources on the ground, whether it's people reporting or interacting with other police agencies or whatever his format of intel was. He said, my real intel was inconsistent with what they're saying. So they know what they're seeing, they know what they're hearing by their sources, which is inconsistent with what the media is saying and with what the government's saying. We see that type of inconsistency over and over. So I do have a suit that has been launched with a number of other individuals against the Attorney General of Canada and the Minister of Public Safety regarding my rights violations for having my accounts frozen in Ottawa. And I had indicated in my testimony there as well that when I was in Ottawa, I spent a lot of time walking the perimeter of what was going on and conversing among my colleagues there about what they're seeing and what's happening. And there were no concerns of violence or these types of issues. But in the evening, when I would go back to my hotel room every night and turn on the TV and look at the CBC to see what their reporting was, I indicated that I was seeing an inversion of reality on television. And they didn't seem to understand what I meant by that. And I said, what I'm seeing on television is completely opposite of what I'm actually seeing there. The news is lying. They're being deceptive.
So, Vincent, can we get you to describe what you were watching on television and what you were seeing, just so that it's crystal clear for everyone listening to you exactly what you're telling us?
Right. So what I'm seeing are a bunch of happy people, very happy. It's a very positive vibe, a very positive environment. Everybody was happy, hugging. I mean, I've hugged more people than you can hug at a Greek or Italian wedding. There's no doubt about the level of joy that people were displaying and having. I saw no violence, and I saw nothing to be concerned about other than it was just a great time overall. But what I'm hearing on the news, the reporting, was that there were acts of violence that were taking place. There was arson that was taking place. There was assaults and Nazis that, we were labeled, the people there were being labeled as Nazis and this type of thing. All of that reporting from the CBC was just completely false. It was just completely wrong. And so it didn't surprise me because I was already familiar with that type of reporting from the CBC and our mainstream media. And essentially, I find the media is a propaganda machine. They have been paid very handsomely by a number of organizations, including the Canadian government. They are spewing propaganda, but even worse, they are suppressing information that people should really know. So it's a joint issue of propaganda being distributed and censorship of the information that you should know, information being withheld. So a number of lies that I found that have been exposed in media over the last 3 years that are of most concern is that COVID-19 threat assessment, that COVID-19 was super, super dangerous and super scary and you should all be locked up. That whole threat assessment and that whole narrative is a complete lie. That the mRNA gene therapy, the safety level of that was a lie. That lockdown measures and the efficacy of the vaccine and the lockdown measures as well, separate categories there, it was just a lie, not required. And that there were no available therapeutics, as the media had stated. That was a lie as well. So in order to keep the lie going, I think it's important, it's critical to all those involved in what had taken place, both in the medical profession and in government. In order to keep that lie going, it's an indication of a totalitarian regime by definition. Clearly, we see if you can control the healthcare, if you're interested in firearms confiscation and you move in that direction, you censor people and control the media, you control the education and enable indoctrination, you control the currency with intended CBDCs, that's the central bank digital currency, controllable currency that is on the horizon. And if you control movement, 15-minute cities, that would be an ideal system for a totalitarian regime. We know that the initial lockdowns and the fear-driven mandates have resulted in initially a police state, and then it continued on to what we are becoming as a corporate fascistic governance. There's no question when the media works in collusion with the government and corporations, when they're all working together, that clearly is fascism at its best. And it appears that that is what is happening. Now, I have what I would call a way out, and by no means am I suggesting that this is the answer, but it's the best I can think of. And this would be in consultation with a number of other police officers in agreement. That establishing a national COVID-19 forensic task force that is completely independent of government interference, vetted by a judicial body with arrest warrant and search warrant authorization would be a good start. And I'll summarize what I find are the failings in the police community. They fail to adhere to established plans. In policing, we have a plan for everything. Our command staff is very well organized, and they plan for all worst case scenarios. In the OPP, it's a common mantra to say, plan for the worst, hope for the best. We say that all the time, and we believe in that. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. And you can bet that there were pandemic plans in place already. Imagine spending a lot of time, money, and resources on planning for a pandemic. Planning when things are calm, when heads are level, when you're not afraid, when you can liaise comfortably with the health agencies. You can liaise with all kinds of other agencies to come up with what you would say is the best plan you can possibly come up with. And then when a pandemic is introduced, let's throw that in the garbage and let's just wing it while we're afraid and while we're scared. Let's just forget about that plan we have. No, we put that plan in place for a reason. It was the best thought out plan, and it was a very rational plan. Now, I'm not familiar with what the plan is, but I do know that there are other people who are going to be testifying here as to the content and detail surrounding that. The police failed to understand information. They accepted a single-sided narrative where additional counter-narrative information was available. How do I know it was available? Because I provided counter information, and I did so by helping other people across the country that had compiled a number of reports that appeared to be very concise and detailed with information. A number of people across this country were distributing hundreds, if not thousands, of copies of actual information to police agencies, to health agencies, to government agencies, and they were documenting their service upon those agencies. And the police agencies failed to respond. They failed to understand their oath. They failed to understand Section 52 of the Constitution and the ramifications. Section 52.1 of the Constitution essentially says any law that is created that is inconsistent with the Constitution, which includes the Charter, has no authority whatsoever.
Vincent, if I can help you out with that, I think probably the exact quote is Section 52, sub 1. The Constitution of Canada is the supreme law of Canada, and any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution is, to the extent of the inconsistency, of no force or effect.
Correct. The police service essentially over this 3-year period became the Praetorian Guard, following political pressure and interference. Let me make it very clear that our system and the way it's supposed to work, I will try to describe it for you. If you can imagine a horizontal line, a membrane, if you will, and on the top of that membrane, up above, is politics, the political sphere within this country. And below this membrane is civil service. And there is a membrane that separates the two. Civil service includes police services like the Ontario Provincial Police, the RCMP, and all other police services. And I would say that those services are pretty high up near the membrane. They're pretty high up in priority and importance. And it's important that that membrane stay in existence, because we can't mix politics with policing agencies. We need to have independence of the two so that we don't have corruption. But it appears that over the years, that membrane seems to have torn and disappeared. There doesn't seem to be any service, any dedicated agency in this country to be actively involved in looking into allegations of crime. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere seemingly to report these problems.
Vincent, can I just interject for a second? Just because you're in contact with so many police officers, are you aware of any police investigations concerning potential crimes in this COVID saga that have been allowed to proceed Because I understand people have made complaints to the police alleging crimes, but my understanding is most of them are stopped by management. Are you aware of any that have been allowed to proceed?
No, I'm not aware of anything being investigated. Not that I should be, it wouldn't be in my purview, but I know that many people have provided information, and the least that should be that you should be aware of is some kind of a response. Some kind of a response notifying that we have that information, we're looking into it, and usually the police services would get back to you and say, we might need some more information. Can you help us, guide us, direct us, give us some more? Nothing, no contact. I'm not aware of any of it. So it's imperative that we do the right thing. I'm going to say, do not fear doing what you know to be right. Fear the consequences of the fruits of failing to do the right thing. And that concludes my testimony, unless somebody has some questions.
I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gersey. Thank you for your service to our country and for coming here and testifying today. I have a few questions, probably more related to policing, because of course you had 32 years of experience as a police officer. Yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, we had Mr. Tom Marazzo here testifying with regard to the truckers' convoy. And he described and showed video of an incident in front of the War Memorial where police officers pulled aside an injured veteran, took him to the ground, kicked him multiple times. He showed the video, it's in evidence here. And one of the questions I asked Mr. Marazzo was there any security camera footage? Because the only footage that we saw was from participants, amateur people with phones filming it. But in our nation's capital, in front of the Parliament buildings on Wellington Street, between where where the War Memorial is, I asked, were there not security camera footage that could have been referred to? Because I hadn't seen any of it. And what his response to me was that he believed the cameras were shut off. Do you have any information about that security camera footage?
No, I do not. And, when it comes to security cameras, I have a rather sensitive spot to that, understanding the level of surveillance mechanisms that we already have in place in this country. And I certainly wouldn't be asking for more surveillance equipment. To answer your question, I'm not familiar with that. And to the point on that, we have seen a lot of police violence and brutality in the final phases when police moved in very heavy-handed in Ottawa. And there's no doubt in my mind that the tactical officers, the emergency response team officers that were responding were not only ill-informed, they were provided, I believe they were provided false and misleading intelligence. And I say that because I watch the behavior of those officers. And, police officers are not generally stupid people, and I'm not suggesting they're stupid, but they're put into a situation where they believe they can be harmed. They believe they need their weapons out. They believe that there is a serious threat against them. And I have to ask, where did they get that information? Because all of the intel that I was aware of, and I got to know, I can't say I knew everybody in Ottawa. There were hundreds of thousands of people there, but all of my observations continuously being inconsistent with what the media was saying. The media operating in collusion with our government, there's no question that there was false or misleading intelligence that was provided to those officers that were shutting things down at the end. And that's also consistent with the evidence of the commissioner of the OPP and the superintendent, Pat Morris. Those two individuals from the OPP giving testimony seemed inconsistent, because the commissioner is saying he believed, and I'm not going to repeat his exact words, but essentially he believed that there was perceived violence, and the superintendent of intelligence is saying he had no concerns. So where did the concerns come from? And I don't believe we've ever gotten an explanation. The closest I came to getting an explanation was, I believe that during a debrief, one of the Ottawa police officers had said at some point during a debrief, shortly after things had shut down, that information came from something he saw on the CBC.
Well, that's an interesting response because unlike the horses that were used in Ottawa, which have blinders on so they can't see where the police officer is directing them, the police didn't have blinders on. And I refer you to your earlier testimony where you said that you saw with your own eyes by walking through the crowd that it was peaceful, that there was, I think you said there was more hugs than an Italian wedding, and I've been to a few of those. How is it that you were able to visualize and see the reality on the ground, and these officers, despite being briefed, but being present and having their own eyes open, could not see what you saw?
Well, the best explanation I have for that is that I was walking those grounds for over 3 weeks. I was there for quite a long time, and the atmosphere and the mood had never changed until the end when the police came in to shut things down. Then I did see violence, and the violence came on the part of the police officers. And it is possible, and it is a realistic possibility that, because of the uniform difference, it appears that the frontline officers that were working at the function on a regular basis were pulled offline at those last 2 or 3 days, and that a whole new contingent of officers coming from other parts of the country in the province were brought in, kept to the rear, and then marched out. And they never had the opportunity to see what was going on at the event, but they were primed with various forms of intel that gave them the mindset that we're dealing with a lot of very crazy, violent people. And, I don't know what intel they were provided with, but they were certainly provided with some intel, I believe, that would have given them the mindset that they were dealing with a dangerous issue.
So you're suggesting that they were just following orders?
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. And I need to finish with one final point, that these police officers, I've said at the beginning, they are ordinary men. They are ordinary men. In Germany, in 1942, there was a police battalion, PB 101, and stories and books have been written about them, and it is called, and they are referred to as the ordinary men. It's ordinary men that can be provided with false information and misleading information that can develop a very violent mindset against a group of people. And extreme horrific atrocities can occur and can be brought on as example of Police Battalion 101 from ordinary men. We all have that ability within us to do that if we're provided with extreme fear and false intelligence. And the greatest concern that I had over the last 3 years was, how far is this going to go? What are these individuals, what are these police officers going to be provided with? Which kind of information? How misleading is this going to go? How are we, the people who are concerned, pushing back and protesting, how are we going to be treated if the lies continue? Knowing that the police officers are ordinary men. And there's nothing in training that I've ever experienced to identify that problem and to make police officers aware of what they could become.
I'd like to know what is required in normal times for a police for the police to initiate an investigation, a criminal investigation?
That's a great question. I can tell you that as a police officer, I cannot initiate an investigation without permission of my command staff when I was working. So, you know, there are things you can do in policing. If you're given an area to police, you police it. You're given certain criteria of what the organization wants policed, then you police it. But for the most part, when it comes into something more extensive, you do need authorization from your organization, from your command staff.
And I think you said earlier that to your knowledge, and of course you wouldn't have detailed knowledge of what's going on behind closed doors, but to your knowledge, the police have not instigated a criminal investigation concerning any issue under the with regard to the pandemic mandates and treatments. And
again, I'm not aware of that. I haven't been provided with any information to believe that that would be the case.
Just one question. Another question is, you talked about the WEF. I personally had a meeting some time ago with a MP, member of parliament, Canadian member of parliament, who said to me, the WEF is no different than the Lions Club. Do you believe that the WEF is no different than the Lions Club?
No, sir. I believe that the WEF is an extremely powerful, influential, well-equipped, well-financed organization of the wealthiest, most elite people on this planet, working together with a number of other organizations and corporations. They are extremely well organized and well structured and well positioned.
You know, my last thing is, I'm sitting here and I've been listening to testimony for the last 3 days here, and I was in Truro prior to this and listening to testimony. And it shocks me to the core to hear people like yourself and other people making certain comparisons or analogies to what's going on in Canada, which include the Schutzstaffel, which is the SS, and other things in Germany. We've heard that as a common theme, that people compare what's been going on in our country to that era, and it shocks me to death. I don't know if you have any other comment on that.
My parents came from Eastern Europe. They lost their country. If they would have stayed, they would have been executed. They spent a year living in the forest in Western Germany, fleeing from the Bolsheviks and fleeing from the Nazis. I understand what fascism and totalitarianism is.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gerses, we are going to. One more question. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more question left.
Thank you for your testimony. I remember, and I may be remembering wrong, but I do remember in 1982 when the Constitution was enacted, or the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that all levels of government had 3 years at that time to bring their laws into alignment with the Charter. If we fast forward to where we are in terms of the Church of God, for example, in Aylmer, or the church in Kitchener, who also suffered huge fines and losses, and then they went into court and had to deal with it at the court level. Do you have any idea how we can convince the judges that were responsible for those decisions, that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms still stands as under the supremacy of God and rule of law in this country as the supreme law, so that decisions that go against the freedom of religion, for example, in this case, will not take away from the churches, but actually show how much churches in a community enhance that community going forward?
Well, I think the only way to make a change at the judges level is the judges are utilizing jurisprudence to make their decisions. That is, they are saying the pandemic was extremely dangerous and we were all going to die, and you didn't do your part because we knew we were all going to die. You just weren't doing your part. And so there are limits to the Constitution, and we don't think this was unreasonable. I refer to that, and so do many others, as the great lie. And that great lie needs to be exposed and broken before we can see a change.
I guess the irony in that mindset of the judges is that we're still all here and we're still all alive. Thank you.
So, Mr. Gerses, we will enter your CV as an exhibit with your permission.
Yes.
Thank you. And on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have a few more quick lay witnesses, but I'd suggest we take a 5-minute break. So we'll stand down for 5 minutes and recommence at 20 to 6.